back now. Two of them, they're racing really hard. Be careful with them, guys.
come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Well, sir, we are officially live. Welcome, Aris, to my my shit show.
Hello, Sim Racers. Thank you, man.
No, not a problem.
Thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Happy to have you here. Got to meet you. We've had a couple conversations before the expo, and then I finally got to meet you at the expo, and you're actually cooler than I thought. So that's pretty good. But anyway, for those of you who do know Aris, there he is. And for those who don't, Aris, if you don't mind telling some people a brief summary about who you are.
All right, let's go down the memory lane again. So,
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm Aristotelis Vasilakos. I've been doing sim racing from late 90s, like 98, 97. And I've been actively developing stuff from 2005, I think, 2006, something like. I mean, almost 20 years. This is crazy. And I'm mostly famous from my work in the last part of Netcar Pro, Ferrari Virtual Academy, Assetto Corsa 1 and Assetto Corsa Competizione. Then I've left the sim racing scene for around 3 years, working on a big metaverse project. Pretty interesting experience, also permitted me to grow professionally on a different level. And but I really love sim racing. You might know also my involvement with a pretty revolutionary sim rig that's called Graviton. So I was keep on working on that with the founders, amazing guys on this project. And at some point, we did some consulting work and get to know the PMR guys better. And we started, knowing each other and liking each other. And very long story short, here we are. So that's pretty much how it happened. I'm very excited to be back into sim racing. I really love it. As you know, my main expertise is physics. I have a little bit of a bigger role now, but the most important part is to be able to communicate with the community and be close again to the sim racing community, so we can have fun together, because that's all about it.
So rewinding real quick, you left Kunos at roughly, would you say 23 years ago? So 2023, roughly?
Something
Roundabout,
like that.
something like that.
Yeah.
So specifically at Kunos, what would you say that because I know you said physics, but I mean, that's a
Yeah.
very broad term. So, I mean, in particular, what would you
Yeah.
say was more of your forte, your specialty when you were at Kunos? Like something that like you were the guy that this is your task, What was your specialty?
Exactly. So, so my job was grab all the data of the real cars, get all the feedback from the real drivers, real engineers, study, the implementation of things, then work side by side with the physics developer, coder, in order to implement whatever extra the physics engine might need, so that we can simulate better the cars. Once I have this, then I will go in and implement all the data and create a car from the scratch, actually, and have the handling be as close to reality as possible. That's pretty much my main experience and main specialty, let's say, in the sim racing world.
Do you have a particular type of car that you like to say focus? Like obviously ACC is just GT3s, but in the
Right.
AC world and obviously now PMR, there's a much
Yeah.
wider range than just GT3. Do you have a particular type of car that is something you personally always want to get dialed perfect and not really have any? Because like a lot of cars, I mean, let's face it, everything. There has to be some suspension of disbelief. We have to leave some things to the imagination
Always.
because
Right.
no human's going to ever get to drive everything that's ever existed. So we have to go, well,
Yeah.
I think this is good. I think this
Yeah.
is the way it should be. So is there a particular class of car, and it might be GT3, that you go,
Yeah.
we need to nail this, and this needs to be the car that is everybody believes is perfect,
Right. So I don't have a specific car that I like more because I like them all.
Yeah.
And the more you dig into doing those cars, the more you understand all the small details, and you get to know the cars, and you get to like more and more and more the cars. I can tell you, for example, that I don't like that much doing Formula One, because every time I had to do Formula One, it was like in the middle of the summer in Italy, and you have to really push yourself to take those cars close to the limit and find out how they drive, both in terms of physics and numbers and everything, but also in terms of driving. And I would end up being so mentally and physically exhausted by doing Formula One cars.
Yeah.
So I kind of dislike them, but still, you cannot not like how beautiful engineeristically speaking cars they are. I really got to know and love GT3 and GT4 cars, especially because we had this close relationship with the SRO, the organization that is running those cars, and we got to talk with drivers and engineers and manufacturers really close. That permitted us to gain a lot of knowledge. I also love street cars, properly, tuned.
Yes.
I really love street and tuned cars. I think they're still, because they move a lot and you have to handle them. They can become really excited once you are used to the relatively lower grip that they might have. What can I say? I mean, I have a personal favorite, but it's only an aesthetic, let's say, peak for me, and it is the Group C cars from the prototype Group C from the 90s.
You're slowly becoming my favorite person in cars, at least in sim racing anyway.
Yeah, I just love those cars, how they look. I think it's peak, design.
Yes.
The problem with those cars, I think I've mentioned this on a couple of other interviews as well, is that they are probably very shitty to drive around because they have so much downforce, and that means that the mid to high speeds are just glued on the ground, and then they are so stiff to get this downforce, working, that when you drive at low speeds, they're just, table planks and, wooden planks, and they're just not probably so enjoyable to drive around. But I look at them, I'm like, oh my God, those are so exciting cars.
The reason why I fancied that statement was because of the 787B. I'm also a Sauber fan, but the 787B, I've always been a rotary sound fan.
Oh yeah, come on, I mean, yeah.
And for me though too, it's like I had a good friend. Yes, there you go. Like that's like a fidget spinner, but
my son
cool
did
one.
that for me.
That's pretty cool. I like it. Yeah. So I mean, then you must know how. Because speaking of making cars, or they're just kind of pains in the ass, the Group Cs. Now imagine doing that kind of chassis with an A4 rotor. Like a rotary in general is a nightmare. Just to get them to run smoothly, like they go wide open throttle just fine. It's everything else that they kind of suck at,
Exactly.
But anyway, though, so yeah, Group C is one of my favorite classes of cars of all time when it comes to racing. So I'm happy to hear you say that. And so there's a comment in chat from Boris about MX-5, and because you have you said you no longer have your Miata anymore.
Yeah.
Do you have any personal sort of like, all right, I want to make this car like really, really, really good in PMR, because obviously it's a different car. It's MX-5 Cup car is different from a street variant, but still, do you have any kind of like, I want to make this thing stand out?
So, well, first of all, we redid the Miata, the MX-5 Cup, the ND one. We redid it, the whole physics with the whole handling team, amazing guys. And I think this time we did a pretty awesome work. By the way, thank you also to a community member that posted feedback and said, hey guys, the original car was a little bit of a Frankenstein, had some bits from ND1, some bits from ND2. And we had to decide, all right, which one are we doing, actually? We wanted to do the ND2 because it has the better engine and everything. but in the end, in the user interface and initial, publication of the car was the ND1. So we said, all right, let's go there, get all the data, do the ND1. We're still considering to maybe release on the Mod Hub the ND2. Why not? That would be interesting. But we first wanted you guys to try the Miata. I think, honestly, we did a pretty good job on that. My personal opinion, drives really well, and I noticed a couple of comments also on the Steam reviews, which, by the way, today it's 68, 69%. So yeah, we're moving forward on the recent reviews. So the tide is changing, and they are actually noticing that the car drives really well. We need to get GT3s and GT4s properly done. Here's the situation. Everybody and every sim racing title has GT3s and GT4s. In my very personal opinion, I don't think we can make GT3s and GT4s with the current technology of all the sim racing titles out there. We can make them that much better that everybody will try and they'll be blown away.
Yeah.
We are going to try, and we're working right now to make them as good as possible. But even if we make it, we're still going to be around where everybody else is, ACC, LMU, iRacing, because that's the state of the industry. We have an amazing physics engine, but still, it's never going to be, oh my God, how are you going to do it?
In my opinion, now this is just purely my opinion, but I do think some people will agree if you could get the physics and everything of essentially even up to par with ACC for just the GT3s, that's a home run in my opinion, because you have essentially embodied 100% of the cars in another very successful game as just one of the many classes of cars. So even if the best you'd end up doing is just, I shouldn't say just, but is ACC level, that's an achievement because there's so many other, like ACC, that's their one trick pony. And in my opinion, they knocked it out of the park, So, or you knocked it out of the park, technically.
Thank you. But it is exactly as you said. PMR is a much wider scope simulator. But you need to have the GT3s properly down and with a lot of attention to detail, because that brings also validation to the team, to the scene. Because you might have people coming into PMR trying, the GT3, finding, okay, that's good, but it doesn't have the attention of detail of other sims for whatever reason. And they would just dismiss the whole sim, which would be wrong. So you need to get it up there to say, hey, we're at the same level, or thereabouts, so that people can try and say, yep, that, drives really well. Let's explore the rest of the sim now.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely necessary. We have the data. That's what we're going to do.
Yep. Do you ever find it frustrating that GT3s are held to such a high standard that they can write off an entire... Because like PMR, even since day one, GT3s have never been, in my opinion, the reason to play PMR. But for most of the people that are looking for a competitive sim, that's the first thing they do. And if they don't like the first car they drive, they write the entire, experience off as like, this is terrible. I don't like this because of one car. And first of all, I think that's short-sighted, but at the end of the day, what I think doesn't matter. That's what happens. Even the MX-5 is the same way. That's another car that, it's like the barrier to entry, but like even in iRacing, some of the most competitive people in iRacing only race the MX-5 because that's the car they want to drive. And so, in my opinion, GT3 and MX-5 kind of carry the torch for successful sim racing. And it's unfortunate, but that's what I've at least picked up in it.
Yeah, it's not even unfortunate because there is a reason why they're so well received and everybody wants to drive them. We are living in the golden era of the GT3s. As some years ago we had the golden era of the DTM cars, which were so exciting to look at and drive at. When you see a GT3 in real life, they sound amazing, they look amazing, they are very close racing, they can follow each other really close, and you can have, overtakes and everything. And when you drive on the sim, they still are very nice to drive. So and there's a very, very valid reason why everybody wants to drive them. So you might personally say, I've had enough. I'm bored with them. Everybody does that. I want to try something different. That's fine. But there is a reason why they're so popular. So you need, as a result, to make them perfect. As much as you can. There's no other way around it. I'll agree with you and say, hey, we have so many cars in PMR. So once you're done with the GT3s, you can try everything, and more are coming as well. But you need to have GT3s properly made.
Yeah. Now, another thing I want to ask, since we're on the subject of GT3s, and I'm right now in the current public build of the game, I am like so on the GT3s. So if I'm in the mood for that kind of racing, they're not bad. They're far better than some, but they're not as good as some others. But the GTEs, they're phenomenal in my opinion. I do think most people agree that if they could, not the people that just drive GT3 no matter what, but the guys that will drive everything will agree that the GTEs are driving so much better, both physics, realism, enjoyability. Like, there's something about the GTEs that the GT3s currently aren't doing, and you guys have clearly done it with the GTEs. So is there a plan to maybe have them, obviously it's always evolving, that there's never going to be like a finish line for like, hey, it's perfect, we're done, that's it, we're never touching them again. But is there a plan to maybe adapt some of what makes the GTEs seem to drive so well to the GT3s? Or in general, like, because I know at one point that the NGTs were the most latest developed tire model, and obviously it's going to go jump all over the place what's the latest tire model is, and adapting it to other classes and things like that. But and I think a lot of people do agree that the GTEs drive really, really well in the game, and would probably be pretty happy if a lateral experience of the GT3s almost, maybe I'm wrong here, but almost felt like a GT3 with ABS. Now again, I don't know if you were to compare the C8 Corvette GTE to the C8 GT3, I couldn't tell you in real life what those cars what they're gonna drive like differently. But in the game, they do drive very differently, and it's almost the exact same car.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense because the cars look alike, but the GTE category was actually proper racing cars, while the GT3s were street-based, very heavily modified cars. But they did had a lot of how to say, limitations on what you can change into a GT3, while GTE is much heavier. Also, the tires are very specific on the GTE. GT3s usually run a single compound for all the cars, and a single dimension for pretty much all the cars, for all the tracks, for all the how to say, ambient conditions. It's just a single compound. It might not be the stickiest of the tires, but it has a very wide range of function, and that makes them easy for the plus ABS, plus traction control, everything. It makes them easy for the client drivers and teams. GTE are actually manufacturer works team with professional drivers. They are proper racing cars. They have specific tires made for each car. And so as such, they are, they have grippier, the more mechanical grip, more precise driving. We can improve everything because we're still simulating, so there's always, margin to improvement. We can improve aerodynamics. We can make them more complex. That might be the case that sometimes some cars might drive worse than what you expect. So it depends. I'll give you an example. I love our Japanese cars, that we released. Really amazing cars to drive. they have a little bit of an issue that you can use very soft, springs and very low setups, and the lower you go, the more grip you get. We probably now have found a way to not enable this, so not having this exploit. So this at some point will arrive as well. That might be also the case for the GTEs. We'll see. So there is always some margin for improvement. The issue here is the improvement going to be also better driving experience, or sometimes even worse driving experience, but more realistic?
Yeah.
So sometimes it's not clear what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I cannot give you a straight answer and tell you, hey, we should do that, and it's going to be everything wonderful,
Right.
Might be not.
And I think that another thing too that makes it difficult is that a lot of the feedback, and obviously you're going to get you have your consultations from the people that opinion that matter, but a lot of feedback you're going to get from people are like one person's going to say it's perfect, another person's going to say it's too difficult, another person's going to say it's too easy, and they're all driving the exact same vehicle. How do you know which is the right move to go with? Because with GT3s, like the closest thing I've driven to GT3s is real life street car variants of some of those cars. And my opinion, I have to assume that if I could do something in this street car built by Joe Blow, then I would imagine a race team could do it better. That's how I look at everything. If I struggle with say and then some cars are like, oh my God, this thing is on rails, but my question is, how do you navigate the waters of opinions of when you have no two opinions are the same and you don't, which direction do you go with? I mean, obviously you're always chasing realism and this is what it's like in real life. But like when you hear some of the most frustrating things is when, the guys that have the experience driving, say, GT3 cars, and they drive a GT3 car in 10 different sims and they only think one of them is the realistic one and the rest of them drive terribly. And then someone else who does the exact same thing completely has an opposite opinion. So how do you navigate the opinions is the short question.
Yes, exactly. So that's very interesting. Well, first of all, realism is objective, right?
Yes.
So at least you have your truth source that you say, okay, that's realistic. If I know that this car has to do, 1,000 kilos of downforce, it has to do 1,000 kilos of downforce on a specific speed and configuration of the setup or whatever. But even if you have all the available data for a specific car, you still don't know the whole truth, because even the manufacturers and the tire manufacturers do not have all the available data. There are still things that they're missing. There's still things that they don't know. And so with experience, you get into a window that that there is a range of values that you can change, and they are all realistic because you are in the window of possibilities. All right. Now, the incredible thing is that inside that window, you move even by, a little bit of values. And you're still realistic, and you still do the same, total G-forces or total lap times or whatever, but the feeling that you get is different. I have a very specific example of that. the cars in ACC feel in a certain way, the cars in LMU feel in a certain way, and the cars in iRacing feel in a certain way, the same identical car. And they are all doing realistic lap times. And they are all doing the realistic G-forces in telemetry. If you get the telemetry, I'm not telling you which car is from what simulator. You're going to see the telemetry say, yeah, that's a GT3 car. Doesn't matter. You can even, overimpose the actual real GT3 car and still see the same graphs, But the feel that you get around the limit from every single sim is slightly different, or a lot more different, all right? That is because everybody works into that range. And even moving slightly into that range gives a different feeling. Okay, it's that important. So that is both a problem and an advantage, because we have an idea. We're going to ask some professional drivers. We're going to get their feedback. With experience, you learn how to interpret that feedback. We're going to ask the community. We're going to see what the community feels and how it feels about driving. All right. You're going to interpret that feedback again, and you still have the freedom to move around the needle slightly and change slightly the sensation that you get, still being realistic and still making people happier.
Yeah.
So there is some margin to work around without going into Simcade, without going into completely arcade or whatever. You still can be very, very realistic and give a little bit of a different experience. On top of that, you have some native characteristics of the sim racing titles that give also a different experience. In my opinion, for example, I feel that Project Motor Racing has one of the most gradual force feedback feelings. They really give you a feel of the forces climbing up, good, sensation around the limit, without being too linear or too sudden or too flat. And you can probably understand which sim racing I'm referring, sim racing titles I'm referring to, because everyone has a different feeling. So I think PMR has a native advantage into that. We can improve it. We can make it even better. It has some problems as well. There's no perfect sim racing title out there, so we should see how we can improve on that. That's pretty much. I don't know if that answers your question well enough.
No, I mean that was actually. I mean, honestly, that was more of an answer than I was even asking for. Honestly, so because you answered a couple more of my follow-up questions inside that one. So, what I just want to touch on to give my opinion and my personal feedback on the force feedback stuff is I do find that so there's a lot of varying opinion, and there's going to be varying opinions with everything because that's humanity. But the force feedback has this very wide range from like, I do not like it, to this is the best force feedback that I have ever felt. And I am much more on the side of this is the best force feedback that I've ever felt. What I have noticed, and I try and pay attention to those what the person is using when they say what their opinion is. And I've noticed that, and because you brought it up about how it's a very gradual force feedback delivery, where I've noticed that the higher your Newton meter wheelbase that you have seems to do a much better job of delivering all of the wild range of detail in the force feedback. And then I assume when you said you can figure out which games are which, I assume you're talking about Gran Turismo 7, where it's like whatever you set the number of Newton meter to, you pretty much sit there the whole time, no matter what. If you set an 8 Newton meter wheel at 8 Newton meter peak, you turn a little bit in Gran Turismo 7 and you're sitting at like 7.5 Newton meters. You're right there. Whereas in this, if you have that same range of 8 Newton meters, you're turning and you might only be at 3 Newton meters or something like that. So it's going to give people this feedback of like, oh, Gran Turismo 7 puts out a lot more force feedback. But the reality is, if I'm on, let's say, a 28 Newton meter, which is not practical, let's just call it 18 Newton meter base, and I set it to use 18, I'll be sitting at 8, 9 Newton meters at certain areas where I'm like, this is incredible. And then when I really need, all of a sudden it shoots up to 18 and gives me a different experience. The range is wild, and that range delivers an incredible amount of detail. I would say that maybe some of the force feedback in quotes issues would be related to lower Newton meter bases, where maybe the lighter forces that you would generate need to be bumped up, and then it is what it is, that the limitation is the hardware, and kind of do it sort of like a Gran Turismo 7 way, where it's just whatever the peak, because because a lot of guys that are playing, especially on console, they have 2 to 5 Newton meter bases, and if they play Gran Turismo 7, they're sitting at peak. They're sitting, they're peaking the whole time on their force feedback. And right now with PMR, they might be sitting at 1, 2 Newton meters and going, "Where's my force feedback?" Because to them, the 2 Newton meters is low. Whereas in the case of Gran Turismo 7, in that particular instance, just throwing everything at it the whole time feels a little bit better, because they're just feeling resistance at that point. They're not feeling detail.
That is interesting, because you also have a lot of people that if they don't feel the force, they feel like grip is missing. So if you don't give it, They
Yes.
feel like, oh, that's so light, I don't have grip, I'm sliding all around.
Yeah.
Well, in reality, probably you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think the game on my Simagic bases, and I know a lot of MOSA guys and a lot of guys agree, this is the best force feedback we've ever felt. You know, there's a
Right.
couple of like very, very, very small issues where like grip fall off on the front tires could be a little bit more exaggerated, or maybe not exaggerated, but just happen a little bit sooner. For example, I noticed where like if I lock up the front tires, I lose force feedback, but I don't feel like I lose quite a bit of enough. So like, I don't want to say my
Right.
wheels should be just loose and all of a sudden I can't turn the wheels, but if you have a non-ABS car and you lock the front wheels up, you lose all front grip, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. Well,
So
yeah, you don't.
not
but
I know, not
So-
all grip, but like the amount that you lose by comparison to say an ABS car
Yeah.
is much higher.
There is some specific reasons, and this probably would be part of our discussions, which I would love to mention. And it comes also from the fact that we would like to improve into that. As developers, we need to explain more about how physics works, also in cars, not just on the sim, in real life as well.
Yeah.
And one of those reasons is, for example, and this is something that we need to discuss at some point in the future, most of the cars you have on a sim are, racing cars. And that means that most of them are rear wheel driving and they have a lot of caster. Okay. And they have also a lot of camber. That means that the suspension itself and how it moves, it creates a lot of force into the steering rack alone. So normally you have forces into the steering rack because the tires do something, and if the tires have less forces, you feel the steering rack move around. But in that particular situation, you also have the full suspension moving the whole car up and down. So if you're turning, right, and you don't have any caster and you're turning, then it's the tires that create the forces.
Yeah.
But if you have a lot of caster and you're turning, your outside wheel gonna go like this and your inside wheel gonna go like that. So the whole, the whole front end of the car moves. So you can understand up and down. So you can say this create a big leverage to the steering rack, which means that when you're locking, yes, you're gonna get a lot less grip from the tires because you've locked, even though it's not ice because you're still decelerating.
Yeah.
And those slick tires are really grippy even when they're locked. But you're gonna get less, but you have so much leverage from the actual kinematics of the suspension that they're still going to pull your steering wheel a lot. So that's one of the reasons, because obviously PMR simulates all of that very nicely. That's one of the reasons you feel the lock, but it gives you the sensation that it is still gives way too much, force than what you would expect in reality or what your expectations are.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
A big part too is like, again, a lot of the cars, it's hard to, without going into the research of every single car, like what kind of rack every kind of car has, things like that. Like,
That's also,
I think we can all agree that a manual rack car is going to be in all scenarios a whole hell of a lot harder to turn than a car with an electronic rack or something like that. So, in regards to force feedback delivery there, all I'm trying to say here is I couldn't do your job. I'm just I think everybody here, already knows that. I'm just saying, nope. But there's so much research to be done, and even if you guys, cross all your T's and dot all your I's, there's always going to be the opinions of you're wrong. But
absolutely. Also, the expectations change, from the community as well. You might do what you think is your best job. You release it, and people expect something different. I remember the days when I was working at Assetto Corsa 1, and I had to do the Ferrari F40. Everybody thinks that this car is, the epic moment of engineering and whatever, and everybody loves that car. In reality, you have a monster on old tires that doesn't have any actual real downforce and has massive turbo lag, and everybody expects from that car to have massive grip and feeling and everything, and you end up looking at it and you see that this car doesn't even do 1G lateral. And how so you already know that you're going to release this car and everybody's going to hate it on the scene and everybody will be pointing the finger at you, telling you, you're not good enough because this car sucks. And I don't know, Chris Harris and Top Gear people say it's the best car ever. Or similar, everybody loves the Lancia Delta from the rally time. In reality, the street car is a car that only goes straight and understeers all the time. The same for the Subarus, right? If they are stock. Everybody, Subaru, oh my God, so good. So, rally time. And the car on street stock situation with normal tires just goes straight. So you do it realistically, everybody has different expectations and then say, oh, the sim sucks.
How do you navigate that?
Like that?
How do you, because that's the thing, so I know me, I'm super stubborn. If I know I'm right about something, no one's going to tell, like if I objectively know that this is the real, this is right as right can get, 2 + 2 = 4, no one's going to tell me 2 + 2 = 5. So, but in trying to make the game that people want, at the end of the day, you got to make money making a game, which means you got to sell the game. So in terms of, if realism makes it so that nobody wants to play the game and a little bit of wiggle room to make it a little bit more forgiving makes people want to play the game, how do you navigate that? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I couldn't tell you.
My only answer I can give, is that you do it realistically and you explain to people. So you have a responsibility to explain to people why. And then you do a nice little trick, which is still realistic, and say, all right, here are some tuning parts you can put on your car. And you should take care of that. That's how I say it. Because in the end, people want to, people want to enjoy the car, right? I'll give you an example. I bought, my Miata, and everybody that has a Miata knows, stock Miata is like a boat. It just goes like that, It's so soft that, and the first thing you do is like, all right, let me check what is the best coilover or the at least expensive coilover that I can put on the car and make it behave as everybody else says about it. So you can do the same on the sim. You do, the stock Miata, you put a tuning kit of a specific coilover or whatever, or some, anti-roll bars, and you say, hey, do 3 clicks. As you can see, it's limited, so that you don't give them absolute freedom, but it's limited on that tuning kit, let's say. And then you say, hey, here's the stock. This is how you get it, because it goes the 90s or whatever. And this is the tuning kit, and now you can enjoy it. Everybody puts the tuning kit, enjoys, or puts some semi-slick tires, for example, as a compound, enjoys the car, and everybody's happy. That's how I see it.
Do you see something like that in the future being applied to the game, where you might be able to actually individually swap components, like, change suspensions? Or is that like, I mean, I'm sure that's probably, if that was a thought far down the line, but no longer just adjusting the components that are already installed in the car, essentially, but essentially being like, hey, I don't like me personally, if in a street car world, I have no rear grip. I might make a suspension adjustment, but I know my first step is probably, let's look at the compound. Let's bump the compound up. Obviously, you have limitations to classes, things like that, blah, blah, blah. But do you guys see, or do you see maybe potentially in the future adding the ability to customize cars a little bit more beyond just making adjustments to the car that already exists, but like changing suspension, changing tires beyond? I don't know. I'm just asking out of curiosity, because you said that, so that had me curious.
No, fair question. I cannot reply to you as a PMR developer because I don't know. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Yes.
In order to make the title, very good and have people really enjoying the title. I think we're already in the correct direction. We're doing good stuff, but there is a lot that still needs to be done.
Yeah.
So I don't know the answer as a PMR developer to that. As Aris, personally, I would love to do that.
Well, you said you like
It's
street
part
cars,
of
so
me.
that yeah.
I love to have street cars, tune the hell out of them,
Mm-hmm.
have fun with them, change the character, whatever. Possibly, drive them on the track or hill climbs or whatever. I would love to do that. Is it gonna happen? That I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Still, we have,
That's a pipe
my
dream for
dream
me
right
personally.
now is, my dream right now is to have PMR by, I don't know, the end of the year, autumn, whatever, into a fantastic state that people enjoy themselves, and then start thinking about how we can make a good title into an exceptional title.
Mm-hmm.
That should be the plan right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
First things first, priorities, and then, all right, now what?
Yeah. Well, that that kind of brings me to my next sort of subject, because I know we got a very much on a tangent there, and that's like it's going to happen all day today. But now that you are I guess would be the CCO, is that the proper way to say that? I mean, you are the
Yeah.
if we had to acronym it up. So now that you are there, would you say that you now have the reins? I don't want to say to speed things up, because that's the wrong terminology, because obviously,
Yeah.
I've talked to a lot of guys there individually. There's a lot of talent there. And at the end of the day, if there's nobody there to really to rein basically have a direction, because I feel like
Right.
PMR to this point has been very much a lot of talent with everybody kind of sort of just going in a different direction. Well, maybe we should do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Again, I'm
Right.
speculating. I don't know, but that's
Right.
what it feels like. And I know I'm not the only person who's felt like that. Now that you're there,
Right.
I feel like just by talking to you at the expo, I feel like you're the type of guy where no, yes, we'll think about that, but shelve it. Yes, yes, and then you'll be able to line things up. I'm not sure where I was leading that question, because there's no question there. That was almost more of a compliment. I was trying.
I'll take it.
There was a question there. I promise. I just forgot how to ask it after glazing you a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that, I guess, because I lost my question in that.
I'll try to figure out and at least add a couple of things on that. I think it would be very arrogant from my point of view to go into this, as you said, extremely talented team and start saying, do this, do that, do this, do that.
Yeah.
I don't think it will work, and I don't think it will be successful as a strategy.
Yeah.
Right now, what I'm doing is, first of all, learning the guys, learning the engine and the sim and the game, okay, and learning the community that gravitates around it, okay. So that's my main focus right now. Learn a lot of stuff, get in.
Yep.
Then at the same time, trying to combine a little bit of experience that I had of dealing with sim racing and sim racing communities, and in that way possibly help the team when they're in doubt, or there are, sometimes you have too many things happening, to be a little bit more focused and say, this first, this second, or why are we trying to overdo this? Let's go for a simple first solution and then go and do the more complex stuff. The team already has figured out pretty much everything, right? They are not, it's not, first of all, their first rodeo. Okay, it's not like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? They have been done this for a lot of years successfully. The release of the game and the harsh received from the community, I'm not gonna lie, it put morale down, and
How could it not?
developers
How
are
could it not?
fighting.
I always
of
try
course.
and remind people too that you have to understand that imagine someone is saying what you're saying to you, and how would you take it, knowing that it's not like you're one person making the whole game. You are working hard on whatever it is you're doing, and misdirection can make it look like everybody almost doesn't know what they're doing, despite being very talented. And it's very easy for people to get emotional and say things that they shouldn't say, especially if imagine saying it to yourself. How would you
Yeah.
take that? Would you be motivated to make it better, or would you get, you know what? Never mind. But I do know what my question was, and it was basically, how do you pick and choose being the guy with the who judge it or who picks the direction? How do you take
Right.
all of these ideas from talented people and go, no, we can't do that yet. I like it, but say that's like a year down the road, 6 months, whatever. How do you pick the
Right.
direction? Because obviously the game at least has felt like everybody hasn't been sure of the direction. They know they wanted to have the best sim. They wanted the most realism. They wanted classic cars. They wanted to be a love letter to racing throughout the decades. But outside of that, I felt like the game execution was, we're kind of just figuring this out while the game is already released and stuff like that. So how do you, as in your position now, pick and choose that direction? I mean,
Right. So here's what is happening. Sometimes, because as I said, this is a very talented team. Sometimes you don't even need to give a direction, but you need to organize things. And I'll give you an example. Everybody in the team knows that we need to do a join in progress system for the multiplayer, right?
Yeah. So
Everybody
I shouldn't
knows.
tell everybody to keep telling you guys that. You guys are aware?
Everybody knows.
Okay, all right. I wasn't
exactly,
sure.
and everybody works on that, right? No, the community does well to keep on asking because that reinforces that it is correct that we're making a priority. How you do it can become a big debate. Because you have a bunch of talented, people that they are all like, let's do this, and then let's add that, and then let's add the other thing. No, let's do it in a different way. Oh, there is an alternative to that.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody knows that they have to do it. So my job, amongst other things, is, all right, let me write it down in the most detailed possible way with an example of two, and go to the development team and say, here it is. That's the document. That's how it should be. Here's the demonstration of how it should work with schemes and interactivity and whatever. Developers look at it. They might tell you, well, we cannot do that, or this is going to take a lot of time, so you readjust. But at least there is a plan. It's written. It's done. Everybody understands it. We go for it. Mm-hmm. If the decision, or at least that's my experience until now, not only here but everywhere else. If the decision is like, we need to do join in progress, somebody picks it and starts doing it, right? You come back and say, I did it like this. The other guy said, why you did it like that? You should be done in that way. Or why are you wasting time with that when we could do it in another way? Especially on bigger teams, it starts becoming a lot of noise, happening. And the same developers, which are very focused guys, and they love to have a clean plan of what to do, they start becoming frustrated and be like, nobody told us exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I'm not saying that to say that developers are just, people that follow instructions and that's it. No, but because they are focused and they need to use all their mental power to write the damn code, which is hard job, they very much prefer to have a document that says, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, instead of some ideas in some meeting and nothing written, and then everybody goes their way to do something out of their own imagination. This happens when you are a very small indie team, that you're like 4 people, and maybe 1 or 2 write the code. The guy that writes the code says, we're going that way, done. Yeah. There's nobody else, But when you are a team that every department has 2, 3, 4, 5 developers, they really, really prefer to have something written down, and then they might even do something different. It doesn't matter. You can still discuss on a specific plan. Yeah. So that would be one of my responsibilities, to go there, write it down, have it ready. We have already some, examples being doing with, rolling starts or stuff like this. Having a good plan is a good starting point.
Yes.
A very good starting point. And then you just move on. So that's one, reply to your question. There are going to be some moments that we might need to, or I might need to say, hey, it's my responsibility. I'm taking this decision. We should go that way, and then if we fail, it's my loss. If we win, it's the win of the whole team.
Yeah.
Because that's how it should be. So at some points, we're going to break some things. If we break things, come back to me and say, you suck, because I suck. I took the decision to break the thing.
Yeah.
And that's how it should be. It also puts the team into a better moral state, and morale state. As you said, those guys get all the criticism. Morale might come down. It's a hard job. It's an artistic job because everything you do goes to the hands of the people, and the people judge you. So, it works like that. Having a guy that goes to the community, says, "I fucked up. Don't blame the guys. That's my own problem." Takes a little bit out of them. It's not their fault anymore. They can also come back to me and say, "Hey, you decided that, and we fucked up." And I'm gonna be like, "All right, let's do the other way." And that puts them in a condition that they can be, lighter to go to work every day. It's not gonna happen from today to tomorrow, but that's the plan, to make them feel better, getting the feedback, better getting the criticism, and enjoy again, fixing or altering things, because people in the community asked for this to not be like that, but to be like this, whatever. Yeah.
So to piggyback off of that too, and about just the morale and stuff like that, as I think in any business, this isn't just developing, but when you're working, say, for someone like your boss or whatever like that, and your boss is making a decision that you may or may not agree with, there is a comfort to that when you know that the boss is assuming responsibility no matter what. And because a lot of times we've all been in situations where we've worked for someone that you were a feeder fish. They would throw you out there and just to see what sticks. And you knew this was the wrong decision. And you knew that you were going to be the one responsible despite disagreeing with, you being the one to disagree, and no one's got your back. And how do you handle that? This sucks. I have to go to work and I know I'm going to get in trouble. I know I'm doing the wrong thing. Or in the case of hey, I have an idea, this might not work. And the boss goes, I got your back. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. You being the shield for the team leaves this buffer for talent to really kind of stretch and flex, because the biggest almost limitation of talent is worrying about if it fails. Whereas you don't get talented by worrying about if things fail. You get talented by failing, So
I have already an example for you. You said, for example, before that you really love GTE, right? And the GTE cars. And for whatever reasons, we find something in the physics and we say you know what, we should change that. There have been moments in this team that people would be like, no, we shouldn't change because people get angry, It's the only thing that may make them happy. So what happens if we change that? I want to put the team in a position to be able to say, all right, let's experiment. And if we fail, I'll go and say, hey, I've decided to change this. We changed it for this and this reason. We broke it. I know that you're unhappy. We're gonna go back, or we're gonna make it better. But that takes, as you said, the big weight on the shoulders of the team to say, hey, we told you we didn't want to change that. No, doesn't matter. Let's experiment. Let's do new stuff. Because otherwise, if you sit, nothing changes. We're not in a position that we can sit and wait. Well, PMR needs to grow, needs to change, needs to do stuff.
And that's essentially, the same thing as finding the limit of anything. Tires whatever Advil, whatever maximum strength is, whatever the limit is, the only way you know where the limit is to go past it. So that like one thing you said to me at the expo that I really appreciated is that essentially to get something perfect, you're going to have to break it. You're going to have to ruin something to go okay, this is we did this wrong. We got to go back. We got to you figure out that, but if you're afraid to take those chances on risks,
well, nothing changes.
You'll never actually progress anything, So there does have to be a little bit of I guess from the community standpoint of allowance or basically hey, we don't like this. This is our opinion. We don't like it. And that's where the sort of the animosity ends. Obviously a lot of times it goes past that, but that's besides the point. All right.
If we keep showing to the community that we are making progress, right, and we're trying things, and most of them are better, then we can also demand of the community, or but ask from the community that when we break something, to at least the original supporters to hold our back and say, all right, we're gonna fix it on the next update. We broke that, but at least we're showing you that we are moving forward. But as you said, we need to break something every once in a while so we can have progress.
Yes. So what I want to bring, this is almost a rewind because the tangents and talking about the details and the nitty gritty stuff. But we spoke briefly about your thoughts on the engine and the choice of the engine. And I figured I would let you, because I'm going to use the bathroom quick, and I'm going to give you this question, and I'm going to let you just run wild with it. What are your thoughts on the Giants engine? Go.
Right.
And I'll be right back.
All right, guys, I am also the Chief Creative Officer for the EJR Racing YouTube channel. So what are we going to do? Let me know on the chat. We can do whatever we want because AJ is not here. All right, so Giants engine. Well, I found it to be a very good engine, stable enough so you can, build upon it. I don't have all the specifics because I'm not that, I'm not a coder, so I don't know everything. The guys, obviously, they are trying really hard to make the graphics as better and improve on that as much as it's possible. The good news is that because we are with the Giants game engine and we have Giants as publisher, we also have now the full support of Giants to go in PMR as a long-term project. We are not going to make PMR 2 like next year or something like that. We want to keep on working. We have at least 3 years of horizon to make this game proper to what we had already promised you, make the community happy. Then we see if the technology is so much forward that we need to change something, we might need to change it. If we can still keep working on the same title and just keep on adding content and improving on features, then we're going to do that. So it's very open right now, but it's not even a discussion in the dev team. We don't even care about that. What we're discussing is all right, how we can make this better, how we can make that improved, and how we can optimize stuff. I mean, you saw the optimization already, because the graphics engine already gained a lot of FPS with the latest updates. You know that we're working on the PC version of the VR, and that wouldn't be possible without optimization on the graphics engine. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I think.
Okay. So, right. Let's see. So, in terms of, because you brought up the graphics and stuff like that, and graphics have gotten exponentially better, and so has the frame rate. I made sure to, even mention the other day too, because I've been playing some of Forza Horizon, and some people feel like I'm betraying Project Motor Racing because of that, and I don't understand. But anyway, that's besides the point. I did note that both games running in their max settings, minus turning off ray tracing in Forza, because PMR does not have ray tracing, and that just wouldn't be a fair comparison. PMR gets a better frame rate. It overall is a much better frame rate. So in regards, now mind you, I'm playing at the high end of the spectrum. Obviously, there are there's much lower tiers on PC, especially where in Forza, what I notice is that you can do, and I know I'm comparing the wrong. This is like apples to grapefruits, but in Forza, you have the ability to just lower the graphics so much that you can chase a frame rate. Your graphics might look like a potato, but you can get the frame rate. So,
Right.
do you see from a graphic standpoint in the future on PC specifically, where you can lower the graphics more and more and more to alleviate some of because I noticed I recently talked about the grass, and I don't know if my words made it through or other people's words made it through, or if it was just already an idea, but something at Kunos specifically was the amount of graphic depth you can go through, whereas you have this incredible looking realistic grass at full settings, which at least on for example, AC Evo, I lose about 40-50 frames turning the graphics on max versus just making it a texture,
Right.
But the point is I can turn the grass literally off and make it just a boring texture if I wanted a frame rate. And LMU just has a texture. There is no grass. So there's no geo. There's no moving with the wind. I 100% prefer the fancy looking grass. But I am also playing from the perspective of, not the most common hardware. Whereas the guys who want a better frame rate or say triple screens or whatever the case is, that might not care about, say, the grass flowing in the wind. You guys say have plans to lower the bar for, say, minimum graphics is the long-winded way of asking that.
So it depends a little bit. Yes, the simple answer is yes. All right. The more complicated answer is it depends a little bit on how the artists and how the graphics developers, programmers have made the whole thing combination. Because obviously every development team has in their arsenal tools to make the profiling of how they call it, the profiling of the performance, which means that you make the test, you run the game, and you can see what elements on the screen create and require more resources from the hardware. Right. So on some titles, you might have, the grass that takes, 20 frames per second. On some other titles, you might have the same looking grass, that it is implemented in a different way and takes 10 frames per second or 50 frames per second. So depending on that, you decide as a developer, say, you know what, I'm never going to give my players the option to disable that specific feature because it won't make change into them. But that, on the other hand, whatever else it is, that is more important. So let's make them, the possibility to change this because it makes a big difference. For example, pretty much all games have various detail in shadows because in all games, shadows is always very resource intense feature. So all of them have, low resolution, mid resolution, high resolution shadows, whatever, because we know that this, makes you gain a lot of frame rate. Some other stuff simply doesn't matter. So my reply to your question is the developers have a look and they try to decide which one is worth it or not. There is also another limitation. At some point, you need to decide and say, hey, I want my game to look at minimum in a certain way. If it doesn't, then I'm going to lock it down. Because, in theory, right, we could make the car's wireframe and, the asphalt wireframe as well and say, hey, now we have 200 frames per second. You're not doing that. Because, there is a limit where you can accept to go. So that is obviously the case.
And they're definitely, I think, too,
that's pretty much it, I think.
I was going to say, I think that one thing that you guys are running into with a lot of the community, too, that always seems to happen, because regardless of what people want to admit, current console generation is at end of life. If you're going by years that a console generation exists before the next gen comes out, PS5, Xbox, we're right there at the end of the finish line. And what happened when PS5 came out and they made games for PS5 and PS4? Half of them didn't work very well on PS4 because and they worked good on PS5 because they were able to leverage.
Yeah.
So at some point in every cycle, there's hey, we want to move the needle from a graphics standpoint, but we're limited on hardware. And every end of life generation on console, PC is always a different story. There's always a wide range. So like me, I'm on the higher end. I'm having a fantastic time, graphics, visually, frame rate, all that, but I can't pretend that that's the only experience, you know. I have a PS5 and it's okay. That is the nicest way I can put it for all sides, because I don't ever want to offend anybody, but I also want to be fair. Graphics on PS5 are okay. They're good. They're not Gran Turismo 7, but that's it is what it is at that point. That's an older game. They've got their own thing going on. You can't compare. But PC, it really truly is a night and day graphics difference. And in my head, I'm like, well, I would imagine if you had PS6 imaginary hardware, you'd be able to move that needle graphically much further towards that PC experience, you know. But that's why that was, again, a long-winded tangent of why I wonder if there is a low bar that you would say go to like, say, get the frame rate, maybe pop the resolution up a little bit, because at least me visually, my personal preference has always been I would prefer a higher resolution and less geo and detail in the actual imagery. You know, I'm that guy that plays on PS5 performance mode every single time. You know, I want the performance mode. Turn that stuff off. I want to have my frame rate. But
you know, here's what happens, especially in particular in the sim racing community as well. We're very good to say, I don't care about, you know, the graphics bling bling. All I care about is the realism and the driving experience and the online playing, etc. And it's very, very valid, very, very valid. But our gaming experience and driving experience and handling and online, experience are linked to how much resources the development team can give on that, which depends, unfortunately, because it's a business, on how much sales you do.
Yes.
And you know where I'm going. What sells, at least initially, is the graphics bling bling.
Yeah.
People look at it, they say, come on. Forza Horizon 6, right? You look at it, it has become viral into social because you look at it, it's like, oh my God, wow, what the fuck, you know? Then, you go drive it and you're like, so you're telling me that I can just let go the gamepad and just go straight and cut through all the fences and buildings and smash everything, which is fun because boom, boom, things drive, but actually I'm not driving, and still make it to the end of the track?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but it's so cool to look at, you know? Because in the end, that's the truth. Yeah. So we're doing a different thing. Yes, we're doing, you know, sim racing. We are, everybody in the industry, we are very much willing to do a compromise in graphics in order to have better physics into the cars, because in all sim racing titles, physics require a lot of resources. And you know that PMR in particular has a 720 hertz refresh rate with a ton of things to calculate. So it's really, really demanding. But still, graphics bling bling is what is going to sell your title initially. And then people will get into it, tell their friends that, you know, it's not only pretty, it's also very, very cool to play with. Come and join me.
Yeah.
You know. But you need to take care of that, and it's a very, very difficult compromise to do, and everybody pushes like crazy to make it happen. It is one also of the things that we are also keep on doing. It's not just the graphics engine, it's also attention to detail. We were discussing today about, hey, how can we improve the cockpit of some cars that we see that they're lacking? How can we improve tiny bits of the environment, which maybe nobody cares, but then when you're driving, it looks so much better and it adds to the sensation of speed.
Yeah.
So stuff like that if you ask a hardcore sim racer, everybody will tell you, I don't fucking care about that. Just, make the multiplayer better. It's important. You cannot do without it.
Yeah.
It's very important. Yeah. Because in the end, if in the multiplayer you have, 50 people playing, you're alone. But if people are coming into the game because it has nice cockpits, then you start having 100 people playing the multiplayer. Everybody wins.
Yeah.
And obviously you're not working only on something. You're working in parallel. So the multiplayer department works, the graphics department works, the artists work in parallel. It all comes out together.
Yeah. So to piggyback off of the graphics and stuff, because in my opinion, PMR has some certain time of day and lighting where it's video and photo realistic. Like I'm like, this is without doing the real thing, this is it. This and I know we every decade or so think this is it. This is where graphics end. We can't. This is it. We're at the end because it's the same. It's parallel to realism. But anyway, there are some lighting like I think morning sunsets, sunrises, where I'm like, these visuals have never been done in a car title of any kind, not let alone just a sim, but anything ever done. Forza on their best day has never looked this good. And then there are some midday lightings where I'm like, where did all of that beauty and art, I don't want to say art, that's the wrong term, but it just seems to turn into this like almost overexposed just video, like graphical image, I guess. That's probably not the best use of explanation, but so like sunrise, sunsets, beautiful. Like they are the way the sun hits the horizon, the landscape, everything. It looks incredible. In fact, I choose to play. When I'm bored, I jump on PMR single player and I just drive around the tracks at sunrise, and I'm like, this looks incredible. So I guess my outside of that tangent, my short question would be, what is I'd say overall plan from a visual standpoint when it comes to the lighting, just in general, the daytime stuff. Daytime looks very, very much overexposed, and a common complaint, and this is not something that I think it happens much on PC, and it seems to be more of a console thing, but is nighttime lighting. It's very, very dark, especially on tracks like Daytona, which is basically a light show in real life. At nighttime, it's daytime at Daytona. So as far as improving lighting and changing lighting, what would be the direction there as far as the visuals go? Nighttime especially, because that's the biggest, that is the most preventative from like a good racing experience, because you can ignore the daytime stuff because whatever, it's not affecting the race. The simulation is the simulation, and we're racing and we're going. At nighttime, a lot of guys complain they just can't see at nighttime, you know? So what would be what you say the direction would be there for that?
So first of all, the perception, well, you have the issue and you have the perception, and then you have the fine tuning. So the issue, as you said, is that at night, especially in consoles, and especially also what monitor or TV set you're using, you cannot drive practically. You don't see where you're going, right? So one of the things that as a development team you have to do is fix the issues. And there are a lot of issues that we had to fix initially. Now that we're going into a stable situation, we start fixing also secondary, I don't want to call them secondary, but you understand what I'm meaning, secondary issues, because obviously the first issue is like, oh my God, the game is crashing. That's a critical issue, right? So we need to fix that. You have your game now stable, or you have your rating working, or you have your hardware selection working. You're gonna go to the second batch of big issues. One of those is this. We need to fix the night racing lighting, and especially we need to configure that and make sure that it works up to a point to all different configurations.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, if you keep your TV in a very dark balance, then I can help you up to a point, but it still needs to be playable.
Yep.
Then you go into perception. For example, you might have noticed in Sim Racing Expo when you visited us that we had configured the rigs to be in a golden hour kind of day of the time.
I didn't notice anything like that. Nothing.
Because it's so cool,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Because we had the discussion in the team and said, why everywhere we're looking, PMR is being played at midday. Even if you go in real life, Monza, yesterday they had the race, and you look at it at midday, real life, it's terrible. It looks awful,
Yeah.
It's not like the best moment.
I mean, if the simulation was like I just woke up in a dark room and then went outside at noon, then yes, the lighting is perfect. It looks just like that. You can't see, it's very overexposed. And
Exactly.
maybe that is the art direction, but I do feel like there is a very strange midday.
There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room for improvement.
It's
First is, we need to also start showcasing the game in the best possible way.
Yeah.
So where the game is it early in the morning or late in the afternoon? We need to start showcasing it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know initially that we had seasons, because I was coming from the outside as everybody else. What's PMR? Oh yeah, it's PMR. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at some point I was starting, exploring the game, and I'm like, seasons? What? Why should I put it autumn? And it's just selected, went to the track, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
The trees have colors,
Autumn is incredible. Autumn is my favorite. Summer is boring, honestly. Summer is the most boring. It's just warm for tires. But other than that, from a visual standpoint, it's boring by comparison to the rest. Even winter on Nords looks great.
So you need to showcase that again and again and again until people start appreciating that, okay, your title is not just summer, but it has so much more to offer. That is one. And then the last part is, which I can tell you that we're working and considering and planning, is improve on the lighting and the graphics in the most possible ways. So, for example, color gradient has to be included at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Better exposure control has to be included at some point. So all of that stuff needs to get in. You don't do that stuff now because you have way more important things to get done.
Agreed.
But you absolutely need to do it, possibly this year, so that you can start showcasing all the job that the artists have already done. Mm-hmm. So I'm very confident. I see, the work from inside. It's coming along so nicely. We're already discussing, about, okay, how we can do a proper photo mode, stuff like that. I don't have dates. I don't have absolutely confirmation that this is going to happen or that is going to happen. But it's pretty much a matter of fact that you need to have it. You cannot ignore it anymore once your game is at a stable state and works well and people are kind of happy, using the game. Then you need to take care of what seems like a detail, but it adds so much.
So let me ask you this question, and this is kind of a multi-parter, so I don't know the order of which is best to answer it, but I guess I'll start with whatever you're allowed to say outside of NDA and all the legalities of this industry. What would you say is the most affirmed priority list from right now in terms of, obviously Join in Progress is right there at the top, and then once Join in Progress is implemented, okay, what is the next step? Like, what is this like? Okay, if I had to be a fly in the wall and listen to your meeting and be like, this is the order of operations that we are doing objectively in the next 6 months, what would you say would be the most that you can say right now for the order in which priorities are happening to make the game, a success? And my part B to that question, which you can get to this in an hour, I don't really care, is what do you truly believe it's going to take to bring players to the game? Because I was saying the other night when I was playing this, because I've been jumping around games just to break away from one specific title exhausting me, whatever that is. But I play PMR the most, and I came back to it after maybe 3 or so days straight of Forza, and which obviously is an arcade game, not the same experience. They're not even comparable in terms of what they are. But the point is, it was a palate cleanse. I came back to it, and I just looked at it from the outside looking in, and I went to myself, yes, there are problems still with the game, but this game should have in its current state, should have so many more people playing it round the clock. I don't know why, and I understand the launch was a thing. I understand certain names in the company have been dragged through the mud and been just a bad, not going to say those names because I don't care, but these have been like looming shadows over the game. But ultimately, I don't know why there's not more people playing the game. And yes, there are issues with collisions, there are issues with netcode, but every game has netcode issues. I could make the argument that not every game has the collision issues the game has, but the point is that every game has netcode issues. None of these issues, in my opinion, stop me from completely playing this game. So why are there not more people playing it? I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know. So let's go to you for that.
All right. So first of all, that's pretty awesome. But I will start from the last question, go backwards, and please remind me so that we keep it.
I will guide you as best I can because I myself suck at staying on track.
Same. So we are already, in perfect. We understand each other perfectly. So the number one thing is that sim racing community is slow to change because it's so invested. And by invested, I don't mean monetarily, economically, but I mean emotionally and in how to say, in communities. What I mean by that? Imagine that you are playing ACC or LMU or iRacing, right? You have your favorite friends that you get after work to meet together and go into the races and race against the same persons. You have a certain rating that you have achieved after so many time that you have been racing. You have your favorite influencers that they're going to try the same game, and you can compare yourself. You have YouTubers or other people in the community that they play the game and they give you setups. You have your collection of setups, your collection of libraries, etc., etc. So you have all of that. That means that you have made a big collection of things that create your comfort zone for enjoying in your free time your hobby. Now, out of the blue comes a new title. Let's say PMR, right? It says, hey, come and join us. In order for you to move around, say, I'm going to go there, and I'm going to start convincing everybody to join me so I can have my friends, and everything that I like to go there. It takes a massive effort or needs that this game is so much better in something so that it can move you. Now, I want to be very honest about it. I think that right now PMR is good. Sometimes okay, sometimes good, okay? But that's the level we are. We don't have something that says, hey, look at us, we are the best thing ever. That is not there yet. We are fighting for it and we're going to make it. And I absolutely, and then we can discuss about what is coming. But there is not something like that yet, okay? That means that all those people that they are into ACC, LMU, Automobilista, iRacing, or whatever else, they don't have an actual incentive except curiosity to come over. Their curiosity is what is going to bring them over. They might experience it. They might say, that's not bad. And next day they will be like, where are my friends? Oh, back into that sim. Mm-hmm. That's the absolute truth. I know it hurts. I know it is what it is. We can say, but we have better force feedback, or we have better physics on that car, or we have better sound on this car. But the gap, the difference is not that big to actually convince them to change both yet.
What do you think it would take to do that?
that's coming to the next question. So first, we need to make the game as good as possible so people experience it and they have a happy day and a happy, quality of life doing so, and consider the next day to come back again. Okay.
Mhm.
And then we're gonna need something or a couple of things that's gonna say to people, hey, this is the only place where you can experience that. This is the best that you can experience in that situation. Come and join us. What that can be? Well, we do have a couple of aces into our cards. You know that we have crossplay with
That's
consoles.
a huge one. Harped on that.
No other sim has that. On top of that, we are the only ones that have modes available on consoles. Nobody else has that. We need to make the online experience much better than what it is right now. We need to keep improving on the career. We need to make the AI more consistent, because sometimes you have an amazing experience, sometimes not. So we need to make the AI very consistent pretty much everywhere. We need to improve the career so it has a wider scope. I was discussing with a user on Sim Racing Expo that was saying, it's cool, it's not enough, it needs more. It needs you to pick, tuning kits or pick stuff to spend your money, and not just spend your money in order to go and do another race with a different car. It needs more stuff. Joining progress is coming, as we said. A better experience of how you do the online should be there as well. You shouldn't be, registering on a race and then waiting for the race to start so you can join it.
Yep.
You should be able to register, then go do something else, and then
That is
getting notified or something like this. I know I have devs like now that probably hate me, but anyway, but stuff like that. And then we have some even extra things that I don't know how it's going to end up, but I'm still exploring. I'm looking there. I'm like, maybe that would be our, we should be more, bring more attention to that. For example, we have an amazing on the core and the code live track technology. I think it's not fine-tuned and properly configured yet. Maybe if we go there and make happen all the things that can simulate, we can then raise the flag and say, hey, best possible live track simulation here, come and get it, enjoy it.
Yeah.
So this is not me as a developer. This is me like exploring the simulation and seeing what it is capable of doing. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's one of the things that they exist already, but needs evolution into it. You cannot do that right now. You have way more important things to take care of. But at some point, you have to consider it. Another thing, everybody is into ranking and online competition and stuff, right? This is the everybody that we see online, but there is a ton of people that they enjoy sim racing in different ways. Servers of Assetto Corsa doing, just open maps or, highway driving or drifting is the proof that there is a lot of request.
No hezzy.
Maybe we should explore more that kind of thing. Forza Horizon shows, the whole Japanese, secondary roads, which are amazing to drive, even though you go straight forward and crash into everything. I would love to, to have, I don't know, a downhill toge or an uphill toge or something like that. Personally, people might have a different opinion, but there is a lot to explore out there.
That entire industry would be, as just my opinion of like a different idea from sim racing, but like simulate.
There is so much out there.
Everyone has this this motion or this notion. Sorry, not motion. That sim, the word sim means we have to race a certain racetrack with a certain car, and that's all we can do. Simulate real life racing. There's hundreds of different kinds of racing, even if it's the same car. just a different, like a hill climb, for example, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that you have to do that, but I'm saying,
it's not
in terms
that,
of,
but speaking, you're thinking out loud.
Exactly. Like what's it going to take? Okay, we have this game here that, let's just say hypothetically, now, brief tangent. I have access to every sim title there is. I always come back to PMR because PMR is doing something that no other title can do. It's just making me happy. I don't know if it's the driving. I mean, I think it is the driving, but I don't know what it is about PMR that makes me go, even though it has more problems than some of the established titles, I don't care about playing those. I get in those and I'm bored. Like, with all due respect to LMU and its success, the average experience I get in LMU is I fall asleep during the race. And I'm sitting there while I'm streaming and I'm just doing my laps and I'm like, I would rather be taking a nap. And I'm sorry, but that isn't simulating racing. Racing to me, the last thing I want to do when I'm racing in real life is take a nap. But like, there's something about PMR that keeps my attention. I'm focused. I want to race. Even if I'm by myself on Sebring in a GT3 car, just doing solo laps, I'm like, I want to go a little. I think I messed that turn up. Let me try and duplicate everything on the lap again and just change that one turn and see what happens. No other sim I want to do that in. Period.
See, it's exactly that. Everybody wants a different experience from driving. Okay. And seeks a different experience from driving. When you're doing a sim that it is a specific simulator of a series, you're very, very much focused. And this is also what elevates the realism of the series in that title. As an example, ACC and LMU, extremely focused on a...
That's not the best freeze frame of Aris. Give it a sec. Not the best freeze frame. We back? I hear you. There you are.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Right. We
I
lost you
had
for
a disconnection. Yeah. Sorry about that. So
I was going to say, someone pulled the rug out from underneath.
They killed me. Yeah. So as I was saying, for everybody, it's a different experience what you seek. And I'll tell you my story. I tried PMR the first time, and the moment I was braking in a straight line, and there was a couple of bumps into the track, and I started locking separately, the wheels, and the steering wheel were doing those slight movements. That was, for me, was like the spark that, like, oh, I do like that.
Yeah.
It's different for everybody. Somebody else might feel nice that, they can control the car in the corner, or they can drift it, or whatever. The actual gameplay experience might be different for everybody. Mm-hmm. So PMR is in a fantastic position that it can be the go-to sim for a lot of different people that seek different experience, because the scope of the sim is very wide, right? But we need to make it first worthy and stable and good enough, and then start showcasing also to the people, hey, here's what you're getting here if you join us.
I think in terms of what you kind of alluded to, and I think what kind of does it for me is something that sim racing does that I can't stand, that I think PMR does a lot better, is there seems to be this on-off switch with tires, and that is you have full grip or no grip. It's literally full grip or zero grip. And I'm sorry, but for racing and all of the word sim, you're trying to simulate what tires do. That's just not how tires work, and so many sims just can't. I mean, I'm not saying PMR does it perfect, but PMR in that regard is doing it a lot. Like, is one thing, and this is something that happened early on, and that Ben Collins talked a lot about, and a lot of people covered it, was basically focusing on having grip levels after peak grip. So once you go past peak grip, you said it when I spoke about, locking the brakes up with no ABS, and all of a sudden I don't have grip. There's still grip there. Not a lot of grip, but there's still grip there. Whereas in iRacing's been known for, and not to call it iRacing, but they've been around for 18 years, so I feel like I have the right to complain about this, but is the fact that once I go past peak grip, why do the tires remove from the rims? Why am I now sitting on just alloy wheels sliding across concrete? There's grip still there. Why can I feel none of it? Why is it all gone? And I hate that. And it is something that has driven me nuts, and I think that's a big part of why I like PMR so much, is because there's grip levels after peak grip.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. It's in the core and native behavior of PMR physics engine to be very gradual when situations are changing, especially in the tires. It's very gradual, to the point that me personally, I think that sometimes it's way too gradual. So I would like a little bit more of pickiness. That's personal. We can discuss and debate about that. We're going to break some things and get back again. But it is very gradual. It always gives you that feeling that things are changing, do something about it, or you're going to lose it. And I think this is very, very close to real life. In real life, even when you are, losing the car, or you are in situations that actual real, drivers might tell you, oh, there's no grip at all. It's ice skating out there in real life. That's not true. It's exaggerating, the sensation. You always get this kind of graduality on everything that happens, and you always have a chance to do something about it. Sometimes you finish your talent and you cannot, do something about it. Sometimes you're just way too fast and you cannot do something about it. You end up spinning, but you always understand why that happened. Yeah. It's rarely the case that you are, just a passenger. You say, I don't know why the car did that. It's not like that. Even if you do say so to justify yourself, inside, I shouldn't have done this, So that's the cool thing about PMR. The physics engine natively provides that. We can play around it, but even when I really tried, I had a hard time to make the physics engine simulate the ice skating, so to say. It was just not possible. It would always be that gradual change of grip sensation, grip levels, or whatever, and you always had a little bit of time to react to it. This is one of the great advantages of PMR. And the more we go forward, the more I think we should showcase this every single time and show people that, hey, here you have something that is predictable. The driving is predictable, come and experience it. So
as far as that goes, do you, because like I hear a lot of these questions or statements thrown around about, oh, it's a limitation of the engine, or it's I see people all the time saying, oh, you just got to make a new game because you can't fix like a certain issue. Like, oh, you got to make a whole new game to fix this issue, which code is code. I don't really understand how people get to that conclusion. But a legitimate question would be, do you see from a physics standpoint, because again, at the end of the day, if you don't play Farm Sim, nobody really knows the limitations or the abilities of the engine. So in your opinion, what do you think? Do you think that there is a limitation in terms of racing physics from this engine, or do you think this is actually like sort of a sleeper engine, or it's just an average engine? What's your opinion of that? And again, I broke the seal. Keep on talking. You own the show.
All right, I own the show. Yeah, let's go again. So no, in reality, the physics engine is one of the most easy to evolve. No, it's hard work, but you can evolve it, you can adapt it, you can change it, right? It's not easy to have a lot of technical depth, as we say, into the physics engine and not be able to change it, so you have to start again. Usually you can adapt, you can add things, you can improve it, and you can go forward as much as possible. Usually when you are forced to change the title and make a new one is because you have gameplay limitation and graphics engine limitation. You said, well, code is code, you can always change it, but I'll kid you not, gameplay is one of the hardest things to get right and make it work, because it has to take care of so many things and variables that are involved, that at some point you might say, you know what, we cannot keep on doing that. Stop, do a new title. You know, it's really hard, and it's the most surprising part. Graphical engine, sometimes you need to completely change it because technology moves forward, new hardware comes in, and so you need to adopt it. At some point, you say, hey, we cannot do that anymore. We need to go to a different graphics engine. But physics engine, generally, I would say, except some incredible, things, you can evolve it. And I would also say that generally also, almost, I think all physics engines out there, they are capable of doing pretty much everything. They still maintain some character into them, but I'm pretty sure that if our handling team puts in the effort and want to, I don't know, imitate completely LMU or imitate completely Aeration or ICC, we could get really, really close. In the end, it's data in, data out, and the physics engine might be completely different on how it makes things, but you're still simulating reality with different equations, but you're still simulating reality. Yeah. So I don't think that is much of an issue. Most of the character that we feel in physics engines, I would say 80%, 70%, whatever the number is, but we're talking that high, is more of the mentality of the handling team that takes care of the data. People might think that, after the peak, the tire should do that. That's my impression, that's my knowledge, that's my experience, that's what it should do. And another team might think, no, it shouldn't do that, it should do something different. And it's all down to the mentality and the experience of real life, and also how your brain translates real life feedback into something that's not real. Yeah. Because in the end, you drive into a window of 2 dimensions with a fake steering wheel on your hands. So your brain has to create a language to understand what's happening, Yeah. So if your brain understands this in a certain way, that's what's going to happen. Yeah. So yeah, again, to answer your question, I don't think that the physics engine is a big limitation. And pretty much all physics engines that we're driving right now in all sim racing titles are the evolution of an initial physics engine that went through the years and got evolved. And it gets evolved to emulate better certain aspects of the data or include new features that now we have the hardware resources to simulate better.
Yeah.
Nobody back in the days of Grand Prix Legends would thought that we could simulate multiple points on asphalt with flash surface hitting, core hitting, brake bleed hitting, and everything else. Nowadays is almost the norm, So, yeah.
So let me ask you this to kind of go back to like, how do you get people to come back to PMR? I think there is in the sim racing space, like with like the diehard sim racing, the hardcore guys, there is a notion of project cars. And like Project Cars physics, and like people talk about the way, they drive like they do in Project Cars, where you can abuse them and take advantage of that. And I see a lot of things. So myself, I have never played a Project Cars game. The Project Motor Racing is my first project titled game. And from my understanding, I missed something really good with Project Cars 2. And from my understanding, I didn't miss anything with Project Cars 3. Just going by consumer feedback. So what I wanted to ask is, outside of just completely changing the name of Project Motor Racing, how do you escape the project series labeling and be like, this is its own entity, this is its own game? How do we make this be just its thing? This doesn't drive like the old games. This doesn't drive like ACC. This doesn't drive like whatever you think it is. This is its own thing. This is its own experience. Come experience it. And go on. Let me answer that first, and then
it's a very interesting question. Might be wrong. that is a little bit of my experience. That is a little bit of what I try to offer to our development team. Perception is important, and perception is made from attention to detail. And what I mean by that, I'll give you a very specific example, which we have already discussed inside the team. Project Motor Racing has a traction control simulation, which is extremely good, extremely good. It simulates how much the tires slip, which means longitudinal slippage. It simulates how much and understands how much the tires slide laterally. And it can simulate how much the influence of the cut and the magnitude of the cut of the engine has to be to control the whole sliding, right? In real life and in other sims, the manufacturers have separated that in 2 or 3 different knobs that you can control. So you have traction control 1, traction control 2, traction control 3, and all of them have different levels. And so you can separate how much you control the longitudinal slip, the lateral slide, and the engagement of the control. Okay. Project Motor Racing simulates all of 3. And in a very, very good way on the core of the function. Very nice, with how much, frequency, pretty much everything. And yet, on the user, we only give him one knob to play with, one traction control with how many levels we want, but just one. So the core of the game simulates everything. The experience of the user that is already used in LMU, iRacing, ACC is like, it doesn't even simulate 3 traction control levels. So, dismiss it. Not good enough. This is attention to detail that you think that, what the fuck, we still do everything it needs to be done, and we're taking care of the small details as well. Who's gonna care? In my very personal opinion, sim racers care because that's the only thing they care about and talk about, and they don't know the inner workings, they don't know how to judge it. They can judge only what they see and experience.
Yep.
Right? So that's one of the issues. We just did, and we're about to release the Sports Car 67 with the Sapa Rally. If we don't showcase people that the damn rear wing is connected to the suspension and moves with your clutch and everything as you want, and we don't showcase to people that this happens, we failed.
Yeah.
Because it's one and the only one sim that simulates that properly. And if people do not know it, they will not talk about it. And so we failed. People will see a mod or something else similar to any other game and they will be like, no big deal. I'm going to play to the other title because it has the same car as well. No, we need to explain them. We need to tell them, hey, look at this. You go through assembling and the whole wing goes up and down because it's connected to the suspension, to the hubs of the suspension. So perception, if you do your job right, perception of the fine details of the sim racer is important. We cannot close an eye and say, it doesn't matter. We did the effort. Our LMDH cars right now have an incredible simulation on the engine, electric motor and battery systems. Incredible simulation, right? Because we haven't took particular care of certain aspects of the default setups or certain aspects of the aerodynamics, etc., people have the impression that they're not good enough as competitors. We need to explain. We need to take care of the other details. We have now simulated the third spring and brake ducts, but we don't have the user interface updated to include the the configuration. So we need to do that. It's all of these things that obviously, when you are drawing in deep waters, you don't have the time or the mental clarity to do so. As we move forward and the game starts becoming, stable, and everybody's like, "Oh, you're doing, pretty well. You're doing to the correct direction." this is where we need to put a lot of attention and go out and say, look at that, look at this, we do this. Does your sim do that? Come and experience it, Even having a correct default setup per car, per track is important, because the average user needs to get into the sim, start it up, go to his favorite car and track and experience it to the fullest and come out happy and not be, forced to go to a Discord server or a forum or a social and say, hey, I just tried this car and I cannot drive it, it's undrivable, what should I do? And everybody else would be like, oh no, try this setup, it's much better. Why? That shouldn't happen. We should take care of that, You might say, hey, why you're not doing it? Well, it's not easy. It takes time, it takes effort. We were not in a place that we could take care of those details. Part of my job is also to do that. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that good answer. My next question would be, because this is like a thing that I'm navigating too. I have so many questions. There's only so much time. I could talk to you for days, and I don't want to just because there's a lot of community questions that my questions come from my own experience, but I try and pay attention to what other people experience too, and try and navigate that. There is one, I've experienced it offline with AI, and if it's happening with AI, it's objectively going to happen online, but even worse because ping's involved. And that is the overall collision system. Now, there are obviously collision issues. I know there's specific issues with, like, once a vehicle essentially flips over. I don't know what happens there. I don't know what code is written, if there's a missing code, but the game doesn't know what to do with car that goes. So, and it seems like from a driving simulation standpoint, like if I was just driving around AI cars, I truly can't even complain necessarily about the way the AI drives. At least by comparison to everything else that you can play, I actually really like the AI. However, where I think that people are associating bad AI with and bad ping and netcode is the overall system involving collisions. Seems to be a certain speed deficit where I've tried intentionally showing some of the issues with the collision system, where I will try driving at over 80 miles an hour through the AI. And once you get to a certain speed deficit difference between you and the opposing car, collisions don't know what to do anymore. You phase into cars, and this is an AI car. Everything's being produced by my machine. I'm offline, and I am halfway into an AI car, and we're both being dragged off track. And online, most people don't do that. They're not trying to drive like that. I'm doing it from an experimental standpoint at a similar rate of speed. It's just bumping, stuff like that. But that issue with collision physics or whatever you'd want to call it on the internet, when you add 50 plus milliseconds of ping, especially the 250 ping, where like US to Australia is always 250 ping, and that seems to be a very, very, very common time frame where Australians and people in the States play together. Collisions get wild looking, like something out of a sci-fi movie. And I understand ping is a thing. There's only so much you can do with ping. It is what it is. But at the same time, when I'm offline playing against the AI and I'm experiencing the same thing, just not as bad because of the lack of ping, there's a collision system issue going on there. And in summary, my question is, how high up on priority is making collisions seem normal? I wouldn't even say realistic. I would just say normal,
Let me just change because this one died.
Oh boy. So I know I'm talking too much. I broke the AirPods.
Good here. Let's see. We're good? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
So, yes, I can hear you. So the first answer is, I have no idea.
Hey, that's an honest answer. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's an honest answer because I'm fresh to the team. I don't know everything, how it works, or some of the issues we have at the core of the physics engines. I've heard already about the collisions, but I don't know exactly what's going on. And I don't know what to tell you. I do know that AJ, our lead physics developer, is working into collisions pretty much one day yes, one day no. So it's a constant, and that is collisions is always going to be one of the problems. So I don't know personally what's going to happen. I know that the guys are working on it. I'll tell you some of the experience I have into how complex the situation is. So if you're going 200 kilometers per hour, right? That's around 55 meters per second. And our physics engine updates, because it's a great physics engine, it updates 720 times per second. That's still around 7 centimeters, which means that between one update and another update, you might be missing 7 centimeters of where you are exactly. And the higher speed is, the bigger this thing becomes. So you can understand that collisions are hard because of this main reason. Now, what is happening, why some stuff that you mentioned are happening, etc., that I don't know yet. I don't have an answer to you for that, because whatever I say, it's going to be, marketing bullshit. I'm going to say, oh, no, we're working on this and that, and it's going to be...
I appreciate that answer.
I don't want to go there. Yeah, I don't want to go there. There is another problem I can tell you that is more pertinent to the online, because that I know exactly what the problem is. So, as you said, ping is not solvable, right? Ping is there. If it's 200, 250 milliseconds, the experience is going to be shitty, no matter how you put it around. So, what's the solution for that? The solution is region dedicated servers, so that people from the same region are playing with people from the same region, and so they have a much better experience because ping is better. And here is our particular problem that we have right now. And our problem is that, unfortunately, PMR still doesn't have a critical mass of players online so that we can separate them. If we separate the regions, that means that some people might stay very alone to play, and some others might have half the grid. And that's not the solution right now. So right now we're at a position that, hey, everybody, have faith, have patience until we make the game good, so that people, feel it is worthy to play on, and so that the amount of players starts growing. At the moment the amount of players starts growing, then we can start making, dedicated region servers, so that people have much better experience with much lower pings. There's no way around it, unfortunately. And it's on us to improve it.
And that part I agree on in terms of the player base. You can't divide a player base that doesn't have I've actually gotten to a point where, as much as I love the game, I've stopped streaming it at nighttime because it just doesn't work out. There's nobody, and from a streaming standpoint, I can't stream it because nobody's playing it. Unless I play the single player stuff, but nobody cares to watch you play single player at the end of the day. They watch for competition, but so let me dial back to what you said about the 720 hertz thing. And my question is this: how much was ACC? What the refresh
what do you
rate?
mean about that?
You said so. PMR is 720. What was ACC?
AC1 was 333 and ACC was 400.
Okay, so
towards the end, because initially it started 333.
Yeah, both of them with a lesser refresh rate had a better collision experience at all rates of speed. So I fully understand what you're saying about the the time and the distance, but the point is that other games with less of a refresh rate are still doing collisions better. In my opinion, PMRs is the weakest. If one area of, not that you're trying to simulate crash, it's not Wreckfest, it's not that, but you still need to, I'm driving the car. This is crazy. This feels so good. And then I get into an accident and I'm like, any immersion I had, I'm like, what just happened? This went very, very weird, very quickly. Like I said, alien level, hold on.
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong on that. I didn't say that to tell you, oh, it's hard, so that's why it is.
No, I know. I'm just wondering what the difference
It is. I just wanted to tell you that the reason why it's not solved yet, it goes because it's hard. But it needs to be solved. That's out of the questions. Absolutely. I just don't know what to tell you about why this is happening and why we haven't solved it yet and how it's going to be solved.
I fully understand that I don't I constantly argue like the hardest thing for a man to say the 3 words is I don't know, and it's totally fine.
It's very easy for me. It's like it's a shit ton of things that I don't know. So I'm like, what are you gonna do?
Don't be seriously like I know there's an audience, but don't be scared to say I don't know, because there's a ton of things that I'm experiencing that I don't know things about. So but the point that I'm trying to make there is not saying that your 720 hertz is the excuse, but the point is that other games that have been around with that particular metric being lesser, still doing it better. There's something missing from PMR that's causing the collisions to be as janky is the best word to explain. And I hate to say that because, again, I'm talking about people who I like. And when I say things like janky, I feel like I'm insulting them, but I'm not trying to. But it's the honest truth is that collisions in the game are the one thing about it from a single player standpoint that make me go, this feels just unfinished. Like, people can talk about the AI, and I get that there's no perfect AI because some guys say the AI is too fast, other guys say it's too slow, other times they say they drive too safe, other times they drive too aggressive. You can't dial the AI in for everybody's fitting because everybody thinks the AI should drive differently. However, collisions, metal on metal, cars hitting cars, that you can kind of dial into a point of like everybody sort of agrees with. And right now, honestly, everybody agrees, myself included, collisions, janky is the best word to explain it. It just doesn't, it feels incomplete. And compared to the driving physics, the way the driving feels, collision, contact, everything, just that department feels like this has just been not finished. And because there has been so much emphasis on getting all of the other aspects of the game dialed in, this has been left so far behind that this now needs some attention. So this is my way of essentially saying, I don't know what the priorities of collision are, but in my opinion, and I think a lot of other people would agree, collisions need to work their way to that. Like if joint in progress is here, collisions is like right behind it, and then collisions is right there with like netcode, because netcode is a never-ending, this thing better. It's no just like, oh, we fixed it, it's perfect, never gonna need adjusting. It's a constant thing. But collisions seems like it is this problem that's happening in single player where there is no interconnect, and then when you get online, the netcode just exacerbates it and makes that jankiness laggy and janky. So there's just this weird thing happening where that's where you see people making videos and, and I hate to see those videos made, but the reality is those things happen regularly, so.
Well, you see, this is exactly what we should try to improve. Mm-hmm. When you have done, a job and you didn't, deliver as everybody was expecting, as we discussed initially on this interview, you get defensive, and sometimes the correct feedback comes in, and you still won't take it, or you don't want to find time to address it, or you're just being defensive and say, yeah, not that bad as they say, or whatever, and that minimizes the problem. Yeah. And so, because we're doing a pretty good job right now, and the game becomes better, we also need to improve how we deal with the feedback. And we need to say, hey, the guys right now say that collisions suck. Let's see how we can address it. Mm-hmm. Is it a big of a problem? Yes, all right. Do we have a timeline, or can we understand why it is a big of a problem? Let's inform, the community. This, what happens. So it's on me, as I said, that, I don't know about collisions. Well, that sucks. That's my bad. I need to get better into knowing why, because now I have the feedback from you and from the comments that I see here. It seems like to be a very, very major problem, because obviously when I'm trying the game now and I'm alone, or I'm doing the perfect race, with the AI, and I'm fiddling with the physics, or I'm doing some other stuff, everything's good. I don't see the issue. But if I see the community, or you in particular, or another guy that says, man, collisions suck, do something about it, If I don't go back to the team and say, hey, guys, let's sit down, what's the current state, how we can deal with it, and the team has to tell me also, yeah, it's right, let's see what we can do, let's prioritize or not. If we don't do that, then we have a problem. So part of the job is, be receptive, be attentive, try to figure out, and if we cannot figure out, explain why and what we're going to do about it in the future. Mm-hmm. There's no other way around it, and it would be a very, very bad situation if we don't change our mentality around this kind of issues and feedback.
Yeah. So I'm glad you said that, because that brings me to a point that I would like to make, and I'm going to give my feedback here in the politest but most assertive way possible. And I know this is not your decision, but this is just the system in play. And I understand you inherited a lot of this, but as far as player and just general feedback, Discord's not it. Discord is not the route that should be. Discord should feel more like a personal forum between players, not company making the game, players playing the game. This is the primary means of communication. Discord's a great place to have it, but I compare Discord to Reddit. These should never be the primary ways of like, you guys have an established website. In my opinion, all roads, like, that should be the number one place to distribute information and a number one place to give feedback, frequently asked questions section, whatever it takes. Website, number one, and then micromanaging, Discord, micromanaging Reddit. These little other ways for more banter to happen, and less like the primary, because like since day one, it's been, oh, you get that information on the Discord. And not for nothing, but a year ago, I would have never went to a Discord in my life for information. I would have gone to a Discord to talk to my friends when I'm going to play a video game. That would have been how I use Discord. And now it's becoming like, now maybe that's the tides, and everything's going towards Discord being like a Facebook page, or it's a major social media. But in the interim right now, I still think websites are king, and all information, all comms, everything like that, a player feedback section should be done through a website. And you guys already have the website, and it's a nice website. That's my feedback.
It's a double-edged sword. Professionally, absolutely makes sense. You need to use, your website to do communication. Turns out that if you see on the statistics, everything, even if you do, some user experience, measurements, you see people eyes looking at the screenshots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then go away. Nobody reads anymore,
Well,
the best way to communicate something very, very specific is usually through the community. So you get your evangelist, and people talk about it, and somebody has a question, and unfortunately nobody goes to the website to find all the answers. It's far easier for people, to be on the Discord with their friends and having a race. Oh, there is something I need to ask. Let's go to the official race Discord and leave a question. Personally, I can show my years here. I think forums were the best possible way, because it was much easier to navigate and archive and search for things. Nobody uses forums anymore, for example. So there's no clear answer, unfortunately. I understand. Yeah. I agree. You need professional communication. Sometimes you want to say something, or you want to show a walk around, or a way of compromising to get the user to find the best solution. You cannot say that on the website. So you need to find a different way to express that.
Yeah. What do you think the best way for gathering community? I mean, I know Discord's the big one right now for you guys.
Yeah.
But what would
Yeah.
you say?
For pretty much everybody, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is me because, like, I mean, I'm 40, but I don't know. I feel like Discord for me is you know,
You don't like it.
I hate it. My problem is like I look at the way moderators handle it, and I'm like, I'd have
Yeah.
banned 100 of these people that you guys have given 12 chances to. They're gone. The second you don't show disrespect, they're gone. Or sorry, you don't show respect, they're gone. But maybe I'd be terrible at that. But either way, listen, I have no doubt I am an asshole. I will claim that title. I will get a tattoo on my forehead that says I'm an asshole, and I will wear it welcomely. If the wife would hate it, but other than that, I wouldn't care. But like I don't know. I see.
So I don't have a clear answer to that. I have some things that I would like to try. We might even start, you might even start watching all those things in the very, very near future, maybe even starting from this week. We'll see how it goes. I do think that the best way to communicate to people is in situations like this now, things that we say right now, live, and possibly answering, questions with people live, can create people that are knowledgeable into something and can spread that knowledge, can create evangelists, can create opinionists, and that's also always very useful because then the word is spread out and, we discuss about that. You might be able to say some of those things in one of your future lives in the near future. People in the comments get their answers on questions that they might have, and they might be spreading, the knowledge to other people. Can we do that? And then from that, create snippets and keep on showing in shorter viewing terms or shorter, formats to the people so they can find specific information on the fly, that it is communicated in an easier way than just going to an anonymous professional website. You should find there as well, and search all the website through all the menus and find something very specific you're after. Because, for example, if I do a blog post and inside the blog post I talk about, differentials and dampers and something, and your friend asks something very specific about them, how are you going to link to him that very specific thing? You would need to link them to the whole page, which again, he would have to read all of it. So I don't have the answer. I do believe we need to explore different formats. So I'm looking forward if in the future we can explore. I can tell you, for example, that my previous YouTube streams were pretty popular with ACC user base. Maybe that's part of the answer in the future. But I don't have a specific answer, honestly.
Okay. So let me ask, as Evan asking Aris this question. This is not EJR asking the CCO of Straight4 Studios. This is me asking you. If you now booted up PMR and you just you just did as much as you could to go through the entire game, single player, online, whatever.
Right.
What modes or what mode would you say is number one needing most work? And then if you had to scale, because I actually did a poll on this last week. I sent it to Ryan, and it seemed like it aligned with my guess anyway. But I mean, I have more hours than I want to admit in this, and then a lot in testing too. But if you had to play this game on your own as Aris, just playing this game, what mode do you think is leaving you the most desire, like leaving you the most wanting? There we go. Yeah. What mode do you think is the worst? I guess you would say. I wouldn't say the worst, but you play it and you go meh. Right. What mode do you say is
I don't have the full experience yet because I don't have the time yet. I'm still exploring the game, so I don't know exactly what mode to tell you. But I will tell you that what I lack right now when I'm going into the game, I lack a little bit of immersion.
Okay.
I lack a little bit of the sensation that I'm doing the real thing, and that comes down to a lot of small details. Like I might want, the real livery on a car, so I can, immerse myself that I'm driving that specific car, or I might want the specific day and night time of a challenge to go through, or I might want a rolling start that I don't have. And I know that my devs right now are like, "What the fuck are you talking about? No, cut it." But or a specific way of doing a pit stop. I lack some of that immersion. Okay. I would like some small details here and there, but there are a lot. It's not one single thing that can make the difference to elevate the immersion that I get and get out of the sensation that, hey, I'm going into this game, so I'm going to pick this car and this track and have 5 laps. Because right now, sometimes this is a little bit of what I get out of the game. Okay. And that for me right now is not yet what I would like to experience. I would like to experience a more immersive, situation where I get this car and this track and 10 laps to do, but on the second lap, I feel like I'm actually driving the real car in that real situation with everything around me, surrounding me, not becoming something different.
So would you say
if the AI overtakes me and it has a fantasy livery, that for me in that moment it's like, where am I right now? I'm in a game,
Yeah. So you would say you would put yourself in the I don't want to say hardcore sim guy, but you want the truly authentic race experience. You want the guy you want the experience of, like, and this is where I think, say, LMU does things great. LMU, if you're the guy that hates being in the pits, the guy that hates waiting to race, LMU does a fantastic job. And I know that sounds like an insult, but like when you're queuing, like I make mistakes in LMU all the time because I'm not paying attention, because I'm treating it like a game. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, I didn't prep my car for this race in between qualifying and the race. I just assumed, And so you're looking for the more tactical level, this is a race, this experience. Because, like, in my opinion, purely because I have said in the past, PMR is a driving simulator, LMU is a racing simulator. And I know that the best way I can say is I think PMR does a better job of driving the car. Like, I am driving this car around this track right now. This gives me, between sense of speed, everything the car is doing, and nothing's perfect, but same for LMU, nothing's perfect. But LMU does a much better job of the race simulator, the politics of the race, right? The bullshit, the stuff that most people I say most, me, hates about real racing. The jargon, all the stuff that I got to do, the legalities of it. Like, I just want to get on the track and do my laps. I want to go race. Whereas LMU punishes you for not being patient. Whereas PMR just gets you on the track and you're driving and you're going.
But I mean, I get what you say, but the immersion is not just based on, perfectly preparing a race or whatever. If as I said, I get, overtaken by a car that it is a single color and doesn't have any sponsors on it, and it's a racing car and it's not a street car, then that's the immersion I'm losing. I'm not waiting to be, overtaken by Raffaele Marcello, because I know that's not going to be the case, but I want to be overtaken, I don't know, by my friend that has a nice livery with all the sponsors on it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or if I'm driving a street car, then, if that happens, I need the car to be in a certain way. It's not just that. It's also, the experience that you're going to get when you need to take care of the tire wear, for example, or the starting of the race, or if the setup has some limitations on the range so that you can change values. There are a lot of small things that you learn to appreciate, and when they're missing, you're like, that feels more like a game, and kind of destroys. Again, I repeat, I know, the word doesn't mean much, but it destroys a little bit of the immersion that you might feel out of it. I'm not saying that this is consistent with PMR. There are some amazing, things happening when you're going into PMR. I probably need to also play more of the career right now because I'm still haven't gone deep into that. But if you ask me what would you like most to improve, I would say this kind of thing sometimes nags me and bugs me. It's everyone wants something different from the experience that gets from the game. As you said, you enjoy just getting in, selecting a couple of cars and trucks, and have a great time out of it.
Okay. I can relate the immersion side of what you're talking about, the overtakes. So this is going to sound like and it's going to sound like an insult to PMR, and it's not meant to be, but so I don't know if you've ever had much experience playing any kind of video game first-person shooter. I don't know what you do with your spare time, and that's fine. But the point of that is, like, anybody who's played, for example, for example, if we're gonna dissect things to a video game level of like dopamine, for example, Call of Duty. Everybody knows Call of Duty. Now, a lot of people know PUBG or PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. Back when I played it in 2017, it wasn't PUBG; it was PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. And something that game was able to do was give you this dopamine hit of a kill shot. And the point is that when you actually won a gunfight, you got like this like sensation of euphoria where like, wow, I just earned that gunfight. Where in Call of Duty, it just becomes muddy water of like, oh yeah, I got 6 kills before I died. I respawned, I did it again. And then like the next thing you know, you're playing this like, you're in this trance of whatever, I got a kill, no problem. I got a kill, I got killed, whatever, back in the flight, I got killed. Where I feel like in LMU or in iRacing, an overtake is that PUBG, I don't want to say kill, but that kill. Yeah. I won the gunfight. I won that overtake. I got that. I earned that. There's a dopamine hit. Right. I feel good about it. Regardless of how I feel about the physics and the driving, when I get an overtake, I get this euphoric sensation of like, yes, I am better than you. I just won. Even if the race still has 100 laps, not that I do endurancing stuff, but point is that I just got in front of you. I earned that. I'm better than you, at least in that moment. Where in PMR, an overtake just feels like a thing that happened in the race, And so from an immersion standpoint, when I get overtaken or I overtake somebody, the dopamine levels don't go up. Now, if I'm in like a constant battle where I'm trying, like for me in PMR, the biggest dopamine hit is trying to overtake someone lap on lap on lap on lap, and they're right there the whole time, and I just can't find that spot to overtake them. That to me is the best place in PMR racing. But even when I get an average overtake in it, nothing happens. LMU, iRacing, I don't even like those games. I don't like driving them. But when I get an overtake, I get that dopamine hit, and I relate that to PUBG, where when you get that, you win that gunfight, you feel something. And in PMR, I get the more Call of Duty sensation of that's what's just supposed to happen. That's racing. That's gunfighting. Someone wins, someone loses. There's no dopamine hit, And so I get I don't know if that's what you're speaking to from an immersion standpoint of the race and the overtakes when someone passes you, but that's how I would relate it.
Yeah.
And that was a long tangent. Sorry.
No, it's very, very interesting that you discuss about that and puts a lot of things into perspective. And you see, you take that dopamine, as you say, hit because you have to try hard to achieve something, right? Mm-hmm. And that hard is not just being faster sometimes, but it's also, I don't know, taking care of your tires, your temperatures. For example, everybody knows we have an issue right now that there is no slipstream during online gaming. right? Doing online racing.
Is that a confirmed
So
thing
if you-
or an accused thing? I
Yeah,
personally
pretty
don't
much.
know.
Yes.
not
We're
there?
working to that.
Got it.
It works in single player. If you go in single player, it absolutely works. In online, it doesn't work right now. It's broken. So taking the slipstream and managing to do the overtake feels much more better than following a guy and managing to do a clean overtake simply because you're faster, but you haven't really prepared, the turn before to take the slipstream, go side, and then maybe the guy can take the slipstream with his time. So it's a completely different experience. It kind of what we said kills a little bit the immersion, Tires, do they overheat? Do they not? Or do they stay flat? It's part of the experience. And then you have the whole thing of critical mass of players, number of players. You go into these other titles, there are so many people playing. You get to know the people that you are. I mean, look at how Forza Motorsport managed to do a viral moment out of that. What's his name of that AI driver that's extremely aggressive?
Oh God, not something 99.
Yeah, but
it's
you
becoming a
see
meme
how
very
much
aggressively,
people, you see how much people stick into that and hate it, love it, but they talk about it.
Yeah.
All right. If the game doesn't give you something to talk about, as you said, you don't get the dopamine hit.
Bowie knife.
So
Bowie knife 99.
Bowie knife, Bowie knife, exactly. So so that's part of the experience. There are a lot of things we need to do. I get it. We haven't yet delivered everything. First things first, as we said before, there are some priorities. We need to get the game to a steady state. As if you do a nice job and your product is worthy, people will come. With more people, you get to experience racing with characters and people that have specific characters. That also give us the opportunity to work even more on the AI because we have more time to work on the AI. And that starts giving you that sensation of dopamine hit when you achieve something because you have more competition, because you have more things to take care of during the race, because it's the correct amount of hard work and enjoyment. If it's just enjoyment, after a while you're like, I don't care about that. If it's only hard work, after a while frustration comes in, you don't care about that. You need to find the correct balance, and usually the balance comes out also from the amount of people that are around you that they enjoy that thing.
Gotcha. So back when I asked about what then the immersion thing is that's your let me rewind here, collect my thoughts. The census or poll that I did was basically which mode is lacking the most, and this is also I agree with, and that is the overall ranked play. In my opinion, so for example, and by the way, I talk my shit about LMU, so I'm gonna glaze them real quick here because I'm gonna continue to talk my shit about LMU. For the most part, I don't like playing LMU. However, something about their ranked system makes me want to go play. If LMU removed their ranked system, I would uninstall the game and I would never play it again.
Right.
Something about their rank system has me going back going, I want to try again. I want to try again. I want to try again. Like an addict looking for their next fix. And I don't know why, because I don't even like driving in the game. So when it comes to PMR, I love driving in the game. I love playing the game, but I get into the ranked and I go, I think I'm going to go watch TV. That not to sound insulting, but that is my average experience with ranked and PMR. I get into it, I do a race or two, and I go, I think I'm going to go watch TV. There's just something about it. It's not intoxicating. I don't get anything out of it that makes me want to keep doing it. And all of the bugs that are in that, imagine every bug that's ever been reported to you, they collectively hang out in ranked. They might happen in single player, they might happen in custom lobbies, they might happen in endurance or whatever, but they always happen in ranked. Um,
Yeah.
Ranked seems to be currently the system that needs the most work. And I think that,
Yeah.
in my opinion, most people, when it comes to sim racing, are addicted to the ranked fix.
Of
I
course,
want to
because
like,
there's progression.
I don't even like LMU. Truly. I'm not saying that to be mean because so many people like it. So who am I? I'm just an opinion. But
Yeah.
I personally do not like the experience LMU gives me as a game, as a driving experience, whatever. Yet I constantly am going, I think I want to try LMU today and jump in ranked and chase a rank,
Right.
chase a fictitious number that means nothing to me, but there's something there that makes me want to do it that isn't there in PMR. So
Right.
from a mode standpoint, customs online is the best way to play it. And I think everybody agrees with that right now. Ranked is something special. And then I think the single player experience is the best, even though the AI needs work and the collisions need work and blah, blah, blah. You can always have a reason why something needs more work. But fundamentally,
Progression is the number 2 thing that you need.
yeah,
In your
you need
experience.
a reason to play the game.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm doing something else in life. Why do I want to go play this game? Why do I want to stop being an adult and for my adult obligations and go get on this thing and be a child, even if that child is being a professional race car driver? But like, what makes me want to go do that? How do I go do that? Well, right now in PMR, it isn't ranked. Some people have clung to ranked. They keep doing it, and good on them. They're dedicated. Props to them. But on average, most people, they get into ranked and they get frustrated and they move on and they don't care enough. I get frustrated with LMU in my experiences in ranked. 24 hours goes by and I go, I'm gonna try again. like I'm an idiot. Something's wrong with me. I would never. The outside me is telling me, why are you gonna go torture yourself? I don't know why, but I keep trying to go do that. So I don't know what it is that is missing from P. Maybe it's the whole experience. Maybe it's what you say, the immersion. Maybe it's what I say, it's the collisions. Maybe it's the netcode. Maybe it's the layout of the races, because there are guys in chat right now that have talked about that in the past. Maybe it's all of these things that are a small piece of the pie that are leading to rank just being a dead zone. I don't know. I don't have the answer. And I know right now you don't have that answer, but I'm just letting you know that ranked should be the core reason to play a sim game or a simulator, sim game, whatever, a racing game, a video game, cursed words. But the point is that is the least desired reason to play PMR right now is ranked. So,
as you said, and we just mentioned, it is at least the number 2 reason to go and play, the progression into something, right? Obviously, we're talking about sim racing, so obviously driving has to be the number 1 reason, but progression is the second reason. Otherwise, you don't do anything about it. You just, come back, drive a little bit, go away. As you said, I'd rather after a while watch TV or do something else. So progression is very important. Now, why it doesn't feel good enough? There are many reasons. One of the reasons is the actual how it is all designed and needs a redesign or whatever. The other reason, which is also very important, is the amount of players or the players that that come back to you. I will, step a little bit out and maybe say something that is not entirely correct, but LMU initially had a lot of issues. So even if you go there and the ranking was amazing, if you didn't find players keep playing, ACC until LMU became better and good enough for players to enjoy. So you need to do, again, a good job. So people come in, then you keep the people by having proper progression, by taking care of the progression. So this thing has to be made in a way that makes people happy, wants to stay there, wants to turn back tomorrow to go for another go and improve. Mm-hmm. If you don't have the progression, if you don't give to the player, to the driver, let's say, a reason to get better, then why do it?
Yeah.
Why do it?
Yeah. And that's how I feel about ranked. Like right now for me, there's a rank system. There's a rank number. I go, cool. why do I care about what that number says? It doesn't
Right.
change my experience whatsoever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
And it's not, it's not just the ranking. The ranking is part of the whole experience, but it's also leaderboards. It's also ranking in a different way. It doesn't have to be just one specific number, but it can be very different things that you come back and I don't know, you see that your friend beats you in lap time on a specific car track combinations. Right now, you're going to do that. So there is no challenge to come out of this, right? So imagine that you come back and you get a notification and it says, hey, your best friend or your, I don't know, the other YouTuber, influencer just got you beat up on your favorite car track combination. What are you going to do? I'm going to go and race again. Yeah. That's a reason to come back. And if you manage to beat him, this is where the dopamine comes out, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do to improve. Yeah, we do nothing properly out of that. So yeah, we need to, own it and improve the damn thing. And as fast as possible. There's no other way around it.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you, it's going to happen tomorrow. I don't have the timeline. I cannot tell you the exact things that we're going to do yet, because right now we are making the foundation so we can do those things. So I don't want to tell you exactly, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You might have got already some hints out of what we're talking about, but I don't want to be specific and tell you, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, because if we don't, or if we don't do it properly, or if we don't do it in the correct time frame, then everybody would come back to me and say, hey, you man, you're a liar, you don't know what you're talking about, and it will be true. And they will be correct to tell me so. So I'm going to stop here and tell you, yes, we do. Yes, we need. What? I'm not going to tell you yet. Hopefully, we will be able to show you as soon as possible. But I don't have a time frame yet on that.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this, because you kind of piggybacked into it. How do you handle requests, expectations, realities? By that I mean, okay, there's this feature you're working on. You think you'll get it out in 2 weeks, but you don't know, and there's a good chance you'll miss.
Absolutely. Right
now, I've noticed with PMR, or I shouldn't say PMR, but Straight4, that there is this very much this, and the thing is that, well, some people are stupid, a lot of people aren't, and a lot of people can kind of like sort of read between the lines of like, I've constantly said that there are too many comms between the team and the community, but there's not the right comms. And by that, I mean, I feel like devs are constantly doing unnecessary comms by after the fact type comms, where putting something out in front of something would have completely stopped all of this backlash from potentially happening. So what I'm trying to ask here or say here is basically, in the future, because I don't think it's been done well to this point, how do you handle when something may be an issue? And even if it's small, even if it's tiny, whatever. We found out we got a bug with the tire on a certain car, whatever. What I've noticed that seems to happen is that even if an issue is found, let people figure it out. And if they don't figure it out, then it's not a problem, right? And I understand that logic, but at the same time, that is relying on people being ignorant. And this is not you, this is not any person. I'm just speaking out loud here. You kind of have to assume people are smarter than you actually think they are. And oh shit, we
people are very smart.
Hey, one of our guys found an issue. We have to assume everybody playing this game already knows this issue exists. We need to get in front of this. So how do you handle? Hey, okay, for example, I found an issue one time on stream, and it never got brought up again. Was I don't know if it's even still an issue or not, but that's exactly my point. Is that when High Rock got released, it's a mod track. If you didn't enable mods and then enable the mod track, it would create server level connection issues. The 500 ping issue that appears occasionally. everybody would just not connect to the server because mods weren't, but there was like this weird bug that would happen there. I found it the day High Rock on stream. High Rock happened. I brought it up. It never got mentioned. And that was the end of it. And I still don't know if the bug exists or not, if it was fixed or not. But the point is that I had I think at the time, an audience of maybe 70 people. And at least 70 people saw me experience this bug at that moment. And you know how the telephone effect works. One person, next thing, boom, everybody knows in an instant. And in my opinion, that should have been like, hey, without releasing an update, we found this particular bug that will be addressed in the future. You have to do this to enable this. Again, website comm, something like that. That is where now individual people that work for Straight4 don't have to do conversation behind the scenes addressing potential 1v1 conversations 100 different times because there's no official memo of this issue. You know, this is me speaking out loud. This is where I think the website, where there needs to be a more official getting in front of a problem before the problem becomes this stupid, ridiculous, like, because I've noticed so many times the consumer base, and I understand why it happens, there's a radio silence around an issue, and then next thing you know, this negative feedback loop turns this thing into a tornado where everybody is talking about how it's because, you know, insert political party is behind it all, and next thing you know, and it's this crazy conspiracy theory as to why this is not addressed. But the point is that a simple, hey guys, we know about this. This will be addressed. Don't worry. Even something vague, but like, hey, you guys know about this. Don't worry, you're not alone. Creates this like, they've got us sort of mentality. And now a lot of this is before you were there. But the point is that I'm telling you because of your position, but these are things that you can defend a little bit, but can only be defended so long. They need to be addressed moving forward. This is where I disagree with the Discord's way of being the primary source of information. Discord should be Discord should be for after, you know, we've publicly addressed this on our website. If you are too blind and stupid to read our website, our primary source of information, here on our Discord, you can have a voice. But the Discord shouldn't be the megaphone for addressing the consumer base. That is my opinion. I have to use the bathroom
Let
again.
me ask you that.
I will let you.
I very
okay.
I very much respect your opinion, but let me ask you this.
Yes.
And that will also, you know, put us in a bad in a bad light, but it is what it is. As you know, PMR had a lot of issues from the get-go, right?
Oh yeah,
a lot of issues.
Lightly.
Yeah. So
I love the game, even with its problems. But yes, you can't ignore them.
Guys, I need to take a phone call. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to really take the phone call.
Perfect timing. I'll be right back too. Call it a intermission. All right, I will use this moment to chat with chat. Get my beautiful face back on there. Make sure you guys can still hear me. Yes, you can. Perfect. Oh, he's back. All right,
Sorry
you're
about
back.
that.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
I have a very strange voice coming in on my headphones.
Is it like
Right?
I don't
Telling me
sound
something?
I don't sound glorious? You sound fine, but do I sound
No,
horrible?
I cannot hear you. What's happening?
Oh, you broke it.
Let's
We
see.
hear you fine.
Something changed. Let me get out of Discord and come back in, if that's okay for you.
Yes, sir.
So
You can't hear
let's
me
just
anyway, so I could say all sorts of evil shit right now and can't hear it.
get back to it. Can you hear me now?
I can hear. I've heard you the whole time.
I cannot hear you. What on earth is happening? Just
Hold
give me
on.
a second.
Hold on.
I can hear you now. Let's see.
Hold on.
Oh, it should be fixed.
All right, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
All right. Try again.
Here. Words. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Still nothing. That's interesting.
Aris is a horrible developer. Well, he made a face, so maybe he did hear me.
Wonderful. Everything was working.
Did you
Of course,
mute?
now it's not.
Did you mute yourself? Here, hold on.
How
about now?
Going on.
Hold on. Maybe I'll leave and come back in. How about now?
So
Anything? Anything at all? Nothing?
you back?
Can you hear me?
No, something is on me. Let me just switch off and come back again. Turn it off and on again.
The best way to do it. Unplug it, plug it back in. Yeah. Bluetooth connected to a cell. That's quite possible, Jack. This is the great part about, because I believe he is using all Apple products right now. I understand Apple's where they're superior, but I also understand where they're inferior. I still have so many questions. And I feel bad because there are so many more important questions and I'm being selfish. All right, time for a Simagic plug. Am I doing the Price is Right hands correct? ASMR. Nope, can't get that any closer to the... Simagic. Is Aristotle? I just read it like it was normal. I'm laughing at... I'm laughing at your spelling, at the way I just read it like it was normal, because it's the same to me, even though it's clearly not. No one person's going to save it. However, where this is my take at the moment. I think Aris is a much better bass than Ian Bell, and that's no slight at Ian Bell. I don't know the guy from a hole in the wall. Oh,
We're gonna do it differently.
I hear you now.
Yeah, different computer. Everything
Look at
works.
you.
Yeah,
All right, he's back.
I'm back.
I do hear a little bit of reverb. Is it?
All right,
Your
let's see
mic
if we
might
can
be
improve
picking
that.
up your headset. That's probably.
Is this better? Maybe.
Well, I gotta use my voice. Hello. No, I heard nothing, so we're good. Sorry for anybody whose eardrums I blew out. Oh, he's frozen.
A few moments later.
Well, I guess I can hype it up a little bit. Need to have him on the soundboard more frequently. Well, like I said, every time I lose a race, I can only play that one for so long, though. It's the whole song, but for obvious reasons. And then, of course, every time I get on LMU, and then, of course, yeah, because the soundboard isn't sound managed, my voice is. It's honestly just noises from YouTube I've downloaded. So, Aris. Oh,
I'm back.
hey, he's back. Third time's
I'm
a charm.
back.
Okay.
Yeah,
What'd you do that
we
third
have
time?
issues, but we solve problems.
Well, it wouldn't be a day in the office at PMR without issues. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that
Yeah, but that's what we do. We solve the problems.
exactly? You break it to fix it. All
Yeah.
right. I have no idea
You-
where we were in that conversation, so you got out scot-free if you were under pressure.
Last thing I remember was like, okay, we were talking about the issues, and I wanted to tell you. So imagine having all those issues written on the website. Where would you put them? How would you find them? How many would be, even if there were single, issues every time? So that's a problem in the problem, right? On top of that, and I don't have an answer to this, so it's like, why are you telling me that if you don't have a solution? But I want to first make a list of the problems. One is, where do you put it? How do you tell people, and where do they can find the issue, if it's solved or not? A second issue is you've seen our change logs. They're pretty lengthy, right? Sometimes you just forget to add it. Truth, right? You just forget to add something has been fixed because for whatever reason, we're talking about a lot of people adding a lot of stuff on the code, and you either forgot about it or it was a minor issue that might be bigger for you, but it might have been a minor fix. Oh, that happened because I forgot to switch this, variable or whatever. Now it's fixed. Forgot about it. Nobody put it on the changelog. End of the story. And some other times it's just human nature. At least I'm not saying that the dev team does that, but I'm responsible of that in the past. Sometimes you just get overwhelmed by many things going wrong at the same time, and you're like, oh my God, not this again. I don't want to hear about that. It's fixed or not fixed, whatever. It's not so important. I have much worse shit to take care of. And you kind of avoid it mentally, and then it goes away mentally.
Mm-hmm.
So that happens as well. And here I'm not talking again about PMR in particular. I'm talking about human nature as a dev. And sometimes this thing
is
happens.
not development. This is human nature. Period.
Yeah. So all that stuff. Let me move the windows a little bit so I can see you. All that stuff happens, and some of the things that a user might think it's very important, it gets ignored or not addressed properly or not placed into evidence properly, and it creates a bad taste, especially when your game still has issues and you're trying to solve all that stuff. Sometimes your game is already very well received by everybody, you are in a good state, and even if you do the same thing, because it still happens, nobody cares because everybody's having a pretty decent time with it. I don't have a specific solution for that. I'm just telling you how it is,
Yeah, no, I get it. And in regards to, how to, like a website, for example, a drop-down menu that literally is a tab, like top of your menu or top of your website. Sorry, you have a little drop-down menu that says work in progress or WIP/known issues. And then when you click it, it's nothing you can select at that point. It's just bullet points of this issue, this issue, this issue, this issue. And I know that might seem like, too little to actually make an effect, but like the amount of people that would use the website, click on the website and go, hey, look at this little tab here that says, no work in progress and known issues. And they click on it. That's the problem I wanted to bitch about for like 16 years now. It's right there. It says it on the website. They know about it. Okay, I'm gonna fuck off back now to deal with my problems that are my real life. Whereas if eliminating that section of a website, that person goes, wait, I can't find this issue anywhere on the internet. Nobody know if this is Google proof, this issue, I am the first. And they're not the first. They're never the first. But that's what happens when Discord exists. Discord is like this little vacuum that is Google proof where, okay, I have to go into the Discord because I can't Google a Discord response. Well, maybe I can, but I can never find the answer until I join the Discord, and then I look into the sections, and then I maybe repost it and reshare it or whatever, and then I maybe get my answer eventually. Whereas if I'm on the website, hey, I like this game a lot. This is the website. The website's now in my favorites. Let me check and see if the issue that I'm experiencing is in their system. Oh, look, it's in their queue. Right. I don't know where it is on their list of terms of priorities, but at least they know about it. So I can go over here and just like shut the fuck up about my problems and just play the game and deal with it. Whereas that might seem like a very, very small way of navigating problems, but at the end of the day, you have a solution. You have a way of communicating, hey, this is our problem without repeating the answer. And at the end, you also have an excuse for, we know about it. It's there. Right. Oh, well, you couldn't find it on our website in our main drop-down section for this. I'm sorry, but that is on you. So like, not to rant, but it seems like everything in the world always caters to the lowest common denominator. The people who can't Google. People who are willing to spend more time complaining about something than using Google to get the answer. Those people, I don't care about them regardless. So the website it might not stop those people from happening, but at least gives you a finger to point at to just go like, hey, look how stupid you are. You could have just looked over here instead of typing off that paragraph and gotten your answer. It's right there. See it? Know? But right now, the website doesn't do that. The Discord does. And then the Discord ends up leading to people arguing, and I don't know how often you've seen the Discord, and I hope for your own sanity's sake you haven't been in there very often, but there is a lot of repeat. Like if you've answered a question once and you've been in there for a few months, you're tired of seeing the same questions circulate, and it's constant different questions, Whereas you can't obviously hold everybody's hand, but there's definitely a way to mitigate it and at least have the basic line of defense of like, there it is on the website to drop that menu, known issues, work in progress. join in progress. Like for example, right now, I don't know what the order of operations is, but like let's just say I clicked on that tab on the website. I click on the known issues work in progress section. It drops down with bullet points. Join in progress. Collision system. I don't know.
Yeah.
XYZ and ranked. I don't know. Point is that generic bullet points to sort of make people go, okay, they know about it. They're working on it. I'll go sit down and be patient. Whereas if people, I know no one's ever patient, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first reason why something like that doesn't happen. And you can see that, into all kinds of different titles out there. Pretty much nobody gets their own in development task list out publicly, because you never know how this is going to get fixed, when and how, and if it is priority or not. If you just put it out there and say, hey, yeah, the task is there, and people who, by the way, not always know the amount of time that you need to fix something, sit there for a week, for a month, for a queue, a quadrimester, they would be like, what the fuck are you doing? This is still there for ages, even after 2 days. So it's not easy.
I'm not saying it's easy.
I don't have an answer. I will tell that, forums tend to do that, and we had a forum, and after a while nobody was using that.
Yep.
So again, where is the solution? I don't know what to tell you, because this is a far more bigger problem than me and what I can address. I can tell to the team that, hey, maybe we should start, to communicate at least some of the bugs more clearly about it and have a list, as you said. But is it going to happen? Are we going to do it? I would be, not honest to tell you, yeah, of course we're going to do it. It would be just marketing, talk.
Oh, I agree.
So I can only tell that I understand what you say. I'm not convinced personally that it would solve what the community expects from us. I'm not convinced that it would solve your expectations. Yeah. Hey, at least it's there. At least it's there. Yeah. But then again, I might be completely wrong, because if you don't try it, you don't know. So
break it to
who knows? Yeah, exactly.
But like, and again, you're never going to stop 100% of complaints. That you cannot do that. That is not possible.
We're talking about gaming. It's not possible to stop complaining.
As someone who has been actively, I have been throughout the past 6 months accused of being a yes man for Straight4. I also see the other side, and I'm going, okay, there does have to be a middle ground here. Where because I am self-employed, so I understand the business side of it. Yeah, but at the same time,
exactly.
What's up?
Can I just tell you something about, because I just saw a comment on YouTube on your channel says,
try not
maybe
to read
Steam
those.
forums, don't use Discord, check Steam discussion for bugs. That put in evidence how each person has a different, preferences of where to go and find things. Mm-hmm. There are people that actually want, proper forums. You prefer the website. Tons of people prefer Discord, that's why they're there. People prefer Steam discussions. We're talking about, a cross-playing game that's also console. So other guys will be like, why should I go and read about it on the Steam discussions? Mm-hmm. So you see, it's everybody has, there are people that will tell you, hey, I want to read about it on, on TikTok or Facebook or on X.
Please no.
There is no specific answer. Yeah. Probably, as you said, the website is the most official one. But then again, you're going to end up with people not knowing. And you obviously said, yeah, that's a Google problem. That's a skill issue of the user. But most of those people that they don't get it, they will go somewhere that there is a community happening. Yeah. And usually community happens on Discord. So that's why they end up there and discuss about it.
Oh yeah.
Now the main problem about this, and that I cannot tell you that you're not right, you're absolutely right on that, is that in any case there is no place where people can see a list of the known bugs. Mm-hmm. There's no place. Yeah. So that's a problem. Yeah. That's a problem. I understand why. not always you need to, you can address that, but at least you can try, I guess.
Yeah,
Give it a try.
Discord has a bug section, but it's like a user reported section. So essentially,
course.
like like the user
course.
has to make the post and stuff like that. But like, there are scenarios where if you rely on, like, say, Straight4 to report the bug, I'll wait till it's a problem. And I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand that way of thinking, but at the same
I
time,
understand
getting
it.
in front of a problem, even if it's a tiny problem, the little bit of damage you might do initially saying, "Hey, we found a problem," that might be like, "Hey, look," because I understand it's like, "Oh, well, it's going to make us look incompetent when we say, 'Hey, we found a problem that we didn't find originally before we gave you this scenario.'"
Right.
But at the same time, it does show a lot more competence and also faithfulness to the community of the player base when you say, "Hey, we found this issue. We're on it. We don't have a time frame or whatever, but we're on it," before the player base finds it. Because when the player base finds it, the player base automatically goes, "We're better at making games than the people making the games." That's just how they think.
That's how they think.
So if you can get in at least front of that, it be like, "Hey, look, we messed up. We found it. We'll fix it for you. Just give us some time." Doesn't have to be, any day, any time frame. But hey, we know, like, the amount of people that, like, have asked me to bring things up frequently that I know you guys know about and are working on. I'm like, this is me telling them is just like going up to the guy rebuilding my kitchen and saying, "Hey, how's the kitchen coming along?" Like, you guys know, you're doing it right now. So like, but that's where, like, again, that would also help you guys in being less annoyed by that feedback of like, "Hey, look, we know this exists. Leave us alone."
I'm very confident it won't. I'm very confident it won't change the system. But I do understand that from a user point of view, or even your point of view, you can say, "Hey, go there to the bug list. It's pretty much there. Find it and, wait for it." So that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just throwing some things out there for you.
No, I appreciate that a lot. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm trying to dismiss that or make it smaller. On the contrary, the problem is that I know some of things might not work from the experience, and I know that if some things even work, still won't stop of people coming back to you and telling you, "Hey, why don't you tell them this?" That's not an excuse. It's how things work in the community. There are so many people, and the more big you get, the more people you're gonna have in that situation. But then again, you might be right, and it might be the correct way moving forward.
Well, either way, we'll see.
I mean, get your shit together. That's the only way to go forward.
At the end of the day, we all have one goal, and that is we want this game to be successful, so we can all continue to enjoy it. You guys, so you can make your money doing what you like doing, and us, so we can play it and enjoy it.
That's the main thing about it. Any kind of comment, and there are plenty of very, very good comments and feedback. And even the worst comments and feedback you get, it still has a validity because the guy wasted its time to come here and ask about it. So it's important,
Yeah.
All
right, so let me move on to some community questions that I got.
All right,
and these might be shorter answers, might be longer answers. I don't know. So obviously VR was a talking point. It was at the expo. It was a big thing at the expo. Let me ask you this. There is a whole other side of the community that wants triple screens. With VR, would you say what would be the time frame on triple screens?
I don't know.
Natively.
But I don't know, but I can tell you that, in the core code, VR is multiple screens. And so triple screens is multiple screens. So to my understanding, it makes sense that after or at the same time of the VR, triple screens are getting worked. Triple screens require even some extra user interface adjustments and improvements and additions because you need to, take care of the FOV and the how close they get and all that stuff. And that stuff has to be somewhere in the user interface on the screen so that the user can change it. But the only one that can answer that is Kevin Bolland. So, knock on his door. Now he's been hating on me, but knock on his door and ask it. Okay. But to me, it sounds, pretty logical that together or after a while with VR, triple screens, proper native support should be coming because, core engine is the same.
All right. Another one is, and I don't expect this anytime soon, but it was asked, so I'm going to ask it. Yeah. AI backfill. So online multiplayer, when you don't have a whole lot of people playing, and it's like a couple people in the lobby. Yeah. Is there ever going to be a feature to potentially? And again, I know you're diving into the shit show, but I cannot
deny. I cannot deny neither confirm this kind of rumors.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's a fair answer. Not everybody gets
it's definitely thought. It's definitely like something that we would love to have. Yeah. Love to have. Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, because
it's like the whole team is like, Yeah. So that gives you an indication of.
That is something that
at least we'll try.
With me and my friends before PMR's existence, when I would play AMS2, the AI backfill is a very nice feature when it's only you and your buddy.
Personally, I'll tell you the opposite of it. You say about, okay, let's go into a server. We're like a bunch of people, like 8 or 10 people who would like to have a bigger grid. So let's add some AI into it and have some fun, or a full 30 cars grid. Amazing. Personally, I would love the opposite of that. Also. And what's the opposite? The opposite, I'm going into my career and I'm going to do an AI of the career, but I have a single friend or a couple of friends that I'm really, having fun racing together, and I would love to be able to invite them on that single AI race. I would love that. Not even know if it's possible, whatever, but if you do that, the next step would be something like that. I would really love to have that, and I think it would be such an amazing implementation, but yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so here's another question that was asked. This is a bit more of a detailed question.
Okay.
Or maybe more of a detailed answer for this question. But
all right.
Coming from Kunos, coming from AC and ACC, is there anything in particular from your experience with those two particular games that you would like to work towards implementing into, so it's basically strategy would be the best word, towards PMR? So, and I don't know, anything, literally anything, from a couple lines of ones and zeros that you thought looked better in that particular segment of ones and zeros to the game is ACC. Any segments of that strategy-wise, game-wise, that you would like to see, maybe this would work better inside of PMR, in your own opinion?
So we discussed about that initially on the start of the live stream. I would want and actually ask to have more attention to detail on many various things, because I think we obtained that. It was easier on ACC because we were single series focused. All right, but we have a very capable team now. I think we can still do it even on a wider scope sim racing title like PMR. So more attention to detail. I would like, and I think we can do an even better job into live track implementation, raining stuff and stuff like that, because I think when it was raining in the night in ACC, you had some of the most, exciting and scary experiences of racing. And I think the core code we have in PMR is even better from that aspect, but we need to take care of it and make it, implement it better, fine tune it so we can achieve that. I would love to have, even though in ACC was not so good, driver changes. That would be great.
That's been talked about a lot. Driver changes. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you need to do, and since you're gonna do it, you should do it also properly with even more, features implemented. What else? I wouldn't say, gameplay experience or multiplayer experience, because the actual netcode was good, but in Kunus we were never good. I mean, everybody can accept this. Also, my colleagues will not be, ex-colleagues and friends will not be offended by that. We never had actually proper gameplay in Kunus games. We were always lacking on that. Here in PMR, we can have much better already in career, and we can improve greatly on this as well.
Yep.
So I will not go into this. That's pretty much the most glaring things that I can think right now out of my mind like this. I'm more focused right now, I'll be honest, I'm more focused to make things happen and help the team to deliver right now. So I didn't have the time to sit down and say, okay, where do we go from here? There are a lot of things out of my mind, but it wouldn't be focused, it would be just loud thinking, which is what we did right now. Mm-hmm. So I would just stop on those couple of things and say, yeah, that's pretty much what I would love to see soon. Okay. I'm pretty sure that if I stop about it and think properly about it, and thinking properly, it's not like, stop for a couple of minutes, but think about it for, a week, I can find some way more important things to add. But let's keep it, light and, thinking out loud, this is what I would ask right now.
Yeah.
If I could.
Okay. So this is a question that's probably better for an Alex or a Sora question, but he's the boots on the ground, you're slightly above. Out of curiosity, what is the conversation around essentially the game is crossplay, which does add a little bit of, or a lot of bit of complexity, but player identification, both in the grid, on track, things like that. For example, right now, a big thing with collisions, since collisions are an issue, is, well, at least if I could, know that the person right in front of me is someone that I know has 250 ping, or is, in Australia and I'm in the US, or they're in the US and I'm in Australia, or whatever the case is, I could exercise a little bit of extra caution on maybe an overtake, knowing that if we cross paths and next thing you know, we both end up exploded into another track somewhere, I could, point is that, is there a potential future site for implementing player identification? So like a toggleable on-off, above the person's car, like you see in anything, race room, whatever the case is, where you have a
ping
where,
number,
I know who this
connection
person
quality.
is. Yeah,
of course.
The flag and the person's name, and then hit this button, and now they all disappear again. Now I know who's who. Hey, I'm not sure who I'm about to overtake.
Absolutely.
Let me hit this button. Boom! It's, oh shit, they have 300 ping, because I know that because they're in, the opposite side of the world.
Just let you know that, hey, that guy has bad connection or 300 ping or whatever. Absolutely. User interface is one of the main things that we keep on improving. There's a ton of things that we do on that. And what you just mentioned is a clear example of where PMR has and must get better. No other way, turning around it. It's exactly as it is. So, as you said, we need to have a way to communicate to the user the connection of that guy in the leaderboard that is in front of you is missing packets, or his ping is way too high. So you see it and say, maybe I shouldn't exchange paint with that guy, stay a little bit farther, or if I have the opportunity, just overtake and go away. There's no excuse about that. It needs to get done. When, again, I don't know exactly, but it needs to get done as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, just running these things by you here, because there's a lot of questions here that the reality is that I'm sure a lot of people watching expect you to have like this dictionary level answer to, that I expect you to go, I don't fucking know, but that's the reality is that where you were, where you are now, and it's one of those things where like we'll have this conversation now, and then we'll do it again later and see, But anyway. All right, so let's see. We could triple screens here, yada yada yada. Oh, here's one. This is a basic one. This goes with the whole MDI thing, but do you see consoles getting an AI player, AI count increase, I guess. The amount of AI cars on grid. Do you see that happening ever, period?
I don't know.
Don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it is core, code stuff, which Kevin, knows all the details. I don't know exactly where we stand. I'm pretty sure the main bottleneck is probably Xbox, because as we know, it is a fact that it is lower in the resources. So how you going to do it? I don't know. I don't know. And even on that, I might be saying something completely stupid right now. And, Kevin might come back to me tomorrow and say, what the fuck did you talk about? You have no idea, which is the case. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, I get it. Like I said, I would rather you say I don't know than give me bullshit answer.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I'm really sorry that, on many of the community questions, I'm like, hey, guys, I don't know. Or, yes, we should have done that. Because obviously, the next thing that comes in mind from the players is like, why you didn't do so already? Right? And the very clear and honest answer about that is, hey, we fucked up a lot. It doesn't make the game better to keep on discussing about the past. What makes the game better is acknowledging that we have already been quite straightforward, I think, and moving forward and getting you guys to know that, yes, we cannot fix everything tomorrow, but we have already took, we are already committed to make PMR a long-term project. We're not going to change after some months or after a year. And that commitment means that we keep on fixing, and we keep on improving, and we keep on adding stuff, so that eventually, sooner or later, you're going to have a sim that you all dreamed about, and we are happy to deliver to you so we can all have fun together. Because in the end of the day, that's the whole thing about it. Unfortunately, right now, we are in a situation that we cannot say much than, hey, we know, it's in the list. And you saw that because I will want to make something in our advantage, right? Consider where the game was on November and consider where it is right now. So you can see that there is not only evolution, but also improvement, consistent improvement. So now think about it in that way. Consider where the game is now and where it will be on September, October, or next November again. And then move on from there.
That brings me to my next question.
Right.
And this is where you kind of get to free reign and use your imagination. But you've talked about shelf life, how long you're going to support, giants, all that stuff. Yeah. Well, obviously, where the game released at versus where the game is at now, 6 months time frame, night and day. And I think we can all agree on that, regardless of who's still complaining. I think we can all agree that the game has come very far. And for console players, this might feel like the first time. But for people that have experienced sim racing on computers, this is the process. This is just what it is. You get respectfully, you get an unfinished game at launch, regardless of what they call the launch. It is not a finished game. And then it gets developed. LMU was like this. ACC was like this. Every single sim that has ever released on PC has been, with all due respect to the people doing their jobs, because I know there's passion there, from a delivery standpoint on day one, don't want to sound like a dick, but I'm going to, has been garbage. No offense, because it's like, how do you tell someone all the work and their passion is garbage? Again, that's the politics of making video games on PC. Yeah. Day one delivery is always bad. And in this case, this game is following the trend. And I have seen the past 6 months, I've stuck with it. I got it on day one. I fell for the day one hype. And I wanted this game to be this smoking aces. And it wasn't.
I get it.
But it showed me there's a reason to stick around. And it's still showing me that, despite when I get frustrated. I keep playing it. I keep coming back to it. I enjoy it. So I think, okay, this is 6 months. What's 6 months going to look like? My fear is, well, is 6 months going to be the end? in another 6 months of saying. But then when you say, hey, we've got plans for, at least 3 years, maybe it won't go that far. Maybe it'll go farther. We don't know. But the point is, when you say things like that, it gives guys like me a little bit of, you know what? We can chill the hell out as the consumers. We're having fun. It's got problems, but it's getting better, and they've got this time frame. Now, if you told me that this was an EA, not early access, but a Electronic Arts system where in a year from now or 6 months from now, we're due for another title to follow this one, then I would go, by the time this title is at a good playable state, now we have to buy another game to continue. And that's what nobody wants. So if you say this is going to be a years on years development and there's going to be more, then that puts at least people like me who are used to the sim racing cycle at ease and go, great. The game that I really like playing is only going to get better with time. So aside from that random bullshit personal tangent, from a time span, what do you personally, Aris, see this game with your conversations with Giants and your conversations with Straight4? Where do you see this game? How long do you see it going, truthfully? And be as honest as you can be legally. How long do you see this game going? This particular title before it gets a sequel?
Personally, and I really talk about personally, it was one of also my discussion points also wherever I have been working. I would love to work for the Infinite game. Never stop.
We'd all like to play it. Play the same game forever.
Stuck to a title, keep on improving and making it better and better. And I would love to do that. Now, why companies need to get new titles? Well, first of all, obviously, money. Because at some point you see that no matter what you do to a game, the sales start going down. So you need to think about something different and do a new title. This is market, rules. I don't make those rules. I don't even understand them that much. So it is what it is. I would love for PMR to go ahead for like 5 years and have a massive roster of cars, and I would even love for PMR to be able to select your class and the whole user interface changes into something else because you now are into vintage mode or you're now into modern mode or whatever. This is all dreams, of course. It's me thinking out loud about my dreams. But my main, how I would like things to be is like working always on a long term. Why is that? I think, well, first of all, we think about sim racing titles as AAA games. And they are in terms of quality, graphics, and everything, right? But the teams are not. The teams are more indie sized. Okay. Even PMR team, which is a nice team, nice numbers. LMU team, ACC team, even iRacing team has nothing to do with the numbers of Gran Turismo. Let's not even start talking about, Forza Horizon. We're talking about hundreds of people working into a title. And even sometimes they don't get it right outside from the start. Forza Horizon 6 right now, everybody, loves it and it's an amazing game. But in reality, if you think about it, it's not a new game. It's a new content and improvements on the game from Forza Horizon 5, 4, 3, So it's very hard because nowadays games development has so many features, needs to be so high quality, which is very hard to achieve with an indie game or even a massive team behind it. It's not a coincidence or luck that some indie developers managed to get out a single title that it is perfect and everybody loves it. First of all, because when you are alone or a couple of people, you communicate better and the efficiency, I'm not taking the outcome of the production, but the efficiency of the team is much better. Okay. And then usually all those indie games, if you think about them, they are less complex. They might be great, they might have amazing graphics, whatever, but they are less complex into the scope of the game than what a AAA game should be. Imagine coming out with whatever you want to call it title of sim racing and say, hey, here's 5 tracks and 5 cars, and all you do is 10 laps at a time on a track, and you get the lap times, and you get a winning, and that's it. Everybody go home now. You've done. That is what Mario Kart was initially, right? Very small amount of features, because in the end, that's it. You get your friend on the same TV screen, split. You had an amazing time because you were together with your friend, and the whole game was very simple. This still works today, but also what the community needs is different, and unfortunately, the dev teams have high difficulties, myself included, to say no. No, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do this. You always say yes. Yes, we're going to do that, and yes, we're going to add this, and yes, you're going to do the other thing as well. And the community expect it from you. It's a hard game. And as you said, there is a reason why all sim racing titles end up being garbage at release and incomplete. And then you need time to fix them, take them to a point that everybody's happy, make them stable, and then build upon them. You might say, all right, well, if you know that, why release the game in 2 years development time and not in 5 years development time? Sure, who's going to pay for that? I want to be as straightforward as possible, right? I know it sucks to hear it. I know it sucks to say it. Who's going to pay for 5 years development time of so many people, need to feed their families and stay close and in private to work on a title and then release it? And then find out after 5 years that you still didn't make it, because that's going to happen as well. That's not going to happen as well. Mm-hmm. So I know it sounds ridiculous. It's absolutely the truth. There's no hiding around it. And everybody that says, no, that's not the case, it should be differently, I'm telling you guys, it tells you bollocks. It's not the case. It is what it is. And I know it sounds cynical as well, because you might think, hey, I'm not gonna pay for your job, fix the damn game and then I'm gonna pay. Well, that's pretty much what happens, because if the game doesn't sell on release, that means that a big amount of players do not like you, do not like your product, and they're not paying for you, and you have to fix it so that they can give you back trust and help you move forward.
As someone
as soon as web happened and online happened, the balance in commerce and request and offer changed. We never go back. It's very difficult to go back.
Yep. Do you think that because if you look at all the sim racing titles that exist, they all have different business models. Now, I am very much against the subscription business model, because the problem with subscription is that it basically invalidates any money you've spent on actual content once you stop paying it. So like iRacing, you could spend literal thousands of dollars on iRacing, and then if you stop paying your subscription, the stuff, you just gave them money. I don't agree with the subscription. I never will. But I think like a real second to that is the Call of Duty model, where every year it's like a new cell phone, a new model.
Right.
You got to buy the new thing, and all it is a reskin previous build of whatever it was there, and then there's more microtransactions and built-in and all this stuff, and but they can get away with it because they have numbers that are just stupid. Although I do believe that is finally going downhill. But the point though is that I don't think either of those, the subscription model or the yearly or every 2 years new release of a game, is the modern way to both make a good game and pay the team making the game. Maybe I'm wrong here. Again, I'm not in the industry, but I know what I'm willing to do, and I have no problem paying for a new DLC every couple months. I don't care what the DLC costs. If I get new content, like in a racing scenario, new tracks, new cars, and maybe if I'm lucky, introduce a new mode or something like that. But for the most part, I have, when AMS2, when Race Room, whenever, these games that I barely play anymore, when they release a new content, I don't even review it. I just go and buy now, and I move on, and I'll play it at some point. And I am okay with that. And I think a lot of people who are dedicated to a specific game are more than willing to do that. And now, mind you, I don't know, because obviously work is not free. You can't expect people to make content and it be free. And then you buy the game once, and then the content's free. There's no subscription. You never have to pay ever again, and you get this infinite content. That's just not how it works. So that's why I've always been okay with the buy the game, and then every once in a while a DLC comes out, you pay for the DLC. And if that can somehow be sustainable and everybody feed their family and get a good wage, I think that's personally the best consumer-friendly way. But obviously, you know, you look at subscriptions, you look at new titles, these obviously pay companies more money. But I don't know. I know personally I am the most okay with the DLC method, which is new content. Give me, here's the new content. Give me the money. Cool. We exchange. We move on with our days. You have that content forever. You gave me money. I do what I want with this money. You know, that's my take personally. But
unfortunately, it's not just on the hands of me and you. I'm perfectly on board with us with what you expressed and what you said, but it's not. There are, first of all, people with way higher experience than me, and it's actually their job to judge the business model out of it. You know, and you cannot deny that for iRacing, the subscription model works. You know, it has permitted them to actually pretty much do the infinite game, because they started like 16 years ago, I don't remember, and they keep on going. They never change the actual title, for better or worse, whatever. They keep on adding or updating content, and they are still healthy, even though they have good numbers. They don't have the millions that, you know, Assetto Corsa sold like more than 3 million, right, between consoles and PCs. They never did that probably, or maybe they had now, but after all those years. But it kept them extremely healthy as a business model, and they keep on going. Assetto Corsa had to stop and make Assetto Corsa Competizione, because at some point they thought that, hey, maybe we should do a different title for whatever reason. Sales might have been part of it, or maybe it bounced back from modding. I don't know exactly the numbers and how they took the decision out of that. So I don't know why it's happening, but from my perspective, I really want a game to have at least, you know, 3 to 4 years life, so that you can improve, change, communicate with the community. You know, because at some point, the same community might tell you, "Hey, you've been doing that for 3 years or 4 years, right? We would like only that part of the game fully exploded and much better made with more detail, because we enjoy that more." So you said like, "Oh, and you guys willing to pay for it? Can we have a business model out of that and make everybody happy?" And everybody, you know, I don't know, 80% of your people say, "Yeah, let's go for it." So
I feel like if you did a census on the modern demographic of sim racers, you would just get Project ACC, Project GT3, essentially. You know, that's all people want, and like that's the part that I have to wonder sometimes too, if catering to this vast range of amazing cars throughout the past few decades is actually hurting the game, because as I call it all the time, as awesome as GT3 cars are in real life, in the video game or sim racing space, I call them the Me Too cars. Because no one knows anything about cars, but they wanted to just get in a GT3 car and go racing that. And it's like, experience some variety, experience some culture, some aesthetic, and all this different things that you can get when you get in a GT3 car. You're getting in the same car with a different cosmetic and a different audio sound. That's unfortunately, they're amazing machines, but you know,
I get it. But you know,
this
is a cycle of the market. You know, the market wants something. The market asks for it, you deliver to it, then the market gets saturated, and then it starts falling back, and then you do something different, then it starts the cycle again. Now we are, I guess, toward the end of the GT3 cycle, or at least very, very close to the peak, where everybody wants GT3. At some point, something might arrive, and you know, people might change their opinion. And I hope we'll be the ones that we offer something new and say, "Hey, new kid on the block," you know. That would be really good.
Hey, maybe it'll be street cars. Street cars brought into professional racing. You build your own street car and you bring it into professional racing. You are your own team. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Anyway,
that'd be awesome.
So okay, so rewinding, and then if you had to summarize, because that was, you know, we there's a lot of words there and stuff, but if you had to guess, obviously you don't know the answer, but if you had to guess based off your conversations, how long would you guess PMR will be supported as a singular game? Obviously, anything changes. One day, the rug will get pulled out and be like, hey, guess what? You're all going home. No one's employed. Or guess what, guys? We're going for 10 years. Whatever. The point is that if you had to guess based off your conversations and your expectations, how long do you think PMR will be its own individual game? How many years?
It was part of my discussion of joining the team, so I can answer that relatively easily. Yeah, because I was like, okay, what are we doing? Okay, let's say I'm coming in. I'm not going to change this thing, you know, let alone, because I will never change it alone, but I will not be able to help the team to change this thing in you know, a couple of months. It's just not going to happen. So I can tell you that I think from now, at least, you know, 3 years, still being working on it.
Well, you say at least,
and then who knows? And then who knows? And then who knows?
You say at least. Is that a turn of phrase, or is that like actual being literal? Like, because at least means
I can be as literal as I know. Obviously, you know, here's the situation. If tomorrow, and by tomorrow I mean if next year, all right, we've done everything we could, okay, and the game is in a fantastic state, right, and nobody plays, then, you know, the publisher might say, what the fuck, you've made the perfect game, everything works, people say around that it's perfect, but nobody plays it. There's some other, you know, important issue that we don't understand. So cut, you know, the cut the line and future of that. But if we do what we need to do, and the game improves, and I'm not saying the game is the perfect game, but the game improves, and people coming in, and there is a consistent flow because of the improvement, then I can say literally, I would expect us to go forward for at least, you know, three years at least.
Okay, so I mean that's good. I'm glad you stuck to that 3-year mark, because even if it is like 3 years and then boom, the game's done. Seeing what you've done in 6 months, 3 years is a lot of time. And in 3 years, like I tell people all the time, listen, at the end of the day, I want to own a game. I want to pay for a game, and I want to own a game. I'm not paying for a lifetime service. That's too modern era thinking. Like at the end of the day, I still have my Nintendo 64, my Super Nintendo, and I can boot these games up and I can play the games that I played as a child, and I don't care that they never got support after they were released. They are a blast to play in that moment. And at the end of PMR's time frame, whenever that is, if I can know that I can fire up PMR, I can go online and I can play with a couple friends and I can get this incredible experience, I truthfully, and some people might not like me saying this, I don't give a shit how long it's supported. I just want a good game. And even if it's done after a year, cool, that was the best game they've ever done, and I can't wait to go play that game, and their new game sucks. Whatever. You know?
I'll tell you the reason why nobody even attempts to tell you something very specific about that. And the reason is that nobody has the crystal ball. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not. So what I just tell you is my expectation from what I know and what I'm expecting from the publisher serve our devs and everybody else to continue doing, and what I would love to do. But then again, let's say that tomorrow a different game comes out of the nowhere and destroys all competition.
Mm-hmm.
It can happen. Who knows? Tomorrow somebody might come out of nowhere, never heard before. I'll tell you this, right? Assetto Corsa 1. Kuno Simulazioni previous game was Netcar Pro. People would appreciate some of the hardcore features, but everybody would laugh about the online experience or whatever, which was non-existent. And nobody would put Kuno Simulazioni on the map of amazing, sim racing developers. Mm-hmm. Simbin was on the map. SI was on the map with their Factor 1. iRacing was on the map. And just before going out publicly with Assetto Corsa 1, a month before, Air Factor 2 got announced, and it had night and day, rain, modding, amazing physics. And I kid you not, we were, the 5 guys that were, the whole team of Kuno Simulazioni back then. We were in our offices and we were like, oh my God, we are so fucked. End of the game. We have no money. What are we going to... Air Factor 2 just came out. We never knew that Air Factor 2 was about to come out. And we're like, we're going to die. That's it. We have nothing else to do. Let's release it and hope for the best. But, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
And then, incredible, Assetto Corsa 1 was a great driving experience. It was easy enough to mod. It was great graphics. It had all the correct things at the right time, at the right moment, and kind of won the race. So you never know what is going to happen, in the future. So that's one. So maybe somebody comes out of the blue and destroys everybody. Not only us, but everybody. So you don't know. Second is, you have something like Star Citizen, the never-ending game that is still out there, and everybody loves to make fun about it. It just surpassed 1 billion in funding.
Yeah.
What gives? So you don't have the crystal ball. I can tell you what I would love and what my expectations are, but I hope we do. For me, if we can make 1/10 of the success of Star Citizen and keep on working, I would be like, yeah, let's go this forever.
Yeah.
But what can I tell you? I don't know.
So, real quick, but because you said a lot of things that I wanted to interrupt because I know my brain works and I'll lose thought. Actually, it looks like you cleared up now. You were losing. You were audibly fine. Visibly, you were. You're kind of. We're getting back down to, the first 3D polygons in video games. But anyway.
Yeah.
So, all right. Good answer. I mean, I'm glad to hear that. Your expectations are essentially our expectations or our wants.
Right.
I shouldn't say our expectations, but what we want. We don't want. I know I don't. I don't want in a November 2026 the introduction of Project Motor Racing 2 or whatever successor.
Oh my God! I really hope never happens.
I can almost tell you I wouldn't buy that game. Not because of the team, because it's like, that the marketing would piss me off more than the enjoyment of that I got out of PMR.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay. So you brought up AC1 and you being a big part of AC1 and AC1 being a massively successful game right now.
Yep.
Bigger player base than most sim titles. Everybody talks about LMU, which don't get me wrong, LMU is doing fantastic. But you look at AC1's player numbers, and you look at LMU's player numbers, and you got to combine them with ACC, LMU, and all these other titles to get to AC1 player base. Everybody's playing AC1 and BeamNG, and they're both super mod, do whatever you want friendly. So, do you see, or perhaps the modding of PMR helping it be sustainable or do better in the long run? And two, I also, this is question B, so this is two-parter. I constantly see people talk about AC1 physics being the best to ever be done, and people just need to go back to AC1 physics. Well, you being part of that team, you being a physics guy, you obviously have to like go somewhat like pat yourself on the back when you hear those comments, but at the same time, clearly you, who have been pushing the bar farther away from that, who has done that, sees something different than the people who all say AC1 was the best, stop doing these new things, just do AC1 in all the new games. So what's your thoughts on that take?
Right.
In terms of everybody thinking AC1 was the best physics.
I'll start replying with so no, first I will start replying with you with another question, and then I will reply properly.
Okay.
Who do you think makes more money right now from AC1?
Clearly not.
And the answer, if you don't know or you're not aware, yeah, exactly. So Ilya is probably making more money, or pretty much sure about that than actual Kunos, because obviously AC1 has saturated its own market. And this amazingly talented guy has created a subscription model out of AC1. So clap to him. But he has a constant and continuous income out of this. So this is pretty much amazing. And absolutely, gives you an incredible perspective of how market changes and how things can change. Now, that said, about physics. Because AC1 is so modded, and it has such a vast different experience for very different users. Every user has a different story and a different sensation experience from it. So you get users enjoying drifting from day to night. And if you go into the various drifting forums, you'll see many trying a drifting mode and the exact same amount of people being opposite to it because, this has bullshit physics because it's so easy, or it doesn't work well with my steering wheel, or whatever. So even on a single group of people that they're enjoying a certain category of racing, they're still separated because they have different opinions. I even see, Reddit, because, Reddit, everything goes. I see people like, in the end, if you're going to enjoy it, get the original drifting cars on Assetto Corsa because they work really well. And I'm like, hey, pat, as you said, on the shoulder, they're still up to it. Mm-hmm. That said, we are here all into this niche market because in the end, all of us, yes, we do try to find the best possible driving experience, but we want it to be realistic because otherwise, Gran Turismo is good enough for everybody, right? So we're here because everybody tries to recreate what it would feel, depending on its own expectations, a real car would feel driving in a certain way. Okay, that is not only on the community, which tries to find that feeling, but also to the developers, because all those sim racing titles exist because the developers also trying to research and run behind that dream to create the most realistic experience. Because we are all confident that the most realistic experience will be also the most enjoyable, because real life driving is the most enjoyable and exhilarating thing, right?
Yes.
So this is where also my argument with people and sim racers, which I respect, but I disagree heavily with them, is like, hey, just make it fun. And my answer is always going to be, what fun means. Fun for you means something, and fun for me means something else, and it's not subjective. It's completely subjective, right? We have different expectations of what fun is, but making it as realistic as possible, even though sometimes means less fun, is objective. So following that dream, making the most realistic sim, okay, is objectively fun. Everything else is like, It's fun for me. Is it fun for you? No. Is it fun for you? Is it fun for me? Yes. I mean, what does it mean? That takes me also back into the whole force feedback, how you set it up, etc. And I'm like, why do you need all those sliders? Fuck the sliders. It's all subjective, because again, objective is, realism is objective. Fun or feeling or whatever is subjective. And that's why we went from Grand Prix Legends to today. If it wasn't for all the developers trying as hard as they can to be more realistic, we wouldn't be here today, and we would be somewhere like, I don't know, Wipeout. Wipeout is an amazing racing game. I love it, right? But you
Burnout Paradise
drive
was
futuristic,
fantastic.
you drive futuristic hovercrafts, right?
Yeah.
You drive futuristic hovercrafts. So where's the realism? Is it fun for you? No. Is it fun for me? Yes. Who's right? Nobody. Who knows? I have people saying Grand Theft Auto has the most fun driving system, and others will rightfully say no. Cyberpunk has that.
You were right with
That's- nobody
Cyberpunk.
says,
That
but
works
anyway.
too.
Yeah, or other would say no. Forza Horizon has the most realistic, most fun driving, and people say no. The Crew has the most fun driving experience. Who's right? Who's wrong? Everybody's right because it is subjective. But all of us can fight between ACC, LMU, iRacing, PMR. Who has the most realistic? And we know that the answer is somewhere in between, but we know that they all try, because you can say it, how they all converse into the same. I know there are differences, but if you look at the differences 10 years ago, they were bigger. 5 years ago, they were closer. Today, they are even closer, and they all converting through a similar experience because we follow realism.
Yeah.
You know?
So, this leads me to my next question, since we're talking so much about realism. And that, by the way, I'm just letting you know, you said the word realism more than me today. So therefore, you are the ones taking all of the bullshit today.
All the
but-
shitstorm on me.
So, realism versus difficulty. So I
Right.
say that because
Yeah.
there are lots of times that this seems to be this trend in sim racing where the more difficult something is,
Right.
means
Yeah.
that's more realistic. And
Yeah.
there are I personally, I do it all the time and I get dragged through the mud for it. I don't care. Guess what, folks? Who I piss you off, I'm going to keep doing it. It's part of my charm. If you don't like it, watch somebody else who just likes playing
Yeah.
the game. Anyway, a big thing with me is I will always argue about I will, I guess, in a sense, dissect the realism in terms of the aspect of the difficulty. When I can get in a car that I have driven in real life, and I can do something in real life that I cannot for the life of me do in a sim, there could be a skill issue and an adaptation issue with my hardware. But
Yeah.
sometimes I have to scrutinize the game a little bit. We're like, this feels like you are giving me an aspect of forced difficulty to create a
Yeah.
skill gap.
Yeah. I agree.
Right. And I know I hate to bring up iRacing again, but again, I'm the hardest on iRacing because they've been doing it for 18 years. But according to iRacing, drifting in real life in any level, beginner to expert, could not be possible based off of their physics. The second those tires go past peak grip, game over. All 4 tires are sliding until you hit a wall at whatever speed you were just traveling. They literally changed compound mid-race from whatever compound you were on to full-on ice. That's why people talk about ice racing. Now, that's just an example. But the point is that there are lots of times where a car is too difficult to drive and it's unrealistic. And there's a times where a car is too easy to drive and it is equally unrealistic. And the middle is right where the car should be. But anytime you talk about something being too difficult to drive and that this would not do this in real life, this would have more grip, whatever the case, whatever your argument is, You get told, nope, you just don't like difficult things. Wrong. I like a challenge when I'm driving the vehicle in real life. That is a challenge. When I am driving a computer on wheels, I want to be the weakest link because in real life, I am if I got into an F1 car right now, never driven an F1 car, I would be scared shitless of the car. I would put that car, I wouldn't even warm the tires up. They wouldn't even get to operating temperature. I would drive so far under the limit because the car would drive so far past my own personal limit. But in a video game, how do I find the limit? I crash in turn 1. Well, I can't do that, so let's slow it down until I find the limit. Right. Unless you have a really good physics model and force feedback, and the car will communicate and blah,
never
blah,
gonna
blah.
happen anyway.
But the point is that, in that entire rant, is that realism, all the people arguing about it don't know what realism is. They're all just arguing based off of other sims. So I don't even know what my question is at this point because there's so many. I have so many questions about realism in sim racing. How? Just because, like, there are, and Forza Horizon, we can all agree, arcade game. You can't drive through the forest like that in anything. Period. In a tank. Maybe a tank. Maybe an M1 Abrams you can. But there are some aspects of when I'm stopped and I cut the wheel left and I throw the clutch and I can kick it sideways and drive that car like I know what I'm doing. I can also do that in a Mustang in real life, like the Mustang I can in the game. But then I get into a sim and all of a sudden I spin the tires and I can't control the car in any way, shape, or form. I could make in that very, very, very small vacuum of a moment that Forza's got better physics right there in that moment than this sim title does. Obviously, the driving and the arcadiness, that all goes away. But the point is that I feel like there is this big debate about what realism is, and if people would stop arguing about it and just realize that, hey, you can kind of abuse some things in real life, and you can beat the shit out of those tires and still control it. You're going to slow down. You're not going to go as fast as if you drove properly. But if you abused the shit out of those tires and went past the limit and it got a little sideways on you and you controlled it and kind of knew what you were doing in that controlled slide, you would look like you're, wow, look at me. This is a movie. This is cinema. I'm sideways through this turn. You're going slower than a professional race car driver, but you're not just crashing into the wall because your tires turned to ice. That was a massive rant. I apologize.
No, it's not a rant. You have every right to say that. It is a very long, discussion if we go deep into it, and it never stops. There are a couple of things to consider. First of all, we are talking mainly, especially on iRacing, since you mentioned it. First of all, I cannot and I will not, go into that because professionally and ethically it wouldn't be right.
No. I get it.
They're fellow developers, so I don't know how their physics engine works because I don't have access. So, but I will say, first of all, we're talking about racing cars and racing slicks. Those two are very important limitations because, first of all, slicks should overheat very fast and lose peak grip very fast because of that when you're driving over the limit. And this is something already PMR doesn't do as I wish it should do it. And I think you will notice as we move forward some changes into this. Second, you don't have enough lock usually on race car. So you cannot go into an angle and then save it because you have enough lock. You end up for lock and you end up for talent and you spin, right? So that's another reason. On top of that, you add downforce, which downforce tends to, go missing when you go into a yaw angle, into a drift angle. So that's another issue, and so on and so forth. All of that said, PMR has its own issues. One of the things that I dislike is that on some cars with some tires, you can just smash the throttle and not have wheel spin. You just go into an angle and just drive the car out of the corner. You don't have wheel spinning. I'm not saying you should lose it and go into spin, right, of the whole car. I'm saying that your tires should be spinning and you should keep the drift. It's two different things.
Yes.
But that's also to say that nobody's perfect, right? ACC, it became on one of the latest updates maybe way too easy, so that you could be actually not so easy. You don't lose enough time when you slightly go into power oversteer on a corner, and you can be just as fast without using traction control, which we know those cars need to go faster. So you see, at some point LMU had extremely cold tires. You are like 10 to 50 seconds slower with cold tires on the opening lap, which we know is not the case in reality. So every sim has some limitations, and all developers teams try to figure it out. I do have a belief, personal belief. If you drive close to the limit and you even lose the car, you need to know what you did wrong, why that happened. If you're like, oh my God, I'm a passenger, why the fuck that happened? That's not a good indication something is wrong on the sim title or on the data you put in or something like that. Because I get it, you are going to spin. You are trying to control a beast of, 1,500 kilos usually, with over 500 horsepower usually. So you are going to fuck up and, spin, right? But you need to understand what you did and end up into that situation. So when I'm going sideways and I'm starting, spinning around, I need to know, I shouldn't have upshifted right in the middle of the apex with all my foot down. I should have been more careful of that. Or maybe I should have been more, more progressive with the throttle. I get it why that happened. But if I'm like, I'm right on the limit and boom, why I'm on the wall again? That is an indication that I'm doing something wrong with the values, right? In a similar way, if I'm driving, a Mustang, right, as you said, and I just send it at 40 degrees drift and 180 kilometers per hour, 100 miles per hour, I'm keeping that on the gamepad, I'm like that. I'm like, everybody, making photos and everything. That's also an indication that, come on, I'm not that good, in real life. I'm close, but I do that usually at 60 miles per hour, not 100 miles per hour or 150 miles per hour. For 5 turns, one after another, you might do it once, then everything overheats and, you're just burning out rubber like crazy. I can do it, I can show you, as you said, you can do it as well. I know you have your videos, I have my videos, you can show people. But if you keep on doing it at that speed, turn after turn after turn, that's an indication that, it's a little bit easier to make you feel a driving god that maybe you're not, or maybe the car could never achieve. Those are the two things that I keep always in mind. And I'm like, would I really do that? Or why did that happen? And how did I ended up in the wall again? Those two indicators are like, if that happens, that's a, red flag that, hey, maybe something is not good. Sometimes you can fix it right away. Sometimes you need to ask patience from people and say, hey, we're working on it. It's a little bit more complex than what we think. We'll try to do it.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question. This might put a little bit of like sort of where your head's at and PMR is at. Currently, what cars in the game do you think drive the best from a realistic, authentic standpoint? Like, what is, if you were to get in a car in the game right now and be like, this is what I want, for how this car is represented, this is what I want in all the cars. If you had to pick one, the closest to that, not saying the one you're picking is perfect, but this is the best you think so far. What do you, from a realistic standpoint, what do you think that class of car is, or even specific car? Because a lot of the classes, the older ones especially, they all have a very unique style of driving. So which do you think is the best? From an
I think the Japanese, the Japanese cars, championship, the older ones specifically, the Evo ones, the JP2s are, they're really good. Like the Godzilla and the Supra, they really feel spot on. I might say that because it's underpowered, the NSX sometimes, to me, it feels way too planted on the throttle. But, kind of get it. I like that. I like the MX-5 a lot, that the latest one that we did. I think it also, as a whole, it has done a very good research out of all the things that it needs. The GT3s are good, but I know we're missing many things on the aereo and on some details on the homologation, suspension, and everything around those cars. So we need to do a better job on those. Although they drive nicely, the GTEs drive nicely, but I think it needs more work because, allow me to remind you that I see things from two perspectives. One is the enjoyment of driving, and the other thing is I see the physics underneath, and I know that, we get that enjoyment because this is not simulated good enough, or we don't get what we should need as enjoyment because that thing is not simulated, or there is a simplification over there. So I see it from both sides. I like the NGTs, I'm not going to lie. I like the Porsche Cup. I think the upcoming GT70s are really nice. Really nice sensation of them.
You mentioned at the expo, I'm not overstepping here, but you did say it publicly, that the demo of the DLC cars did not have the current tire model that may or may not be in it on actual release. Is that still the case, or because obviously the tire model is ever evolving, it's never gonna be done.
Of course. The GT70s will be pretty much as you experience them.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to change them. I think they're in a very good state. Maybe some details here and there, but there will be secondary details like what if you keep on, overpowering the tires and they overheat? Maybe we can change that. Those are details, right? But generally, as a feel, I think they're already very, very close.
Okay.
The 60s, I think you tried both of them. What it might come out, I think it should be a little more direct. It feels a little bit too old bias ply. And it might come out like that because we don't have the time to fix it for release also on consoles and everything, because things have to get done, sent in a certain period of time, which is not the final date, way before that. So we might not be able to update that in time, but we will update it later, and you're probably going to experience it as the experience that you had on the Sim Race Expo, that was a little bit more direct, and you had the possibility, to step on the throttle and spin the tires, because those monsters obviously are very lightweight and have older tires. So that's pretty much where we are with that DLC.
And now you have been obviously working on new force feedback, new tire model for the GT, new physics, I believe everything for the GT3s. Now I don't know how much of that is you personally, how much of that is the team and you.
The whole team always works together.
Yeah. So I know the GT3s have been being reworked. I say that like they're going to get the next one and that's it, we're done. But the next iteration of GT3s, do you see that coming before or after the DLC?
I think after. I don't think we're gonna be able to release it together.
I personally, I wouldn't want to. You know how GT3s are and the way they cannibalize everything around them. I think it'd be bad.
Exactly. That's one also of the reasons. Yeah. When you consider it something, you say like, is it ready? Yes. Okay. So maybe we should release it. Is it not ready? Well, maybe that's for the better, because we're gonna cannibalize, as you said, the DLC. So doesn't make sense. So that might be one situation. We'll see about that. We might get the GT4s before that, which I think they are amazing cars to drive, but they don't get enough attention because of the Me Too GT3s again whole situation.
Got you saying.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm not gonna hide behind it. It's exactly as it is right now. But I would expect them soon, very, very soon. I mean, right after the DLC, as soon as possible. Yeah.
So, all right. Let's see. The LMDHs, they just got a recent update. They seem to be very well received. I've spent very little time in them, to be completely fair. They seem to drive in every way better than the previous iteration. There does seem to be some reiteration of the initial force feedback problems with them, where they can it can be fixed. I shouldn't say I did it. Someone sent me their force feedback settings and it stopped. But there is in the default layout a pretty severe oscillation back and forth, just going in a straight line, just and like I can actually clip it later from a stream where I let go of the wheel at 190 miles an hour, and it was kind of funny me trying to grab the wheel again. I basically broke both my hands. But the handling of the cars drives fantastic. Like they drive way better now. But it does seem like the early oscillation issues that they did have seem to have returned. It looked like the steering got real numb to make that go away, and I guess that might have been a early solution to get rid of it by just stop the force feedback. But there are some settings now that were given to me that, at least on my system, seem like I have all of the force feedback without the just my wheels going back and forth, up and down.
Here's the first of all, if you allow me, I will spend some time to discuss a little bit of the LMDH, because there has been an incredible amount of work from AJ and the rest of the handling team on them, really going really hardcore, not only on the whole engine, battery, and electric motor stuff, but also now the suspension aerial. We're really now pushing the envelope. We have implemented the third spring, which is important on those cars for people that might not be in the know. And again, allow me, because I think we should explain that stuff. Here's what happens. When you have a lot of downforce, and those cars do create a lot of downforce, you want to keep the car stiff and stable, so that you can keep on operating on that downforce consistently. That means not only not touching the ground, which is obviously a problem. You don't want to touch the ground, especially during corners, right? But you also do not want the car to roll much or to pitch, especially pitching. Why? The amount of downforce that you create and where that downforce pushes on the front or on the rear wheels depends a lot on the ride height and inclination of the front splitter and the rear diffuser. So the moment you change that inclination, when you're braking or where you are accelerating, you're not only changing the amount of downforce, but most importantly, you move that downforce a lot to the front or a lot to the rear. And by a lot, I mean a millimeter of difference at the front ride height can move the percentage of downforce toward the front by 5%. So that's a lot. That's really a lot. So in order to to go against this and have a car that is predictable, because otherwise in every braking zone and turning in, you could just instantly spin because of the whole downforce moving forward and have no support at the rear. You need the car to not pitch. And the only way to make the car not pitching is making the suspension extremely stiff. Remember, Group C, back in the era, prototype cars. Very, very stiff springs. Obviously, if you do very, very springs, that means that at every low turn that you don't have downforce, or every curb, or every ondulation, your car basically jumps around like a cricket, and it's just very, very bad to drive around, right?
Yep.
So amazing engineers got into work, and they found out they could create a suspension geometry that has 3 springs. They have 2 normal springs that control the stiffness when you're rolling left and right, and they have a center spring that only works when both the suspension is compressed, so only during pitching or squatting.
Okay.
That means that you can create a soft spring for rolling and independent movement of the suspension, but very stiff suspension when the whole car goes up and down, like pitching or squatting, right? And so doing that, you get a car that's way more drivable in the slow corners and above curbs and everywhere else, while still being very also consistent at high downforce curbs or pitching situations, braking or accelerating. This is now implemented, it works properly, and that is one of the many reasons why you felt that the car react much better.
Gotcha.
Together with all that stuff, though, we are also improving the simulation of our tires, which means that we need to simulate that those tires have very narrow peak of grip. It's like the peak is around 5 degrees, 6 degrees. That's where it is. Okay. That means that you get a lot of lateral forces for very slight movement of your steering wheel.
Yeah.
Those slight movements of your steering wheel with a lot of lateral forces generate a lot of force back and forth, and that's the oscillation that you get on the steering wheel. How do you improve on that? You need the correct amount of damping and friction on your steering rack so that when the steering wheel goes around the center, it's still free to rotate if you need it, but it also dampens out and stops the oscillation. Gotcha. That's already difficult to achieve. Imagine having to do that on very different steering wheels on the market, where you have steering wheels of 20, 25 Newton meters of force, where you need a lot of damping, and you still have enough force to overcome the damping. And this is the most difficult part, on low-end steering wheels that do like 3, 5, 7 Newton meters, where if you add even the slightest amount of damping, you get a knobbed wheel that just, doesn't feel of anything. It just flattens out the experience. So that's an inherent problem of realism. I know our guys are working really heavily on that to, help you out and have also some templates there and even improve the steering wheel simulation out of this. But I'm not going to lie, it's not an easy problem to solve. That's why you have this kind of experience now.
Do you think there in the future there might be the possibility of having default force feedback profiles per wheelbase? Because obviously, I know Kevin, he has a bunch of different wheels himself to test things.
Absolutely, would love that.
This is, I'll put my phone on camera, but okay, you have a G923, 2.3 Newton meter
that's the template system. We advise.
Yeah. Because for example, someone like me with the wheelbase that I have has a very different experience because of the mass range of things. So if I have something that's, for example, oscillations are sitting at 8, 9 Newton meters oscillating back, and that's a lot to hold on to when the wheel's doing this. Where on a G923, that same exact setting is one hand on the wheel, no problem. But if I were to get rid of the oscillation across the board, now that same G923, like you said, is basically a limp noodle where I can just, one finger the wheel. So yeah.
And it's not only that. If you put on the same templates that are the default templates that we advise, the player might not like them, but you have a reference point. So when the player comes back to me and tells me, hey, I don't like that, I'm like, okay, please put the default system, the default template first. You try that, get back to me, tell me what you feel. Gets back to me and says, hey, I tried the default, which I know how it's set up, and I feel this and that, and I dislike it. We have a common base where we can start discussing and give him a more personalized experience, but at least we start from the same base.
Yeah.
If you don't offer that and everything goes, a guy can come back to you and tell you, I'm trying this, I don't like it. What values do you use? I don't remember anymore. Or even worse, it might tell you values that they are not exactly what they are using because they just forgot. Happens all the time. Ask me how I know.
Or the best feedback is this is a piece of shit, and what's wrong with it? It's a piece of shit. Okay, cool. I'm glad I could fix that for you. Thanks for the feedback. I get it. Trust me.
It's like that. Yeah.
How easy to lose 3 hours. All right. Well, speaking of which, since we're basically 4.5 hours in, and I still have tons of questions, but this is not a me show. This is a you show. I don't want to open the floodgates.
Pick the most spicy ones.
Yeah, that will pretty much open the floodgates up, but I will try and cherry pick at least the most common questions. Chat.
Okay.
Just go in on Aris. Talk about his hair, talk about his beard. I'm just kidding. There was one moment, by the way, where I was laughing, and you did this weird movement, and all I could think of was Mr. Bean, and I just couldn't help but just
I get that laughing. A lot, yeah.
I couldn't help it, and I'm like, oh no, Mr. Bean is explaining simulation to me. Oh no. Anyway, yeah.
And high-end physics.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't make fun of yourself in the end, I mean, that's the
Oh, you
best
have
part of
to.
the
You
community
absolutely have
and
to.
being here. So
Yep.
yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. All right. By the way, folks, I recommend asking legitimate questions, not like I'm
gonna reply this. I see the guy here who says, "Why do all cars feel like hovercrafts?" And I'm gonna say, if you really feel that all cars feel like hovercrafts in all the amount of cars that PMR has, there are three issues. One, we're certainly doing something wrong somewhere. Fine. Two, something of the configuration can't be right because there are so many different cars in there. There must be something that feels differently, right? Three, skill issue. Pick one, be my guest. I don't know what else to tell you. And I'm being very brutally honest. So it is what it is.
I can always say that when someone says the cars in this are hovercrafts, I know that they're a console player, respectfully, because everybody on PC has played AMS2, and I am a big fan of AMS2. But the cars, if you think the cars are hovercrafts in PMR and you also play AMS2, then the cars are what's a motorsport on ice where you drift? Is there a thing?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I do have cars that. Where's that?
Not super important. Are there other
Trophy Andrews? Yeah, I do have cars that I don't like how they drive, and I would like them better. That's the case. But there are so many cars, you cannot really say that there are not at least a couple of cars that you enjoy. If not, the next thing I would say that maybe that's not your thing, happens. Or maybe you have some configuration issue, or simply you're coming from a different kind of experience and you need some time to get used, not because you need to get used to something in order to enjoy it, but I repeat, you are driving monsters behind a fake steering wheel, behind a two-dimensional window, which is your monitor. Your brain needs to get accustomed into that. Some people have more experience from that and they get used to it easily or faster, or because that's how they're born, And some people need more time to it in order for their brains to start talking the same language with the sim. So my answer to that is that's not bad. Just give it some time, see, but with an open mind and not like I just hate that. If that's the case and you don't enjoy it after a while, just change the title. What can I tell you about it? There's no other way around it, and I cannot convince you if you don't like something.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how it is.
So let me ask you this because there's a couple questions that I would like to see you answer too because they've been asked a couple times, but this is a quick one. Well, maybe it might be a quicker one. Oil Slick asks about the cold tires being way too slippery.
Yeah, I think not personally because if you drive a slick tire, stone cold slick tire, there is a reason why some series have pre-worn tires. It's a very good reason. So cold tires are hard to drive if they are slicks, which is not something that you experience ever in street driving, except if you have, semi-slicks and you live somewhere that can go below zero, and then you get some nasty surprises, for example, in real life. So I wouldn't say that they're that slippery, but then again, it depends which car, which tire. I will go down and try it again because I might not remember correctly. So that's another way to discuss about it.
I'm going to go ahead and say he's sorry.
Usually cold slick tire is a bitch to drive.
I'm going to go ahead and say he's probably talking about GT3 tires, and I think that comes down to the general GT3 physics and what you're feeling with them right now. Because if I were to go down the rabbit hole of cold tires, I actually don't think the cold tires in PMR, and you guys know me, everybody says I only like driving easy things, and it's all skill issues and blah, blah, blah. But I actually think cold tires are relatively easy to drive in PMR by comparison. If you jump in LMU or iRacing, if you think the cold tires are too aggressive, they don't work in those two games. I mean, cold tires, you basically cannot use the accelerator or the brakes or turn the wheel or do anything for that matter in those sims. You can't do the first 2 laps. You have to go out like you are driving your car to get groceries. And then the 3rd lap, you can start pushing. So in PMR, yeah, it does feel like that if it's, you're playing it in a vacuum. But if I had to guess, Slick is primarily referring to the GT3s, and I do think the GT3s, regardless of the temperature, at least in the current public build, tires feel weird. I can't explain it, and it's just the GT3s that give me this sensation of like, I don't know what the car is doing, and I don't know if that's just agreeing in chat or what, but like cold tires in the GTEs, cold tires in LMDH, cold tires in NGT, it all seems like the car drives the same and the cold tires just have less grip in it. I'm fully cool with that. Whereas in the GT3s, I don't like the way the cars feel from a grip standpoint, cold through hot, or operating temperature, I should say. But the thing is, it doesn't ever feel like I don't have enough grip. It's more that I don't understand the grip, if that makes any sense. I feel like I'm sliding when I should have grip, and I'm gripping when I shouldn't, when I should be sliding. I can't explain it. It's hard.
But this is the whole discussion we had earlier about the objectiveness of realism, because as a matter of fact, that's an interesting engineering point of view. Cold tire, it doesn't just has less grip. It feels strange in reality. A cold slick tire feels strange because the tire is so stiff and doesn't bend because it's hot. And so it becomes like driving on wood. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you're like, it sticks. Yeah, somebody just let goes and you're like, well, what the fuck? And you kind of keep it, but it just gives you that sensation of ugly, letting go, wooden feel, It's not like you're gonna end on the wall, but it just skips out of you. Okay. Well, when it gets into the operating temperature, then this is where it becomes softer, and it starts flexing and bending and actually grabbing the asphalt, and you feel that it keeps on going there, and you get that sensation of I'm on the limit, and then it just let goes, and you get it back, and you try to get it back. It's a completely different feel. So if it's simulated properly, I'm not saying we're doing a perfect job on that, but if it's simulated properly, a cold tire should feel very different than an operating tire. On top of that, we have some extra issues. Right now, on the GT3s and most of the cars, we don't have enabled the brake bleed heat on the tires, which means all the heat that you get from the tires is because of the friction of the tires with the asphalt, and not because of the brakes being too hot and bleeding heat inside the core, which is, in modern racing, a very, very important factor. It stabilizes the core temperature of the tire. It makes the core temperature come, into the operating temperature faster. That's why you see people, braking and accelerating, braking, accelerating during the warm-up lap. It's the brakes that heat up the inside of the tires. So we lack this, and as a result, you need more time to heat up the tires from the surface to the core instead of the core to the surface. So there are many reasons about that, many things to get better. You can argue that, hey, if that's the case, why don't you do it a little bit easier? And I can tell you, yeah, you might be right. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, that's how I see it.
Okay. Here's a GT3 question for you, and I do want to get back to the chat questions, but this is just because there's a lot of guys in chat who are troubled by the PMR GT3s, but their staple, their baseline for like what is good is ACC currently. So they're currently comparing ACC to current PMR, and you have been on both those teams. So in your regard, what do you think is better that on the ACC setup, the car in general, the programming, the physics, whatever, that you would like to see implemented in the PMR car that you think would make it better? Because I have a really good friend who's built a lot of street cars, and he's had a lot of different experience driving a lot of different cars, and ACC is his game. He sim races purely for fun. He does not give a shit about the online, what I'm doing right now. Right. He's like, cool, I like it, but whatever. I'm going to build my Cyclone into a random whatever. Anyway, he loves ACC. That's his game. He has yet to get the bug from PMR. He's like, it's not ACC. Whenever he gets in PMR, he goes, it's not ACC. And there's quite a few guys that are still like that. So what do you think improvements that you could implement directly from ACC to PMR that would say that would make the experience better, if there are any personally?
I think ACC had a better aero model, which we're now implementing and working on it, because obviously we had more experience in direct contact with the whole series. So that makes PMR GT3 cars feel a little bit more, how to say, flat sometimes, in what it is happening. I think PMR has much better suspension, dampers, and curbs, movement. So
that I agree
that's
on.
One.
That I very much agree on.
Way better. We know the limitations of ACC on that department. I think that ACC had more realistic kind of braking distances, and in PMR they're kind of a little bit too short, and again we are addressing that properly. And another thing that you might think, that doesn't have to do much with with realism and physics, but it is important. I'll explain to you why. I think ACC still has a little bit of better sound features, not sound of the car per se, the engine, but sound features that are both more realistic and give better feedback without even for the player to understand it. Okay. What I mean about that, I mean the sound that you get from the tires when they are sliding, or when they are slipping, or when they are scrubbing is different. The sound that you get from the brakes when the ABS is light on them or heavy on them, you feel and hear something different on that, especially when you are turning in and you need to modulate the brake, you feel something different. So that kind of stuff, you're like, yeah, but that sound doesn't have to do anything. But this is actually part of the feedback the driver gets to evaluate how to drive a car. It happens in real life as well. Drivers feel the vibrations, feel the noise, and evaluate how the car is reacting, where the limit is. And it's even more important into a simulator, because obviously you miss the G-forces. So everything else gets elevated and amplified for your brain to understand where the limit is. And I think PMR still lacks some of that part. We're absolutely working on those. So I'm very confident that we're gonna get into a point that we're gonna go even over it. So yeah, that's it. I see Holling Brown says, please don't add ACC brake sound. Man, that's what happened in the GT3 car. It's racing car,
Let me ask you this.
It's not about the squeal. It's not about squeal. Let me be more precise about it. It's about vibrations and tingling noises that you get on certain situations. It's not about the squeal or just the whatever you feel from the brake. It's more than that. You might not actually consciously hearing that, but it does play an effect into you when you're driving.
One thing that's come up, and I've noticed it's with the Mercedes, especially GT3, is porpoising under heavy braking. What the GT3 does when you so in ACC, pretty much the method of braking was stuff the brake and stop and let ABS do the work. That was kind of part of ACC's sort of driving flaw, was the ABS was just the way to do it. Just use ABS and stuff the brake, and you would stop. But in PMR. There is some under decent heavy braking, there's porpoising, and it's pretty. It hits hard when it happens, and it seems to be a pretty aggressive complaint. I've noticed it. I've learned to kind of drive around it by just not stuffing the brake and braking a little softer, but it does seem to be more aggressively specific towards the Mercedes. And on a side note, it still, I think, did that in the latest build, but I noticed the Porsche. I don't know if in the current GT3s, the Porsche is like the starting point, but the Porsche feels like it's pretty next level in terms of its force feedback. It feels completely different than the previous build. And while some of the other cars still feel kind of the same. So I don't know if the Porsche is just sort of like the starting point for the adaptation or what, but I know it was like a multi-part question again. Sorry. But
no, it's okay. Well, I would say, and I'll be the first to say that the ABS in ACC was way too good on some aspects.
I'll be right back. You keep carrying on. Sorry. I have to take care of something. Keep talking, and I'll go.
No worries. So I will say that the ABS was way too good, especially on a straight line. I will say, and I will insist that yes, those cars are driven like that. Many drivers, not all of them, many drivers just step on the ABS and let it do the thing. As a confirmation to that and validation is the fact that there is a lot of work and development going on in the manufacturers to make better electronic systems. They will never admit it, they will never say it openly, but those cars practically do, torque vectoring when they are entering the corner and you are using the correct amount of ABS into them. I will also go against of the people that they are saying that, the best way to brake on ACC is just slam on the brakes and turn in. That doesn't work, honestly. The most and the best esport drivers, and we've been doing esport on ACC for a long time, they would do very, very good and fine trail braking entering the corner. They would slam the brake on the straight line. That's a different thing. That said, I still think that PMR is better from that point of view and create much better results. You can lower the ABS, slam on the brakes, and not get the correct amount of braking, so it's better if you modulate it. It works in a much more natural way, and I prefer it like that. About the porpoising, I'm not so sure. We will need to check it out. On the new things, I don't see that happening. We also have enabled bump stops on the new GT3s that we're working on, and the whole aero system is different, so it's a completely different stuff. Porsche against all the other cars or whatever. We're talking about Porsche. Having tactility into the steering is what they know best, even in racing, cars. So when you simulate the suspension geometry of a Porsche against, a BMW, I'm not saying that the BMW is not good. It just has a different geometry, and that geometry results in a different feeling. So it's not something that I can be like, all right, you know what? Let's make the BMW or the Aston Martin or whatever feel identical as the Porsche. In order to do that, I need to copy the suspension geometry of the Porsche into the BMW, and that doesn't make it a BMW anymore. So that's part of the whole realism thing. You feel cars slightly different because that's why Porsche is so famous about it. It's part of the game. And by the game, I don't mean our game. It's part of the reality game. Welcome back, man. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. Well, it's a live stream with Aris, and I hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy you had me on. I've always wanted to be on one of these podcasts. These are pretty cool. I'm glad. Nice to meet you. The wife was trying to get my attention for the past 15 minutes because my my new rig showed up and one of the boxes was damaged. Luckily, the boxes that was in it was fine. So, but anyway, sorry, I had to take care of that.
All right. Good stuff.
Switching over to Track Racer. It is what it is. Okay, so there was a dono question, so I can't. He did ask several times, and I was getting to it, but now he sent me a donation for that victory. I appreciate the $4.99. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to ask the question now, regardless. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
right
of
to the
course.
top. Major audio improvements that is more accurate to IRL and not generic copy paste engine sounds in some of the cars, like LMDH Class 4, for example. So I will, I guess, put my own take on that while saying it. There are some cars that sound really, really, really good and really authentic, and there are other cars that do very much sound very generic. Like this is okay. It's a V8 car. Let's put a V8 sound to it. You know, one car in particular that is my own personal gripe from an audio standpoint is the M3 NGT car, the GTR. That's a flat plane V8 that sounds like a high revving V6 in the game. And I get it. You know, there's a lot to do.
Right.
Sounds are probably not super priority, but that's one where I'm like, this sound is way off. But
no, sounds are definitely a priority. I can tell you that. Your criticism is valid. It is exactly as you say. Sometimes, you feel, and that's not, I will honestly put, my hand on my heart and say it's not on purpose. Sometimes it's because limitations, sometimes because you didn't find the exact, source to make it. And here is very important. You might say, how can you not find the perfect source? There are tons of YouTube videos about the car, on boards, whatever. That's not how it works. First of all, so there are a couple of things to be very precise about this here. What you hear on YouTube videos is being recorded by whatever action cam, and that's not how the real car sounds. All right. That's not to say it's an excuse to make an average reproduction of this car, but sometimes it's not. So you hear a lot of distortion, whatever. That's because of the action cam. Second of all, that sound that you hear on YouTube, it's not always possible to use professionally to grab the samples, clean them up, cut them, and put them into the game, because you don't grab the sound and just put it in the game. You need to cut the sound. You need to have sound for all revs. The samples have to be long enough so they don't get repeated badly. There's a lot going on. And sometimes you manage to do that and you have the proof. There's still the same guys that are doing all the sounds. And sometimes you don't manage to do that, and you still have the proof some cars sound generic or not good enough. Here's what I can tell you about it. The whole game is getting improved. And when I mean the whole game, I don't mean just the DLCs coming, the new stuff or the new content. We wouldn't be here talking about physics of the GT3 cars or the MX-5 or the NGTs or whatever. We are here discussing about that because even the already released content, it's getting a makeover. Some things might come before others, some things might come later, but the whole game is being done and reworked, time permitting, priorities permitting. We are not going to let anything moved or changed or not if it's the case to do it. So that's the confirmation I can give you that yes, we are aware and we are trying to get it better. But then again, I cannot tell you, oh yeah, absolutely, we're gonna change this right away. That I don't know. But I do want to confirm that, yeah, we're not letting anything without, and you do well, keep on repeating and telling us, hey, that sounds shit, fix it if you can, and we will try to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. And as far as, again, this is where I hate to go back to the stupid feedback bullshit loop, but what would be the best way to because me personally, I know what my avenues are. I talk to Ryan, I'll talk to Sora, I'll talk to John. A lot of these guys I'll because I just have I've built somewhat of a banterish relationship with, where
right,
hey, this is a shit show, and then they'll or this is great, or whatever the case. Hey, I ran this random poll and stream. Here you go, do what you want with it. But in general, where would be the best place to say, hey, we want a log feedback for what we think needs to get done first for everybody, where would that be? Is that still the Discord? Is that
I know you're gonna hate it, but it's gonna be the Discord. It's the easiest way for me also to go there and read and reply on the fly, because one of the things that I would like to do, and I already kind of started, is once or twice per week after works, go there and have a chit chat with some people and get some answers or get some direct feedback. It's never gonna happen perfectly. You're absolutely right. It's a shit show as usual. But right now, as we are, that's how it works. Possibly it has its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is it's very anarchic and it doesn't get. I mean, I can write something and the people that they are online at that point might get it, and then it just get lost. Who knows what I said and when I said it. On the other hand, it has the advantage that you can get in direct contact and just discuss a couple of things and get a very straight answer of things. I mean, you see how I'm answering stuff. I'm not hiding or that. It's not my. I'm not even capable of hiding. So that's a good thing. I would love, as you said, to have something more official at some point, but that then will going to miss the direct connection. So I would love to have both of them or three of them, whatever comes in the future. Yeah. But for now, as we talk right now, that's the direct way to discuss it.
I mean, as long at the end of the day, it's your guys' rodeo. If that's how you prefer it, then that's how you prefer it, and that's where everybody needs to go. So, all right, let me see, because like I said, I wanted to deviate to the chat, not my own questions here. So there were a couple questions before I got distracted that I read that. We're getting there. Don't worry.
No, I'm dying to answer Cody, but
well, I mean, his question is a bit egregious and vague, but at the same time, he's not wrong. But the online issues come down to...
No, but the question is coming from before, because it says if the game is realistic and if it's going to teach him more car control from Gran Turismo 7. Well, if you're coming from Gran Turismo 7, I have some bad news for you, because if you go into a track and do what Gran Turismo 7 teaches you to do, it might be a little bit risky.
I think you're just being a hater. What Forza has taught me is that I can go get in any car and drive through the woods, and I will take down every tree like it's a stick of balsa wood. It's fine. You're just being an anti, arcade game hater. That's it. I get it.
No, it's okay. I mean, we might have issues. We also have to consider that some people, they are coming from actual only experience in Gran Turismo or similar games, and they've learned this. They, maybe make a turn briskly, a little bit exciting on real life, and think that is what driving on the limit on a racing car is. It's a little bit more deep than that. It takes a little bit more effort, and when you have this kind of doubts on your mind, I'll tell you this. If you go online on any of the good sim racing titles that you feel that they slide around too much, unfortunately, most of the time you're going to get, if you're good, 3 seconds from the best players, right? That should give you an idea how deep it goes and how much effort it needs. And when you see Max Verstappen going into Nordschleife and still gives a second into a lap to the professional local drivers there, that also gives you another idea of what are the different levels. And there is always something that is so much better, knows so much than you. It's, driving properly under the limit, on the limit, it's much harder than what some of the most simcade titles might think that it is. It's really hard. It's really hard to be on that limit.
Mm-hmm. All right, here's one. this is obviously a console specific question because PC can already do it, but it's been talked about many times. They still don't have it, and that is, and I there's obviously a hardware limitation, and that is saving replays on console.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I know. I know that the replays were so big that there is a rule on the consoles that you cannot save over a certain amount of replays of files. Any kind of files. So the console, the manufacturer, Sony, Xbox, Microsoft tells you, hey, if you need to save a file and it is bigger than X amount of size, that's a no-go. We will not approve your game. So because our replays obviously can be very, very big, we couldn't save them on the console. There are many ways to address that. Obviously, you can, limit the amount of laps that you're saving, but that's kind of not really the answer. There is ways to optimize the replay, but then again, how much? Is 10 laps enough? Is 100 laps enough? Who knows? Again, working on that, I can tell you for sure. And then there is also the other thing that you could do, maybe be able to save clips of highlights or, save on demand from the player. That's another thing that is being explored, and we'll see how it ends out. But I can definitely assure you that the guys are working on it.
Is there not enough compression or anything like that can actually solve that? Where it can be...
You can compress that much. At some point, you cannot compress anymore. And again, it depends. Can you compress 1 lap or 100 laps? I don't know the exact amount and number, but it is a problem of size mainly. That was the main reason. And now they're trying to figure out how to solve the problem.
That particular question, Fallujah, I don't think can be answered because next-gen consoles don't exist yet, so you can't start the development. So, I mean, I'm answering this question on my own, but this is obviously for you. But I feel like you wouldn't be able to start developing for something that doesn't exist yet. So maybe your answer is differently in that regard, but I don't know. I'll let you.
No idea. I mean, let's stick, with what we know and what we're trying to do.
Yeah. All right. So let me see. Feel free, guys. Spam the questions. Even I'm not saying I'm going to answer everyone, or I'm going to ask every one of your questions.
Or maybe not. We could all go and have a little dinner or something.
Right. Let's see. So Slick asks about what makes it so that you can save the replays on ACC, but you can't on PMR.
Again, as I said, is a matter of how much you can compress, and that depends on the initial code base, how you make the replays. Some titles save just the inputs. Some titles save only the the spline. Some titles save everything that happens, so that you have a better replay. If you remember, replays, if I'm not correct, on ACC would lose fidelity in comparison to the actual PC replays. So the cars would, move around a little bit more jerky and not as detailed. It's a solution. Maybe that's the end solution or not. So all I can tell you is that I know that the guys are, working into that. And eventually, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to have a solution on that as well.
Okay. This question came in from Victory with a $10 dono. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Does S4 have plans to add throttle brake trace telemetry graph on PC long term? Is it even possible to add this telemetry graph overlay for console? It would be a nice It would be a nice training aid to car control. I think I said that right.
Do you mean telemetry export after your laps?
Essentially,
or
I think if you're
during
watching,
your laps.
If you're like watching someone else's,
if you watch someone else's,
that'd be my
I don't know
guess.
about that. I know I can tell you that yes, telemetry has been worked. We want that. I'm not sure if it's gonna come as an overlay. I don't know that, but telemetry, yes, big yes into that. Necessary.
All right, and let me. Tiger Legend has asked this one several times. Let me get this one in there. Any timeline on when we could get full clutch implementation on appropriate cars? Because right now, clutch just kind of just doesn't do anything. What it hasn't been a problem for me because I don't care much, but it has been something that's been talked about.
Yeah. Yes, I think I believe my physics guys are working on that as well. I'll be honest, it's not number one priority with so many things that we need to both do. And I'm gonna be really ashamed of myself here and hate me. Unfortunately, cars that use clutches are usually cars that not get much of a user base, so it becomes automatically a little bit of a low. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying it's becoming lower priority. Yeah, please, hate and kill me into that so I can go back to my guys and say, oh, they're making me a hide like that. We need to fix that. Because otherwise, if not enough people are complaining about it, obviously it starts becoming lower priority. And again, I hate myself for saying this. It is a little bit of the truth. Sometimes, not all the time.
And Cody, I will need you to be a bit more specific about like glitches and bad and these are not descriptive words of what the actual things are. These are just your opinion on what could potentially be an issue. What is the actual issue you are experiencing? Obviously, there are online issues, but I could specifically tell you each individual thing. For me, it's the contact. That's the number one thing that affects my online experience is contact between cars, and that's a combination of collision, it's a combination of ping, and Sora not throwing himself into a tub with a toaster every night. So a lot of things going on there. But in terms of your online experience, be specific in terms of what you mean by glitches.
I'm pretty sure the whole answer to that is if you can have the patience, thank you. If you cannot have the patience, we're sorry. There's no other.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the brutal, honest truth about it. The only extra thing you can add is the guys are working like crazy on that. It's number one priority. So, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Do you need to go? Do you need to eat dinner? Do you need to live your life?
At some point, yes.
Okay.
At some point,
Well,
yes.
give me, all right,
I mean,
how about
it's 10 o'clock in the night here, so at some
right.
point I wouldn't need to do that.
All right, give me a hustle it up timeline, and I will fast forward this into finishing up because we've been already at it for 5 hours, and I don't want to keep you time.
That's okay. I appreciate the time here. It's been fun for me. I tend to forget about time going forward, so
yeah,
that's a problem with me personally. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's do another 10 or 15 minutes of questions and then wrap it up if that makes sense to you.
Real quick, Aero GP wants to know how to grow such a nice beard. I feel like that was a very important one.
I have the answer to that. 53 years in the making, because like even 10 years ago, I had one spot here, completely bald. So just keep on doing that. There's no other, at least for me, there was no other way around it. I was full of hair here, nothing here for most part of my life. Eventually it just appeared.
I could give you another answer without any experience in the industry, just from the outside looking in. Get into video game development. That will accelerate.
My bird is the proof that no bird comes out instantly in version 1 perfect. It needs, development time.
Right. Oh, man.
Oh, my God, yeah. I'm glad we can have some fun about that, at least now that the game starts, showing some improvement, because otherwise it would be really terrible time.
Yeah. All right, so I'm just reading through questions here, and I feel like we've got a lot of these pretty much covered. How much return? Oh, hang on. I think I missed brands here. Is an issue with? Oh, here. Is there an issue with weather deviation? Recently tried many times to have weather change mid-race with apparently no luck. Do you know of anything like that? I personally don't deviate much with the weather myself, so I don't have any experience with that.
I know that we are discussing inside the team a lot of times. We think how you deal with weather, both online and online, it's not good, and especially doesn't showcase the very big capabilities of the engine that can give. So I have no idea when exactly, but do prepare and wait for a remake of the whole weather system.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's for sure, because it has a lot of capabilities. It goes together with the whole live track simulation that we discussed early in the interview. All that has to come together and be consistent and good and easy to use as well, because people want to experience different scenarios. So we need to do that. And it's not only that we need to do it; it's that. It's been, I mean, today already I had in 2 meetings discussing about that stuff already. So everybody in the team is like, when, how can we prioritize, what we can do in the meantime, Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Let me put you under the hot seat real quick here. Let me get you into some potential risky scenarios. When's the next update coming out?
No idea. No idea, because I'm terrible with dates, and I already told the team, guys, keep reminding me stuff, because dates is not something me and dates go together. I know that we have like 2 weeks time to deal with some updates so that we can get them out. But yeah. I'm terribly the wrong person to ask about that. Not because I don't want to tell you, because I don't remember.
So what you're saying is we're getting some updates in 2 weeks, and then the DLC a week after that. Got it. Okay, I've put that down in my book. That's official. That can't be taken back. You've said it on air. So
worse it can happen is like it's getting delayed, or it's arriving before that. So I know I'm gonna lose the game. So. That's not an issue for me. I will accept my fate, whatever happens.
I hear that. So let me ask you this. Obviously, this is I'd like to get you back on here. Maybe do like a rehash of things in some time. But would you be up for in the future potentially doing this similar again, but playing the game? Because I did see some comments earlier, like not comments that I agreed with, but comments about how you should be playing the game while we're going over this stuff. And while I disagree with the you should be part, that is an interesting dynamic of like, hey, let's play the current game and possibly look at that. He's ready to go. Hold on.
No, I cannot play right now, but yes, we should do that.
I know you can't play right now.
But we should do it absolutely. It's part of the experience. It's part for me also to see things and say, that's not correct. I didn't know that, or I forgot about that. Or something happens, you get frustrated. You have extra reasons to go back to the team and say, guys, look at that, happened real time. Fuck,
exactly.
We need to fix it. Yeah,
we could do this exact scenario where we put you through the paces here and show you a scenario. Yeah. And then maybe we can get it so that you could duplicate it. Because I know that, like any problem solving in the world, you have to be able to duplicate the issue to fix it. You can't just go on someone else's experience and say, "Oh yeah, we fixed it," by never duplicating it. So
when I was discussing early in the interview that I'm still learning the game, maybe that wasn't clear, and I understand that to some of our viewers is I am playing the game in order to learn the game. But I give you an idea. If I need to, make the math yourselves, guys. If I need to understand how the tire wear evolves through a session of 1 hour, which is pretty much where you're doing your pit stop, right? What do I need to do? I need to drive for an hour, right? Now, multiply that with all the classes and tires.
I think we know of the two of us which one's going to have connection issues.
In order to understand how the ranking works, you need to play for a big amount of time online and get experience out of it. Career. I need to do some career races. Let alone do the whole career in order to understand, hey, that sucks, that's great, that's we should improve. So it takes a big amount of time of play hours, while in the meantime, you need to do your own job on doing, I don't know, physics or, game documents or stuff. You need to go into the meetings with your, colleagues. You need to create or help a colleague to do some stuff, get some directions, be into an interview. So time is limited. That's why I get what you say. We should be playing, but then again, we should also be working. But then again, it takes time to do all. You see how complex the game can be, and you're like, hey, it's not complex. It's just some cars going vroom vroom around a circle. Almost,
Yeah.
almost. Yeah.
Well, if you're down for that, I would absolutely host that. Get you or Ryan in here, or that maybe even Sora. Even though Sora is absolutely doing nothing for going off race.
Be easy on me, just
Oh.
old guy. Look, so let me win
Listen,
every once in a while.
Regardless of who beats you in a sim, the amount of people you could beat in a real car is a very different scenario, and I think that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people who've only ever sim raced. But that being said,
I appreciate the comment. I'll take it as a win. It's fine. It's fine.
Let's see. Plans space for hobbies and observers.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That answers Brand's question. Yes. Yes. There are plans. One more question. How difficult to find a real world data from automakers, engineers, and racing teams to implement into simulation physics? That's not really
That's a very nice question. Yeah.
That's a good question, but that's not a quick one. But I'll let you handle that, sir.
Okay. I'll make it relatively short. So depends on class. Go Formula One. It's pretty much impossible to make a realistic model. You can make a close one, but it's pretty much impossible to make a realistic model because of the massive amount of secrecy that there is in this class. We're talking about modern, actual Formula One cars, right? So it's absolutely very, very difficult. Going to old vintage cars. Owners, because manufacturers don't even care at some point, owners might say you, I don't fucking even know what's the inertia of the body of that car or how much downforce I do at wing 6 degrees. Just to know. So you need to tell them, all right, do you have any telemetry? Because nowadays, luckily, even vintage cars, they put the telemetry and have some fun with it. So you get the telemetry, you try to reverse engineer, or you try to measure some stuff that you can yourself, like suspension geometry. Let me flex some more because people wanted me to flex. I'm gonna flex even more now. Get ready.
Oh boy! So you guys got him fired up now.
Yeah, I'm really fired up. All right, so
Whoa! Look at this.
Lotus 49 official real blueprints from the actual Lotus Classic cars manufacturer. This is what I measured to simulate the Lotus 49 at AC1. So sometimes you get lucky, you get this kind of stuff, right? Sometimes you do not, and you try to do that yourself for a different car or different cars. I had the possibility to go there and get my measurement tools and lasers and stuff, and either scan nowadays or measure the whole thing by hand. So sometimes the manufacturer is willing to help, but cannot. So you need to do it yourself if you can. Sometimes the manufacturer doesn't even care, and then you have the licensing teams tell you, "Hey, this is the CAD of the car for your 3D artist," and you open the CAD, and sometimes they forget, and the whole suspension is in it, so you just take it and measure everything on your CAD, and you're fine with it. And sometimes you get really close to the engineers and the drivers, and you get a very, very good relationship, and you get a lot of data out of them, and even the technical manuals of the car and stuff, or you get close to a tire manufacturer and gives you some extra data, and so you get as much as you can. So there's no clear answer. It depends a lot, but this is pretty much very, very long story short, everything we do in order to get as much data as we can.
I actually have, that was a great story, by the way. I actually have a very technical question on it related to that.
Yeah.
And that is, how do you determine who the best people are for translating the experience into the data to translate it to you? And by that, I mean, what I have to do with motorcycles, when I'm tuning or working the chassis of someone when they're riding the bike, some of the best riders I've ever experienced are some of the worst people to ever translate what they experienced into words to explain it to me. And then some of the average riders are hands down. So believe it or not, the fastest riders, I don't use them for getting feedback. The average guys are better at it. So how do you navigate that, out of curiosity?
You see all this white bird? Yeah, that's how you do it. You waste a lot of time of your life talking to those people, and you start understanding a little bit of the language. And that's not a me problem. That's a common industry problem.
Yeah,
it is the reason why Works team have the actual all-stars drivers that they drive the car to the win, but the car is getting made by a tester, which is not as fast, but it's so much better at communicating.
Yep.
And I have so many anecdotes about that. And the most typical one that I keep telling people is like, I've been talking with one of the pretty famous GT drivers of, with long career and everything. And he tries the simulator, comes up, and I'm like, so what do you think? And he's like, man, it's really, really, really terrible. Fuck.
Thanks.
The car doesn't steer. The brakes do not stop the car. I have no traction whatsoever. It's really, really bad. I mean, I struggle to maintain control of the car. And I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck? It's just destroying me. And I'm just, looking behind his back, and his race engineer is like,
I know, right?
I'm like, what the fuck is happening? He's just playing in me. And so I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm gonna try, hard to make it better. And the guy's like, yeah, no worries. Great job. And just goes away, because obviously he has other stuff to do. And so I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And his race engineer says, I'm over here. Going there. And he's like, great job, man. I'm like, what are you talking about? He just destroyed everything. The car is absolutely terrible. Just like, it's exactly the same identical things he tells me about the real car. So amazing. Well done. You just nailed it. It's word by word the same thing. So I was, this is one of those times that you understand that, all right, I need to understand what kind of language they're talking about. And make also the correct questions to them, so they can give you the feedback that you're after to understand if it's good or not. Another thing, I had, people telling me, I don't know, on my car, I'm doing the Schumacher SS on Nürburgring GP, flat out, easy. I'm like, really? Easy? Like, eyes closed, I'm just left, right, done. Like, how the fuck can it be if the data says that, easy. Going back, telemetry is like, come over here. Here's his easy flat out. And you have a full lift, of the throttle, waiting for 1-2 seconds, then go back again, and then do the whole thing flat out easy.
You have
so
no
everything
idea.
Everything goes, but you need to pay attention to them anyway, even if they are exaggerating, because that's the language, and you get out of it, and you learn things even when apparently it seems that there is no way near what you would expect them to say.
You have no idea how happy you're making me right now.
No, I'll tell you this. This is something that everybody has experienced, all right? Everybody has experienced. You have your own car, street tires, right? And your tires are end of life. So they are used, they are wooden, everything, right? And so you do the turns, you go into the tire supplier, you change the tires with brand new ones, you do, 50 kilometers, so they, bed in, whatever. And then you're like, oh my God. so much more grip. This is amazing. Finally, I have good tires on my car, on my street car. Do you know what the difference in grip is? Your old tire was doing something like 0.94 lateral Gs on a good, asphalt, and the new tire, street tire, is doing 0.96 or 97. So the difference is 0.03 Gs. That's the difference. And you, not every one of us, not a professional racing driver on street car, on street tires, on street road, you can judge the difference and say, so much difference. So you can imagine now when a driver comes out of the car or the sim and tells you, it's right, it's like driving on ice. Completely no grip at all. I'm fighting for my life. This guy that is extremely sensitive, what does it mean? Does it mean that there is like actual ice, or there is a difference of 0.002 or 0.01, whatever? Because that's the difference. And I have the proof in telemetry of a driver saying, this is ice, I cannot control the car, this is good, I have so much grip. The difference was, second decimal of a G-force. 2 meters in braking distance make all the difference for a professional driver. I can brake 2 meters later, finally it works. I cannot brake and ending, long in if I start braking 2 meters later, I'm on ice. What the fuck is that? I don't like it. Fix it, on the race engineer.
I'm so happy I asked this question. Like, you have no idea. You have justified like at least a decade of my job and how much bullshit I've put myself through dealing with people. And I'm like, cool. I'm happy because I'm a sole proprietor. I am my only person. I don't have employees in my business. And it's good to know that on the other end of the spectrum with $1 million race teams, it's the same bullshit. No one gets better at it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We're good. I'm happy. I can retire now, officially.
Yeah. The detail changes, but the core, same bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you said about the guy going flat out, said he was going flat out.
Yeah, they can validate, absolutely. All the time, every time.
I can tell you that, even in a straight line.
Yeah.
At least 50 to 60% of people on motorcycles are not flat out in a straight line.
Oh, yeah.
They think,
motorcycles,
I'm talking
absolutely. How
multiple gears through sixth gear, through their final gear. They're like, that was everything it had. And I'm like, I'm going to put the lie detector test on it, which is going to tell me everything you're doing. And they're like, lock throttle easily all day. I get on them like, cool. So look at this EKG of a throttle map here. That should be a flat line, by the way. That's locking the throttle. Yeah. It says here, the highest amount of throttle you went was 60% open.
Oh, it's broken. Your telemetry is broken.
The highest you went was 60%. You
and
got 100,
the answer
you know
is
that.
your telemetry is broken. I was flat out all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. And then I have someone else go on the bike, and then they go, oh, look at that. It's 100% through all 6 gears. Weird.
Yeah. And now I want to put you and make you think, guys, and put everything that you just said into perspective. So you get all of that real-life experience, that you have G-forces and actual 3D, vision of reality, right? You take all of that and you put it behind a scaled-down monitor that it is this big, right? On a even high-end, steering wheel. It's still a fake steering wheel. And you say, I don't... Nice flex.
Speak for yourself, fake steering wheel. Hold on.
All right. What does that say? Porsche. And real leather. So good.
Not a rebrand. Not a rebrand. This is a real one. Not a rebrand.
We're going to end up so bad. Anyway. So you can imagine that your sensation from real life on a Panda on a roundabout is going to be so different, even if you're driving a GT3 on your monitor. And you need to give your brain a little bit of time to understand what is experiencing. Yeah.
Now, why is your game so bad, bro? Why is it not real? Perfect answer.
Because kind of we suck a little
There
bit, but
you
we try to
go.
get better.
I think that's
we try to get better.
I genuinely believe a lot of people just that's the answer they want. They want you to say you suck. Like that's it. I don't know,
Well,
man.
you
Some
know-
people like I'm convinced complaining is the skill set. Like that's what they're there for. You could genuinely deliver the perfect experience, but they just you woke up. The sun wasn't
yes,
shining
that
just
is-
right.
that is
and
true.
It's the apocalypse now, and the world needs to end, and I need to tell everybody about it.
That is true, but I also try to be realistic and say, hey, if people have this impression, and there are a big amount, a number, that means that okay, we don't suck, but we need to make and do a better job to the point where then the product is worthy. Because in the end, you have a product. Do I drive with the line on?
That's what I was laughing at.
The line, it means the racing line.
The racing line. Do you drive with the racing line on?
I'm out of here. That's enough. I'm going to it. Come on. Line on. This is the worst possible thing. I mean, I get it. Some people might need it to learn. It's a bad habit. Don't use it. Don't use it. A bad habit. Find your references points on the racing.
Do you want to know who I am when it comes to the racing line as a person?
Yeah.
So I start usually if I've never driven a track before, I put the line on.
Yeah.
I need it. I like it for
Right.
mainly because I just need a braking zone. I don't know where my braking markers are, so I like a little bit of assistance. I don't really care about the line itself. But somebody in the comment section will just come in swinging that hammer about the line, and I'm like, cool.
Of course.
I'm never fucking turning it off ever again. Why? I am that petty piece of shit that goes, cool. The line is going to make you angry. Cool. Get used to it. It's staying on now. So
I'll tell you what I think about this kind of stuff. I used to be extremely hardcore, right? And by hardcore I mean, the only way to drive is cockpit camera, proper, cockpit camera, this and that, steering wheel positioned correctly, and that's how you should be because that's hardcore sim racing. And then something happened, and what happened was that we transitioned from the old sim racing and small monitors and plasticky wheels into full 3D screens and VR sets and whatever. And so if the other guy has a full triple screen with projectors or whatever, and he has modeled an actual cockpit, or he took the cockpit from a car and put it in front of him to drive, the cockpit camera is no longer realistic for him.
Mm-hmm.
That puts you, into a thinking progress. Say, maybe my hardcore ideas are not exactly correct for every single possible scenario out there. Or maybe we should, accept that some people want to have fun differently and maybe teach them in the correct way to, change their ideas or something. But you need to be, I wouldn't use the word tolerant because it's way too big of a word for that, but understanding that, in the end, people use their free time for a fantastic hobby that is constructive, and we should let them, enjoy it to the fullest, and then possibly discuss about it in, an educated way.
I would actually, in the terms of, because I do think there are a lot of people like this, and that it is something that AMS2 does, and I really, really, really like it because it's not immersion braking, and it is an assist to help you with braking, and that is basically, so in PMR, and just about every sim, you have a translucent or whatever line, and then that gets red when it wants you to brake. Well, in AMS2, they do the rally spotter style thing with just the arrow and the color of the arrow. And so basically, there's no line on the road, there's no braking zone, there's nothing interfering with your perspective of the immersion. Yeah. And then when you enter an area where, like, hey, I've never driven this track before, I don't know when I'm supposed to brake because I don't know this track. And there's a lot of people who don't know a lot of tracks. And basically, this spotter essentially comes on, and it's an arrow with a left or a right. And it's colored with green, yellow, and red. And red means stuff those brakes. You got a hairpin turn coming up. Green means like you might want to, lift off throttle a little. Orange means maybe apply a little bit of brake.
I like that a lot,
like,
honestly.
It's very simple. And it's like the second it pops on, the second it comes on, it's basically this. As soon as it appears, okay, now you have, this is your indicator that it's time to navigate,
Yeah.
And I really like it because it doesn't break the immersion. It's a tiny little indicator, and it's an assist to be like, hey, yo, hit the fucking brakes, bro. You're about to die, And I like it because the line from a immersion standpoint, that is my biggest thing I hate about the line. Is this giant fluorescent line in the road like, hey, look, you don't know what you're doing, when the reality is, hey, I've never driven this track before. When am I supposed to stop?
Just want to learn the track. Yeah.
How do you learn the track the other way? You drive off the track. You miss the braking zone, Yeah. So, but that might be
I like that a lot, and or even an indicator of this is your reference point. Have a look at it. Something like that. I would rather prefer that.
Yeah, because it's something, because most people, I think, really only care about a braking indicator than they care about a full line, because most people understand apexing and they understand where to go.
Or they learn it, in the long way.
They learn it. They figure it out.
First, you need to arrive at the correct speed before going straight.
Yes, exactly.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you.
Yep. But that would be something that I think would be a really good assist to maybe navigate into in the future, where it's super simple. You could leave it on full time, and most people won't even know it's there when they're watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
makes sense. Certainly to consider. Let me take my notes.
the air pad and the air pen.
Exactly.
Play that when you listen to the air guitar. Let me write that one down. Throw that one away too. But anyway, all right. So I don't want to keep you too much longer. I want you to go eat some food and then actually go to bed so you can get to work and make the game fantastic.
That's a great thing to put it.
But anyway, this has been fantastic. I look forward to doing this again. Maybe, hopefully, not too long a time. I mean, maybe it depends on what you want to do. Obviously, you got to allow time for things, and you got to navigate the situation. But maybe, I don't know, regroup after the DLC or something like that drops, and
that sounds interesting. Well, first of all, thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's been, I didn't even realize it's been like 5 or whatever hours.
It has been.
I really enjoyed it. I love that kind of interaction, and I love, talking about that stuff. So big thanks to you and to the whole community for participating and asking stuff.
Oh,
yeah. Definitely we should find a way to do it and drive or something like that again in the future.
Oh yeah, I'm down. Well,
awesome.
Sir, I will be in touch with you in the future, and keep at it, sir. You're doing a good job. Glad to have you on the team.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, EJR.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Alrighty. Let me see if this looks proper now. Okay, that's my second camera now. Look at that. Oh, that's blue. That's blue as shit. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So here's the thing. I know you guys are asking for community lobbies right now. And that's cool. But I really, really need to go. So I might do... Should I do one race? I don't want to do one race, though. Should I do one race? What do you think? Aris is obviously not going to play. He has a life to go live, and I don't blame him. God, look how much better the second camera looks, by the way. Does this second camera not look way better? For perspective. Unplug it. This is the camera that I was using for Discord. The way this system works is really annoying. Windows cannot use 2 programs on one camera. So I have to have 2 cameras right next to each other. One for the stream, and then one for this bullshit. If I put up a single lobby, do I really want to, though? If I do one race, is it really worth it? No, it's not worth it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're going to wrap it up because we've been doing this way too long, and I do need to go actually unbox the rest of the track racer that showed up here, make sure there's no damage. But I just created a milestone in the sim racing. I doubt that. I appreciate those words, Fallujah, but I don't think I did anything overly unique here. Just talk to a cool dude. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Let's review. There's pretty obvious that he is a talented dude who's done a lot of things. He's got a lot of passion about things. But when it comes specifically to PMR, he is still learning a lot of things. Because you have to understand with him too, and I saw a lot of people like, saying that he wasn't answering questions or maybe things like that, but you have to understand, he joined this team not that long ago. He's picking up the pieces of a crash landing, essentially, So you got to give him the benefit of the doubt of, all right, give him some time, let him cook, see what he's going to do. That's why I said, hey, let's regroup and do this again after, the DLC drops. And then we can kind of see where we're at, what updates have come out, how the DLC landed, and then go from there. That being said, folks, I'm exhausted. This is a long one. I have stuff I have to do. I would love to play, but that'll have to happen later in the week. Tomorrow, I do have to... I do have to work on actual bikes, making actual money, not playing my video games. I would rather do this. I'm on the fence. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow evening. I don't really want to. I'd rather, realistically, we'll be back Wednesday. I'll figure out what we want to do Wednesday. The thing is, guys, I really want to do some PMR racing, man, but it's tough with the current player base. At the moment right now, it'd probably be a really good time to get some lobbies going because of everybody watching this. Is maybe there might be a little bit of hype following, listening to Aris, but at the same time, it is what it is. That being said, all you guys should throw up. Now's a good time. Throw up some lobbies. Throw up a stream if you're a streamer. And just push the game. Do your thing. That being said, I'm exhausted. I am so happy I asked him about, communication, comms between translating from the drivers to actual words, because I'm glad he confirmed that it doesn't get any better with experience. No matter how long you do it, it's the same bullshit. The best drivers never translate the information from the information about what they just experienced to actual words. They're always bad at it, and I'm glad it doesn't change at the high level. So, how long we'll crash the shit out of each other? Hey, do what you gotta do. All right, boys, that's it for me. We're done. I had a blast. I'm gonna clip all sorts of segments from this, put them into small clips for future videos, and then in the meantime, we'll be reassuming at the very earliest or the very latest Wednesday morning for more streaming. Hopefully this rig goes well, the rig swap, because I do have to do a lot of surgery here. So anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate the viewership. I appreciate the feedback, and I appreciate the donos. Until Wednesday, have a good one.